Day 2 of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 and Live Like Zander Pro Junior is in the books. Event threats are making their moves. With the swell on the rise here in Barbados, surfers will be put to the test as top seeds are ready for their debuts. Tune in as the men and women of the qualification series clash for a chance to climb the rankings. Don't miss the action. Join us live at Bathsheba. Everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. My name is Zander Venezia. I will be bringing you the play-by-play today for the hot action. We're going to start today's proceedings off with the Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 round of 48 on the women's side. Heats number 5 through 8. We're going to conclude that round somewhere around 10 o'clock, where we're going to shift gears and go right into the Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 on the men's side, round of 64. We have 16 heats for you on store today. We're going to see some of the top-seeded surfers surfing today. Should be very exciting. Currently in the water, we have a 3 to 4 foot east-northeast wind swell. The wind has seemed to lay down a little bit from yesterday, which is a good thing. The wind does seem to be going around to the right a little more. That should help clean up conditions a little later on. Currently, we are sitting at a dead low tide. High tide is sometime around 1:30 this afternoon. So all day long, we should start to see the swell starting to pulse. Soup Bowl does like a higher tide. So we got about 30 seconds to start. We're going to kick things off with heat number 5 in the round of 48 on the women's side. Okay, ladies, hold your positions. We're going to count this one in 10 seconds. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So we are live coming up in this heat. We're going to see surfer in red, Zoe Chait; in blue, Caden Persendock; in white, Addison Phillips; and in green, Tyler Stanton. As you see, the beach restoration crew on the beach. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for cleaning the beach for us. We're having the same problem the rest of the world is having with the seaweed, and we do our best to keep the beaches as beautiful as we can. Here we go, drawing first blood. This is Addison Phillips. She's going to work her way. Kind of get hung up a little bit behind that section. And green on a nice looking north peak. Soup Bowl Reef does face almost directly north. So anytime we get swells coming out of the north, it hits the reef absolutely square. Today is just a little bit north of east in the swell direction. It's supposed to swing around a little more this afternoon and in tomorrow and the rest of the week. We're just waiting on those two scores to drop for the green surfer and white. So first of green 2.0, first of white 0.5. So just minimal scores on the board for now. Here we go, red, Zoe Chait, currently ranked 18th on the North American qualifying series. All right, here we go, and blue. So all of the girls now with a wave in their account. So we'll see where these come out. early going. We're going to end up with the surfer in green sitting in first position. His opportunities. Thank all of our sponsors, the BTMI, the Tourist Development Corporation, CIBC Commercial Bank, Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, the Community Development Department, Heineken Carib Beer, Infra Rentals. Also the Nation News, Sunbum, Last Resort, and last but definitely not least, for bringing us the post-heat interview, St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Definitely seeing a little more north in these waves today. It is forecast today and tomorrow to be the best two waves of the event. However, things change quite rapidly. The wind today was supposed to be blowing 25 to 30 knots directly out of the northeast, which is our normal trade wind. However, it kind of a little more to the east-southeast. Yesterday afternoon, as the sun came out and the island heated up, it will swing around a little more to the right, which is what we want. That's a little more side shore. We are in heat round 48, heat number 5 of this women's as red. Zoe Chait, she's going to pull the trigger on this wave. Possibly could get a little bit of an inside runner. She's going to stall the board, wait on it. Reforming for her. She's going to get some more opportunity here on the inside. Nice little finishing move, so that will definitely go into her scoreline. She's currently sitting on a 0.5. So coming up in the next heat, Victoria Duprat, Dia McCart, Amaya Moore, and Story Martinez. You ladies could be checking in. 20 minutes remaining as we look at this replay. You see, she just staying busy, trying to keep her feet in the wax. Definitely some better scoring potential waves on the outside. 3.67 red, 3.67. Blue on a better looking wave. She's going to have to hurry. Can't negotiate that north section, and shuts down on her. So with that 3.67, the surfer in red, she goes into the lead, followed by surfer in green, just sitting on a single score of a 2.0. Surfer in blue and white just sitting on some minimal scores. They're going to look to ditch them. There is plenty of scoring potential out there. These ladies are graced with 25-minute heats. Makes a big difference, that extra 5 minutes. There we go, green up and riding. Little open face down carve. Working it out to the inside. Trying to stick with it. She's currently in second position, trying to build on that 2.0. A nice little down carve on the open face there on the outside. So judges reward that with a 2.43 for green. So this wave here earns her a 2.43. And white up and riding. This one's definitely going to hit the reef a little better on the inside. Here we go. Wraps that north section. She's sticking with it, and she's going to go out the back, but that wave's going to give her a little bit more scoring opportunity on the inside. But recognizing she had no outside maneuver, that wave was not going to go much more over a 3. She's currently ranked 49th on the North American rankings. Her average heat score is a 6.01. 2.3 for white. So white, you have a 2.3. Green, your last wave puts you to first. Red, you will go to second. White, you are in third. You now require a 1.8. And blue, you are in fourth. You require a 3.1. Just coming up on the 15-minute mark, servers in the next heat. You're going to want to be checked in and ready to roll. So blue with a higher priority, red gives way. So just a couple of maneuvers and then she goes out the back. Definitely some scoring potential out there. Just seems the ladies are kind of maybe sitting in a little bit of the wrong position. They move up and the waves go down, and they move down and the waves go up. Just trying to get things all sorted out. Last of blue, 293 blue, 2.93. So that puts you in third. You now require a 1.2. White, you drop to fourth as we watch red up and riding on a different looking wave. Zoe Che goes up and blasts it off the top. Quality maneuver. So Zoe goes up and out. We're back to live action with green just trying to flick out the fins. A little too hard and she goes down. A couple nice looking waves rolling through. Maybe we can get that replay of red. Break that one down. It's good. Definitely going to go in the good range. We're looking at white. White is up and riding. Nice wrapping cut back on. She can't hang on. It goes down. Last of red, 6.5 for red. So red goes to first. Green, you drop to second. Blue, you are third, requiring a 1.5. And white, you are fourth, requiring a 2.1. So we look at this replay of red. That first turn was where the money was. Eyeing up that section off the bottom turn. Just cutting it back. Sticking with it. Showing the judges she's still in control, and she goes out the back. So that wave earned her a 6.5. That will definitely go in her score line. Zoe Chait from Half Moon Bay in California. 18 years old. Her birthday is 3 days before mine. As we watch green, up and riding. Oh boy. Loses the fins and her feet and lands on the board, so hopefully she's okay. Seems to be a newcomer to the QS, doesn't have a ranking. 13 years old. Tyler Stanton. She should have a long career. So a little later on, we're going to be seeing 6 of Barbados's top surfers. They are still in the round of 64. And 2 women coming up later on in the week as they are seeded into the round of 32. Here we go, green up and right, and Tyler Stanton. Eight minutes, 25 seconds remaining in this heat number 5 on the round of 48. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 as we watch Blue try and negotiate that lip line. She's going to get around it and she's just going to kick out. She's currently in 3rd position. Not needing too much. She only needs a 1.5 to move up into that advancing position. And paddling on the outside, red. She was currently in 2nd priority, so she will retain that priority position as we watch the replay. She have a little check turn, so we'll see if that's going to be enough to get her that advancing score. Only requires a 1.5, drops a 1.4. So surfer in blue, your last wave was not enough. You remain in third position. You require a 1.5 blue. Another youngster, 16 years old, and her birthday is the same day as mine. How incredible is that? Zoe Chate's birthday is the 5th, and her birthday is the 8th of May. As red up and riding, Zoe, nice two-stage wrapping cutback, has a lip line to look at, throws it up in the lip, completes the maneuver, currently sitting on a 6.5 and a 3.7, and I would risk the bet that both of those scores are going to, well, she's going to better her high score, I would believe. Quality maneuver after that two-stage wrapping cutback. There we go, blue up and riding. She's looking for that score to put her into second. Only needs a very small score, and I believe she is going to get it with this wave. So we need to judge score for red and then blue. All right, just coming up on the 5-minute, 45-second mark. So ladies, in the next heat, you will be free to paddle out in about 40 seconds. Please stay down in the channel. And look at that wave rolling off on the inside. Nobody on it. That's the little underlying north swell we have rolling in. Pair that up with an east swell, and Soup Bowl turns into a different animal as we watch this replay of red. She goes way out on the shoulder and two-stage wrapping cutback. And then she just eyes up this north section. Oh, thank you very much. I'll throw some water here. That wave coming in at a 5.83. So on the 5-minute mark. As we watch the replay of blue, this earned her a 3.53, so she goes to second. 3.53, blue, you go to second. Green, you drop to third. You require a 4.03. And white, you are fourth, requiring a 4.16. 4 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. Here we go, green, up and riding. Tyler Stanton, 13 years old. Oh, nice little top turn. Hangs on, gets the inside section. She's going to look for a finishing maneuver, eyeing up this section, throws it up, pushes out the fins, and a well-surfed wave. As we watch this replay, she requires a score to go into second. A nice looking wave. Nice little down carve. Nothing too major. There's a little bit better of a turn, more energy in that turn. She's going to stick with it, want to just maximize the scoring potential, and pushes out the fins ever so slightly. So let's see if that can get her back into that second position. Judges are watching the replay. All right, next heat. You're good there, ladies. Thank you very much. All right, scores starting to trickle in for green. All right, last of green, 3.63, not enough green. You are still in third. You now require a 2.8. 1 minute, 35 seconds remaining. And almost on cue, blue is going to come and meet her fellow competitor. Tyler, your last wave was a 3.63. It was not enough to put you in that advancing position. You now require just a 2.83. You have 1 minute remaining. You see on the heat, on the screen there, the heat coming up next. Up and riding your current heat leader from Half Moon Bay in California, Zoe Chait. She's currently sitting on next heat. Hold your positions. Oh, nice little down carve as blue up and riding on the outside. We're going to stick with red. .20 seconds remaining, so it doesn't appear that green is going to make her way back out there. The last of blue coming in at just a 1.3, so that doesn't help her requirement. With 5 seconds, in 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 5 in this round of 48. QS 5000 women's, we're going to stick with this replay and then cut to a quick commercial break. So ladies in the next heat, hold your positions. So that last wave of red coming in at a 4.5. All right, so we're going to take this opportunity to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the start of heat number 6. We'll be right back. All right, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat in the red jersey, Victoria Duprat. In blue, Diane McCart. In white, Amaya Moore. And in green, Story Martinez. Surfer in red. She's going to draw first blood. Here we go. Victoria out onto the open face, throwing it up in the lip. She's currently ranked 29th on the North American Tour. 16 years old. I'm sure we'll be seeing her later on in the week. Diane McCart, ranked 33rd. Here we go, green. Story Martinez, she's up and riding. Another youngster, 13 years old. So a lot of youngsters on this getting the opportunity to surf in this QS 5000 as Amaya Moore, she's up and riding. She's also 13, born the day before me. Wow, in 2 heats. 3 of these young ladies are within 3 days of my birthday. Here we go, let's watch this replay of green. First of red, 3.5. First of green, 217. First of white, 1.0. Story Martinez coming from Virginia Beach. Currently in 2nd position. 13 years old. All right, coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Ava Wagenster, Remy Todd, Sophia Gamble, and Molly Tushin. All right. Ladies looking at this one. There seems to be a little bit of a rit running through Soup Bowl right now. We're going to watch White up and riding. All right. So she goes up and out. We're going to take this opportunity to cut down to the glass with Andrew for the winner of the last heat. Zoe Chait for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, guys.
Here with the first heat winner of day 3, Zoe. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, feeling good. Happy to start off my event with a win. And yeah, definitely a little bit nervous just being the first heat of the day and my first heat of the event. But yeah, I got it done and the waves were super fun.
Run us through what the condition is like for day 3.
Yeah, it's a little bit windy. It kind of mellowed out now, but it goes in waves, which is kind of different. Like you'll get like a super windy heat and then it will be like kind of glassy. So yeah, I'm happy it got a little bit more glassy in my heat and there are a couple waves with a good wall. So it's fun.
Anything to improve on going into the next round?
Yeah, maybe just don't fall and like hit the bottom on my first wave. That was kind of embarrassing and not the best way to start my event, but my coach told me to build a house and we kept building after that. And yeah, it turned out pretty well.
Anyone want to say hi to at home?
Yeah, big shout out to my mom and dad who are watching back at home. They make it possible so that I can go on these amazing trips. And my coach Matt, who's here with me, and my brother who's sleeping, but he's probably watching, and all the HMB lifeguards. Shout out to you guys.
Well, keep ripping, Zoe, and good luck in the next round, all right?
Thank you.
Glad you guys at the booth.
7. Still early days. 18 minutes remaining. Plenty of time. we watch this replay, you can see the difference in this wave. It's got a little more wall, a little more energy. Checks that first turn and then has a nice little top turn. And she's going to continue on down to the inside, just showing the judges that she's in control, and she goes up and out the back. So priority is with the surfer in blue, currently in 4th position, followed by the surfer in green in 3rd position. Green only requiring a .96 to move up into advancing position, and blue requires a 313. 16 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Will the driver of H4717 please move your vehicle? You're blocking someone in. H4717. Thank you very much. Blue up and right in. Diane McCart, nice wrapping cut back coming up here. Kind of got a little too far ahead of it, missed that next section. And another quality maneuver to finish off the thing. She waited a long time for that wave. This is her first wave of the heat. Holding on to priority for quite a while. 4.13 blue, 4.13, you go to second. White, you drop to third. You require a 2.0. White, you are currently in third position. You need a 2.10. And green, you are fourth. You need a 1.9. Here we go, green. Story Martinez from Virginia Beach. Nice little top turn. Doesn't require much. And White up and riding. Works her way to that north section, pushes out the fins and can't hang on. So you watch this replay of blue. This wave earned her a 4.13. Wave was a little sleepy, but she made good work at the end. We take a look at this replay of green. Story Martinez, 13 years old, from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Coming up on the 10-minute mark, last of green, 397 green. You go to second. Blue, you go to third. Blue, you require a 2.0. And white, you are fourth. You require a 4.01. So surfer and blue, Diane McCart, ranked 33rd on the North American Tour. A couple of ninth place finishes at Virginia Beach and the WRV Outer Banks. She's currently in third position. And your heat leader, a couple of 17th place finishes. She's ranked 29th. Bigger events. So waiting on that score for Red to drop, your current heat leader. And Blue up and right in, Diane McCart. Nice wrapping cutback. Oh boy, she can't hang on to that. And White on the outside. Amaya Moore has got that North Peak ahead of her. Comes off the bottom, throws it up in the lip, completes the maneuver. Out into the rip. She's going to get one more chance. Yes, she is. Nice wrapping cutback, and she goes down. So that's unfortunate for her. She did have a nice outside maneuver, but we'll see where the judges score that. She's currently in 4th position with 7 minutes remaining. So Surfer in 3rd and 4th, both waiting for scores. Watch this replay of White setting this one up. You can see the wave starting to line up for her and lift up. Comes off the bottom and goes right up in the critical part of the wave. A lot of turbulence and ribs to work with over here. Gets a nice little wraparound cutback, but then she just can't hang on. So leaving the Surfer in green, sitting on the outside with priority. Last of Blue, 3.30. So that ups the requirement for White and Blue, but White has a score coming as we watch Green up and riding the nice airdrop. Nice little top turn. She's going to get more. What she's going to do with this last opportunity. Throws it up in the lip. Okay. So previous of White, last of White, sorry, 4.6 for White. You now require a 2.83 White. Waiting on a last of Green. 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Yes. All right, ladies, you all can paddle out. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Please stay down in the channel for me. Just waiting on this last score for Green to drop, and then I will update the situation for you. Last of Green, 5.67. Green, you go to 2nd. Blue drops to 3rd. She's up and riding. White, you require a 5.05. We come back to Blue. Couple of nice maneuvers. Little down carve slash in the pocket. Last opportunity, throws it up in the lip. So Diane McCart, and now White, she's trying to answer back. She goes up and out the back. 3 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Red, 3 minutes, 30 seconds. You're in 1st position. Waiting on 2 scores. And Red, she's giving this one a look. Here she goes. Red up and riding on a nice looking wave. Nice top turn out onto the open face. She's going to stick with it, looking for some more opportunity. Another little top turn. And finishes strong. 3 minutes remaining, so she is the current heat leader. Victoria Duprat. You watch this replay. It's a nice looking wave, comes hard off the bottom and just throws it up. Kind of cut that maneuver a little short. but I think she had to. It's pretty amazing how these surfers can adapt to the changing conditions, and green is up and riding. This is live action. Oh, nice wrapping cutback. Story Martinez from Virginia Beach. Just 13 years old, showing quite a lot of flair. Sitting on a 5.6 and a 3.9. With 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, we got some scores to drop for all four surfers. White is going to come in just an offer, but she's up and riding again. White in the next heat, hold your position. Thank you. Okay, so the judges have some scores to drop. Last of blue, 5.6 for blue. So we're still waiting on a wave for green, currently in third position. We watch this replay of green. Not a bad looking wave, nice down carve. Sticking with it. She's gonna work it to the inside, and she decides to kick out. 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining. So working on this score for green. All right, so green requires a 4.06, drops a 4.17, and goes to first. Red, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. Blue, you require a 4.2. And white, you are in fourth. You require a 5.24. We do have a wave for red coming. So that could go back. That could send her back to first. 30 seconds. Here we go, blue. She's up and riding, and she goes out the back with 15 seconds remaining. Wait, hold your positions, next heat, please. All right, last of red, as we count this one in, was a 5.8, sends her back to first with 3, 2, 1. That's going to end the heat. So Victoria Duprat, surfer in red, dropping a 5.8 on her last wave, going back to first, dropping green to second. However, red and green are in advancing positions, so they will move on into the round of 32 coming up later on in the week. Surfers in the next heat, hold your positions. We are on a short hold. Take this opportunity to cut to a quick commercial break. Pay some bills. We'll be right back. Okay, we are back to live action. While we were on that short commercial break, we did have the surfer in white catching a wave, earning a 2.0. Coming up in this heat, we're going to see surfer in red, Ava Wagonster. In blue, Remy Todd. In white, Sophia Gamboa. And in green, Molly Tushin. So Sophia taking an early lead, dropping a 2.0 on her first attempt. Here we go, watching green as we look at that replay of white. We're back to live action now with green. So that replay earned surfer in white a 2.0. She's currently in first position. You are tuned into the Barbados Surf Pro, BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Domins International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados Limited. I'm Zander Venezia, joined here by my co-host Simon Coles in the booth. Simon, what are you thinking of the surfing so far for the day and into yesterday?
Good morning. A little feedback here. We still got some competitive, good conditions this morning. It's actually looking quite smooth on the wave faces. Predominantly east swell, and I'm very impressed with the surfing we've seen so far. I know today is the round of 64. We're going to be seeing a lot of good surfing today.
Yeah,
Men's, we're expecting some fireworks today. I think the swell looks like it's just maybe settled in a little bit. Maybe it looks about a foot smaller, but this is going to make it even more competitive, especially when the higher tide comes up around the middle of the day. I'm expecting to see some really good conditions. So, good surfing on tap today.
All right, thank you, Simon. Just a couple of minimal scores on the board in this heat. Two. Highest ranked surfer in this heat is Ava. She's currently ranked 28th on the North American Tour. A couple of 25th positions, 17th at Pismo. She was 41st here last year. 18 years old. Remy Todd, she was currently ranked 36th. Her best result was a 9th position at Virginia Beach. She's 17 years old from San Clemente, California. And Sophia Gamboa, 15 years old from Deerfield Beach, Florida. She currently was 33rd last year at this same event. I do recognize her name. 20 seconds, 20 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Local time here is 8:57. Look at this outside set, no takers. That's sweeping the lineup. That was a solid wave. One of the biggest waves of the event so far. I don't know where that wave came from, but I hope there's more behind it. That wave had a full north section and everything to it. Green up and right, and so white's priority has been suspended until she gets back into the lineup, and then she will retain her second priority position. Okay, while we have a little break in the action, we're going to send it down to Andrew with Victoria Duprat for the post-heat interview, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge.
Here with the last heat winner, Victoria. Bit of an exchange. You went from second to first, back to first. How was it?
I couldn't really hear much out there, but I knew that I had one decent wave, and so I was just hoping that I would go back to first. And yeah, I didn't know that they didn't score the last wave, and I thought I got second, so I'm stoked to take the win.
And I heard your mom shapes your boards. You mind telling us more about this?
Yeah, my mom shapes my boards. This is her newest one that I've been riding, and I really love it. And she shapes awesome boards, so I'm stoked.
And how do you like Barbados so far?
I love Barbados. It's amazing. Like, I've never been here before, and it's honestly like one of the best places in the whole world. The water's super warm, and the food's amazing. So yeah, I love it.
Anyone you want to say hi to back at home, maybe?
Yeah, I'll say hi to my grandma and grandpa in France and all my cousins. So salut les cousins, les cousines, et grandma. And yeah.
Well, you're ripping, Victoria, so good luck in the next one and keep pushing. Bye to you guys at the booth.
Thank you so much.
All right, we're back to live action. While we were back, there were no waves ridden of consequences. This one here is one surfer in red, David Wagester. Wow, can't hang on to that turn, but unfortunately she goes down. And blue, she's going to look at this one. Nice little north peak on the way to the reef. Throws it up in the lip. She's going to stick with it, take the low road. It's going to give her more opportunity on the inside. Setting up this inside, she's going to have to hurry, and she's a little bit too far behind. From San Clemente, California, currently ranked 36th on the North American Tour. 17 years old. This is a little bit of a north pulse I'm seeing. I'm not getting fooled. I'm looking at that wave folding over on itself. I'm wishing, hoping, and praying this continues to push because the tide is coming in. And if we're going to get a push, we're going to get it with the higher tide. It only takes the wind to lie down a little bit, and the swell is able to reach down here. As we look at this replay, decent little top turn. Set up that nice, but then she's kind of eyeing up this inside section, but not quite sure what happened. I think she just kind of got hung up in that white water a little too much. Earning her at 3.5. So blue, that 3.5 sends you to first. White, you drop to second. Red, you are third. You require a 0.88 red. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 1.0. And white up and right in. Sophia Gamboa from Deerfield Beach, Florida. We're going to cut back to green. This is live action. Will be her second maneuver. She did have an outside maneuver, so she's going to stick with it. This is Molly Tushin. Working it all the way to the inside. She's currently ranked 44th. Okay, we'll get some replays of those two waves and break them down.
Now, waiting for the replay to queue up here. This is the last of green. I think green got the best of that exchange. She took off quite deep. Was able to get a first top turn. The wave actually flattened out a little bit, but she got another sweep on the north corner, a snap on the inside. She rode the wave all the way through. I'm thinking green will probably get the better of that exchange.
Ah, but hold the phone. This is live action, Red. We'll queue up that replay. She absolutely went to town on that wave. As we watch blue up and riding, little inside runner. She's accustomed to right-hand point breaks. So we got waves coming for all four surfers.
This heat's had a lot of waves ridden so far.
Here we go. This is the wave of red. Throws it up first turn. Nice wrapping cut back. She's just eyeing up this inside section at this point. Looking for more opportunity. She gets it there. She can't hang on. So she goes down. Well, we'll see what the judges think of that.
Last of red was a two-turn combo. Definitely a good outside combination there. The judges will probably be liking that. We are awaiting scores, I think, on nearly every surfer. Situation is 13 minutes remaining. Next heat should be checking in.
Well, coming up in the next heat, we have Vela Mativ, Ella Barimo, Charlie Eastwood, and Tia Rista. As we look at this replay of White, that was definitely the best wave of the exchange, I would think.
Yeah, White actually got her board on rail quite nicely.
All right, here we go. Last of red, 583. Last of white, 5.0. Last of green, 433. Just waiting on this last of blue, 277. So full rundown. White, you are in first with a 5 and a 2. Red, you are second with a 5.8 and a 1.1. Blue, you are third with a 3.5 and a 2.7. You require a 3.4. And green, you are fourth with a 4.3, a 1.0. And you require a 2.6. 11 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Priority is with white, then green, then red, then blue. All right, here we go, white. And she goes up and down. Here we go, red up and right in. Oh, nice wrapping cut back. Oh, she's going to get hung up. And the wave's going to run away with her. But that was unfortunate. That was a nice maneuver. She could have backed that up with another major maneuver. She's not requiring a big score to go back to first. So we'll see what happens.
Looking back at the last of red, lovely top turn and holding the rail, but she got just a little bit gobbled up by the white water and got stuck behind. Wasn't able to get a second maneuver.
Blue, you are in third position. You require a 3.47. White out onto the open face. Not offering too much. She's currently in second position. So last of red earns you a 3.33. You go back to first. White drops to second. White is may better your score, so I will hold off. Right, last of white, 2.33. So that ups the requirement for blue to a 3.8. So blue, you are in third, requiring a 3.8, and green, you are in fourth, requiring a 3.0. 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
All right, situation is 5 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. So surfers in the next heat should be getting ready to paddle out. You have 37 seconds.
All right, ladies, in the next heat, 5 minutes remaining. You are free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. You guys, you ladies can paddle up, and I will tell you where to stop, please. We have a marker up here. Rather than using a buoy in the water, there's too much current. We're using a marker on the judges' tent, and it has been working fantastic throughout the event so far. So let's keep it going. I really do appreciate you all working with us to make sure that we give every surfer the opportunity to get the priority. When there's too many surfers in the water, all we're seeing are 8 people, and we can't tell which jersey or which heat. As we watch green up and right in. She's currently in 4th position, and unfortunately can't hang on to that. Blue up and right in. She's gonna come around this first section. That lip just stood up there begging her to hit it. Oh, nice little down carve in the pocket. The surfer from San Clemente, California. 17 years old. Wow, there's a lot of surfers. This is 3 heats in a row, Simon. 3 heats in a row that surfers have been within 5 days of my birthday. 4 surfers in May.
Breaking
Break this
down
one
the
down
last,
for us, Simon.
last of blue, she gets her first carving outside maneuvered. The north beat stands up, but it doesn't break, and she's able to get another little snap there. So this will probably be Blue's best wave of the heat. She tries to take the low road here to make a connection. Doesn't really work out for her, but that was 2 outside maneuvers.
Yeah, good server, just a little bit mistimed. So last of Blue, 3.57 Blue, 3.57. You are currently still in third. You require a 3.77. And Green, you are in fourth, requiring a 3.0. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. We are in heat number 7 in this round of 48. 2 more heats to go. 1 more heat to go, and then we will shift gears and go into the men's round of 64. We're going to be seeing some fireworks in this heat, in this round. We got the likes of Kaloe Andino, Josh Burke, Carlos Munoz, Taro Watanabe, Lucas Ostin, Jet Schilling. He is the current leader in the points rankings. Another former World Tour surfer, Luca Messinas, 2-time champion of this event, as Green up and riding. Currently in 4th position, requiring a score, not too much of one though. Making short work of this wave. And she can't complete that last maneuver. Ladies, you can paddle up a little bit. You can come up a little bit in the next heat. I'll tell you when to stop. Thank you. Here we go. Blue up and right in with 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining. One minute, 20 seconds remaining. So waiting for scores for white, blue, and Green.
Okay, breaking down that exchange. Last of white. She gets a pretty sizable wave on a good first turn. Sets a big hit here, but she's a little late, and it takes her out. Judges still have to give her the points for the first maneuver.
All right, so last of Green, 4.4. So that momentarily puts you in second. However, the surfer in white has a wave coming, and so does blue. So last of white is a 3.3, not enough to send you back to second. So white, you remain in third. You now need a 3.73. And blue, your last was a 0 for that, not going to factor in. You require a 5.1. We watch surfer in red, your current heat leader. Nice top turn, down carve. Looking for some more opportunity on the inside. She's currently sitting on a 5.83 and a 3.3 with 5 seconds remaining. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 7. Ladies, in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. Last of red for reference was a 4.1. So that does go in her score line. So rounding out the heat is surfer in red taking the win, followed by the surfer in green coming in second. Those two surfers will advance into the next round coming up a little later on in the week. We're going to take this opportunity to send it down to commercial break. We will be right back with heat number 8 in this round of 48. So we are live, back to live action coming up in this round. In red, Vela Mativ. In blue, Ella Barimo. In white, Carly Eastwood. And in green, Tia Rista. Heat just started. No waves were ridden while we were on that short break. So surfer in red, Velamativ, currently ranked 20th. Best two results were Virginia Beach and the Outer Banks, where she placed 7th. A couple of 13s at Iranjan and Jax Pro, and a couple of 17s. So pretty consistent. Here we go, up and riding. This is green. Not up yet. No, she's up. Trying to negotiate that bumpy section. Not quite sure what happened there. So call to check in. Heat number 1 in the round of 64. Ryan Huckabee, Cole McCaffrey, Andrea Schneider, and Lucas McMahon. That will be the round of 64 in the men's. You have 16 heats on store for you today. We're going to be seeing some fireworks taking place. Tide's going to start pushing in. And all right, coming up on the 20-minute mark, only one wave ridden so far. And I wouldn't even say it was ridden. More like taken in the prone position. All right, red giving this one a look. Up and right in Velamativ. So she gets on the board, and blue. This is going to hand priority to the surfer on the outside in white. And look what just popped up in front of me. Here you go. She's going to turn and burn, use her priority, and she lets it go. That wave is mind surfed by everybody in the tent. Pulling it on this second one. She's a little behind the peak. She goes down. So first of red, 3.3 red. Last of blue, 2.0.
Queuing a replay of red. Gets one sweeping open face turn. She just does a little redirected white water, North Peak section. Doesn't really stand up, but she's able to get one more wrapping carve. And the last of blue was just pretty much an up and down.
Yeah, the red surfer in red showed some nice rail work.
I think the girls are trying to figure out their position out there. We've seen a flurry of waves that caught them out of position.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. They were just a little too far up inside. There were about 4 waves that came through with really, really good scoring potential. Tide starts to push in now. We have a high tide coming up about 1:30 this afternoon. Hopefully the wind will do the same it did yesterday and kind of swing a little more to the right as we watch green. There's a little down carve on this one. We're going to take this to the end. She's just working it to the inside, looking for as much scoring opportunity as she can find. Tia Rasta from Hawaii. So while we wait for that score to drop, we're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Ava Wagetster, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with Ava, winner of the last heat, securing the win with a 4.17 at the end. How are you feeling?
Pretty good. I was kind of nervous, but I'm happy to make it through.
And in terms of other waves around the world, how does this wave surf compare to them, Ava?
Well, I live in California, so the waves are a lot different in California than they are here. It's really windy all the time, but there's still like some fun surf. Like I surfed like down there yesterday, and it was pretty dumpy. And I live in Huntington Beach, so it's pretty soft. So it's pretty different, yeah.
And how do you deal with pressure in a heat?
Usually I just like try and like stay calm and like turn off my mind. Sometimes I like sing to myself, but yeah.
That's a cool way of doing it. Do anyone you want to say hi to back at home?
I'd like to say hi to my friends and family and Brad and my neighbors from Hula Circle. And yeah.
Cool. Well, keep ripping and good luck in the next round, Ava, all right? Back to you guys at the booth.
All right, back to live action. While we were on that short commercial break, interview break, surfer in green drops a 3.33 and goes to first. Red, you dropped to second. Blue, you were in third, requiring a 1.3. And white, you are in fourth, requiring a 2.9. 16 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. So we got 2 girls from Florida. Carly Eastwood from New Smyrna Beach and Ellie Barimo from Jupiter. So surfer with white, holding priority. She's going to pull the trigger. Up and riding. Some decent scoring potential in front of her. She goes out the back. That wave's going to roll off onto the inside. Would have given her some more scoring potential, but she decided no outside maneuver. I'm kicking out.
All right, queuing up the replay last of white. gets her first outside snap, redirects the right water. She gets one more snap on the outside. Wave is a bit fat. She likes to get out. Smart move to get out the back and hopefully get something with a bit more wall.
All right, last of white coming in at a 3.9. So white, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Green, you are in third. You just require a 1.0. And blue, you are in fourth. You require a 2.3. Green, under priority, picks off this little nugget on the inside, throws it up on the north section, and can't hang on. So she's just looking for a very small score. As red rolls into this one. Again, lovely rail work. Two-turn combination. She's not done yet. Plenty more opportunity. She's looking at the closeout. Pushes out the fins, and not sure if she would have hung on to that. That would be up to the judges to decide. Blue, just a quick up and down. So red is definitely going to drop the best of the heat. Showing a lot of class. "17 years old." We break this one down, Simon.
Yeah, the last of red was a good wave. She caught it deep. She was get one big first snap, throwing some water. Wave sets up again. She goes back up. She gets a little hit. North Beat presents, and she holds the rail. She gets another inside connection. She hits it, and she finishes strong, but she blows the fins out and drifts out the back of the wave.
Back to live action. Blue on an inside wave. That's her first maneuver. She's going to stick with this one. Looking for some more opportunity, which the wave doesn't give her. So red's definitely going to drop the best of the heat. So last of red, 6.67 red, 6.67 for red. Red, you go to first. Green, you drop to second. White, you are in third, requiring a 1.3. And blue, you are in fourth, requiring a 3.2. All right, we've got about 10 minutes remaining. Then we're going to shift gears and right into the round of 64, heat number 1 of men's QS 5000. Coming up in that heat, we're going to see Ryan Huckabee, Cole McCaffrey, Andreas Schneider, and Lucas McMahon, sorry. So just looking at the stats for this women so far, highest single wave total, Rachel Aguirre with a 7.5. She also has the highest two wave total, 12.77. A lot of sixes and sevens. Kiana Miller with a 7.0. So far, we have already served 8 heats and scored 151 waves. There were 9 waves over 6 points. And the heat with the most waves were 25 waves in a single heat. That was an average of 4.25 for each surfer. There we go, inside blue. Nice. Oh, if she could have only hung on to that turn. That was a critical turn and a critical section on the wave. And on the outside, Vela Matif, your current heat leader, showing lots of flair on that rail work. Picking some better waves now. And Green on the outside. First turn, nice outside maneuver. Eyeing up this north section, throws it up, pushes out the fins, and she can't hang on. So it's so important to hang on to that north section.
Queuing up the last replay of Last of Green. She picks up a lovely wave here. She's able to get a love opening carving maneuver. Sets up the north peak. But doesn't quite right out of that. Seeing red will definitely get the best of that exchange. Don't know if we're going to see a replay of Last of Red. We're waiting for scores to drop in. Our updated situation, guys, is 7 minutes and 11 seconds remaining. The next heat in the water should have checked in by now.
As we watch this Last of Red, this replay, just a little down carve setting up this inside. She's looking at it. She's currently sitting on a 6.6 and a 3.3, and without an outside maneuver, she opted to just kick out of that. Probably a wise choice. It's going to come in somewhere around that 3. Okay, Last of Green, 3.03. Last of Red, 3.5. So, Blue, your requirement is now a 3.59. You are currently in 3rd position. And White, you are currently in 4th position. You require a 2.46. All right, 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. And almost on cue, the surfers in the next heat appear out of nowhere. We are going to see some action go down at the bowl. Major implications on store for this heat. Now you look at Ryan Huckabee, he's been coming here since he was about 10. 5 minutes remaining, surfers, you can paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. And White up and right and going right. Sorry, left. Coming up in this next heat, this could be a final. Ryan Huckabee, Cole McCaffrey, Andrea Schneider, and Lucas McMahon. So Green, looking at this little east section ahead of her here, bangs it, and on the outside, Vela is going to use her priority, pushes out the fins a little too hard, and she goes down. Three minutes, 50 seconds remaining. This is the final heat in the round of 48 for the women's QS 5000. So Blue's going to use priority. A little bit too far behind that peak. Ellie Barimo from Jupiter, Florida. Best result last year was 13th at the WRV. As we watch White, she is looking for a score. Can she manufacture something with 2 minutes and 25 seconds remaining? So White is currently in third position. She just requires a small score of a 2.46. And Blue is in fourth position. She requires a 3.59 with 2 minutes and 5 seconds remaining. You know, this is where experience pays off, Simon. You know, you only need a 2.46. Yes, you've already dropped the 3.9 as one of your scores. Just go out there and relax, wait for a wave to come. Pick the right one. All right, next heat, you guys are perfect right there. Thank you very much. There we go, Red. She's picking off the good waves in this heat. And that's why she's winning. Also, because of turns like that. Vela Matif throws it up in the lip. Currently sitting on a 6.6 and a 3.3, 3.5. She's looking to up the requirement with 1 minute, 10 seconds remaining. So first priority is going to go with the surfer in green. Blue under priority, scratching to get into that one. So White in a good position. She's up and riding. Throws it up vertical. Oh, and she can't hang on. I think she needed to make that. She only requires a 2.46. All right, next heat, hold your positions. Here we go, in 3, 2, 1. And she just can't get into that, so that ends the heat. And the heat is going to end as it is with surfer in red advancing. She does have another score, but she is in first position. And she can't get any higher than that. So red taking the win, followed by green in second. So those two ladies will be advancing a little later on in the week. Servers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We're going to cut to a commercial break, and we will be right back with action in the men's round of 64. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Three, 2, 1. So we are live, back to live action. The heat has just started. Coming in with this heat in red, Ryan Huckabee. In blue, Cole McCaffrey. In white, Andrea Schneider. And in green, Lucas McMahon. I want to just send a big shout out. I know you're watching. Phil Huckabee, Ryan's dad. Welcome to the broadcast. Here we go. White way up inside. Andrea Schneider. Banging it off the lip, out onto the open face. Nice big wrapping cutback. From Costa Rica, he's going to stall the tail. Let this one line up for him. He's going to get more scoring potential on the inside. He's waiting for this finishing maneuver. Getting some speed, going over that rib and throwing the fins. Andrea Schneider from Costa Rica. He started exactly like I told him he should. Make your first wave count, drop a big score.
If anybody's paying attention to this heat, from the time it was, the last heat was counting down, guys were paddle battling.
And blue up and right, and Cole McCaffrey. McCaffrey going vertical on that north section. Going to get more opportunity. Another vertical snap. Another quality maneuver. All the way to the inside. He likes that. As we're going to cut to green. Lucas McMahon going to town on his backhand. And on the outside, Ryan Huckabee on a gem of a wave. Big down carve on the first section. Going for broke. And he kicked out.
Could have kept going.
I think he kicked out just to get back out with priority, but that was a massive maneuver. Ryan coming from Flagler Beach, Florida, 21 years old. I've known this boy since he was about 7. Spent 2 weeks in Costa Rica with him and his dad.
Working on the replay here. Last of green. Surface starts off pretty deep in the point. Gets a snap. Little roundhouse cut back. He's waiting for the inside section. He's picking the low road. And it stands up again for him. He's just able to get some setup work done. And then he gets a nice little snap there. And he finishes with a nice finishing hit. Throwing some water. Wasn't the best quality wave last of red. Ryan Huckabee, huge outside maneuver. Ryan could have elected to get around that white water, but he decided to get out. That was like a layback hack.
Well, let me tell you, if that's any indication of what we're in store for, this is going to be fireworks from the start. So priority goes with the surfer in red on the outside, followed by white. So we're looking at all these scores. Judges are going to make sure they compare each score with each score, each wave with each wave.
We have 4 scores awaiting right now. Judges are breaking this thing down. Many replays are being looked over here.
You know, I love being a judge, but I hate being a judge like that. With 4 waves being ridden, back to back. At least we have the replays that we can analyze every single maneuver, every single wave. Make sure that they're all compared equally.
I'll be having to write down little notes. I think this for that one, this for that. Break it down, last of white. This is the first wave of the heat. This was a high rock wave. First hit, huge outside first carving maneuver, belting water. Does a lovely little roundhouse. He sets up for the inside, does another roundhouse. He's just doing some filling work, waiting for it, The wave connects all the way down. Now he's found the low road. He's on the inside section. He gets a lovely finishing smash there, belting some water. That was White surfer from Costa Rica. He had a lovely first wave there. From high rock all the way to the inside.
Okay, so scores starting to trickle in. We're waiting on scores. Not a single score has dropped yet, Ryan. So just hang on. All 4 surfers had waves. Okay, first of green, 3.8. First of green, 3.8. Okay. First of white, 5.0. First of white, 5.0. First of blue, 4.5. First of red, 5.8. So red first, white second, blue is third. Blue up and right in, and he goes down. So red first with a 5.83. White second with a 5.0. Check that. Blue is second with a 4.5 and a 1.0. White, you're third with a 5.0. And green, you are fourth with a 3.83.
Ocean is looking lively. Waves from high rock, middles to soup bowl. East. This is an east swell, guys, but it's very contestable and the faces are quite smooth and groomed. Today looks a little more organized than the last 2 days. And if I think around the middle of the day, we'll be probably looking at the perfect window of the day, the higher tide.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity to cut to the glass with Andrew, with the winner of the last heat, Velamative, with a post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
Here with my last heat winner, Vela. How confident were you feeling out there?
Yeah, I felt confident. It was kind of hard to find the right waves, but it was super fun when you got one.
And Vela, in terms of other places around the world, how does this wave compare?
Yeah, I love it. It's like warm water, super bowly wave. Like, yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite places to come to.
And run us through your pre-heat routine. What do you do to pump yourself up?
I don't know. I kind of just like watch the waves for like the heat, a couple heats before mine, and just like lock in, you know?
That's a good way to do it. You want to say hi to anyone at home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom and my grandma. I love you guys.
Well, Vela, you're ripping, and keep on going, all right? Good luck in the next round. About you guys at the booth.
All right, back to live action. We want surfer in red. Ryan Huckabee working his way all the way down to the inside from Flagler Beach, Florida. Anybody know? And white on the outside, up and riding. Nice big grab rail down carve, flicking it out the top. Working all the way to the inside, finishing strong, showing class, continuing, and he kicks out the back. So, surfer in red, Ryan Huckabee currently 11th. on the points rankings, trying to just get into that one more spot, advance up further, one more spot to qualify for the challengers. All right, check that. He needs to move up 3 as we break down his last of red. This little insider now. Let's iron up that last section. 417 for red. So waiting on the last of white and also green. So we pick up on this replay of white.
Wow. That was the last finishing maneuver to leave an impression.
Last of white, 367. So white, you go back to second. So red first, white second, blue is third. Blue, you require a 418, and green, your last wave coming in at a 1.5, you require a 4.8.
This heat started long before this heat started. Between white and red, they've been battling from the rip. And the guys are still posturing, trying to get the best position out there.
Well, there's a lot riding on this event. There is Challenger Series qualification in the works. I was misunderstood. I thought it was top 10, but it is top 7 off the rankings for the men and 1 wild card.
Last of green was just really up and down.
All right, checking in the next seat, Sam Reedy, Carlos Munoz, Ray Hernandez, and Kepa Mendia. You guys are called to check in. And blue pulling the trigger with priority. Coming around that first section, big turn. He sat there and waited at the bottom for that wave to lift up for him. Cole McCaffrey. Nice little down carve. But that was a big move on the outside. And on the outside, green. Uh-oh. We're going to review that. I'll let you know what the judges decide.
Right, the judge is busy thinking. Waiting to see if we can get the replay for the last.
So it was deemed a block. Priority goes to red, white, then green. So priority red, white, then green. White, your last wave was a 3.67. Last of blue, 7.5. Blue, you go to first. Red drops to second. White, you are in third, requiring a 5.0. And green, you are in fourth, requiring a 6.1. 11 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Last of blue, we're queuing up the replay. I'm no goofy footer, but that was a fantastic outside maneuver. And he does great fill-in work. Gets it on the lip snaps, done. Even a little foam climb, and he finishes it with a hard bang.
Back to live action. Surfer in green, just a quick up and down. Yeah, watch that replay of blue, and you could see how he just drew out that bottom turn and just waited.
That's Cole McAfee from the USA. That was a fantastically ridden wave.
Here we go, Ryan Huckabee up and right in red. Nice wrapping down carve. Currently in second position, flicks the tail. Another wrapping cutback. He's going to set up this inside. Throws it up vertical as white and blue behind him. As white working his way onto the inside. White still going. And blue. We'll get that replay queued up for blue. And on the outside, this is green up and right in. So all the surfers getting in the mix. And he goes down.
It's a flurry of waves to be ridden. Scores for almost everyone.
So if we could queue up that for blue, the last of blue. Waiting for scores for everyone. The last of blue was the only wave that we didn't get to watch live, so if we can queue up that, bring that for the folks at home.
Okay, watching last of blue. Gets a lovely, huge first hit. He's a little late to the North Peak, but he's still able to give it a bash and hang on. Has to do some fill-in work. So this is definitely a decent backup score. He'll probably be looking to improve upon this. He rides it all the way through. Does a lot of fill-in work and then gets a final end hit.
All right, last of red, 683. Last of white, 3.43. So waiting for a score for blue and for green. Last of blue, 527. So blue is in first, red is in second. White, you're in third. White, you require a 7.6. And green, you're last coming in at 8293. You're in fourth, you require an 883. 7 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Priority is on the outside with the surfer in red, followed by green, blue, and white.
This is probably the highest scoring heat of the day so far.
The event so far.
Really?
Well, I'm now looking at the stats, and the highest single wave from Sebastian Williams with a 9.5. Rafael Pereira, 817. Titus Santucci, another 817. Quite a bit of eights, 6 eights scored single waves in the event. Highest two-wave heat totals, Sebastian Williams, 15.27. This is what you're going to need to get to the finals. So up and right in red, Ryan Huckabee with a deep bottom turn. Kind of missed that second section and opts to kick out. He is currently sitting on a 6.8 and a 5.8. That 5.8 was a single maneuver, big layback slash. 5 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, here we go. 5 minutes, servers, 5 minutes. So you servers are free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. Coming up in that next heat, Sam Reedy, Carlos Munoz, Ray Hernandez, and Kepa Mendia. Another action-packed heat coming up. Another big shout out to my good buddy Christopher Sullivan. He's tuned in and watching. Welcome to the broadcast. Four minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
It's a real treat to watch this surfing going down, the quality of surfing, the caliber of surfers that we're watching in these heats, really making Soup Bowl up playful.
Definitely some high performance surfing going on. You watch this set roll through with no takers. Surfer in white needing a 7.66. Surfer in green needing an 8.83. That's a very particular type of wave they're looking for. They're not going to waste it. They're not going to go on anything that's not going to give them that score. Well-seasoned veterans in the water. And red up and right, and Ryan Huckabee. Nice layback down carve. Can't hang on. Just having some fun out there. Blue, you are in first position. You're sitting on a 7.5 and a 5.27. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Red. 1 minute 26, and red is going to take off on this little victory lap, having some fun, keeping the energy up. That was Ryan Huckabee from Flagler Beach, Florida. 21 years old.
Really enjoy watching Ryan surf Soup Bowl. He throws a lot of water, and he's able to throw his weight around out here. He's very comfortable.
He's a big kid, but he doesn't surf like he's a big kid. And he rips small wave just as good as he does big waves. With 42 seconds remaining, servers in the next heat. Just hold your positions there, Red. Thank you.
Going down. Counting down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That ends the last heat.
Okay, servers in the next heat, please. Stand by, we're on a short hold. So this heat is going to end with server in blue taking the victory. Cole McCaffrey advancing into the round of 32, along with the server in red, Ryan Huckabee. So we'll see those two servers coming up a little later on in the week. We're going to take this opportunity to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with the start of heat number 2 in this round of 64. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. In 3, 2, 1. So the heat is on. That is the old heat coming in. Coming up in this heat, surfer in red will be Sam Reedy. In blue, Carlos Munoz, both surfers from Costa Rica. Joining him in this heat will be Ray Hernandez from Mexico and Kepa Mendia from Melbourne Beach, Florida. So this is two Costa Ricans, a Mexican. West Palm Beach, Florida, as I've been corrected. Here we go. Green up and right, and Kepa Mendia, he was the only person to get a little head wash yesterday. Red up and righting, Sam Reedy. Big vertical turn up in the pocket, out onto the open face. You couldn't get closer to the curl on that one. He's going to look for some more scoring opportunity on the inside as he works his way over that rib, looking for that closeout section. All right, so surfers are on the board. Conventional priority has been established. Sam currently sitting in the 10th position. And Carlos Munoz, former World Tour surfer, suffered a very unfortunate incident. I believe he surfed pipeline when he made the World Tour and got injured, and then went to, I think, first of red, 4.0. First of white, 1.0. First of green, a 0.5. So that puts priority on the outside with the surfer in blue, Carlos Munoz. Here we go, blue pulling the trigger. Carlos Munoz on a lovely looking spicy board. Wow. All right. Bigger wave, bigger maneuvers, bigger scores. He absolutely smashed that wave. So we're going to pick down that replay. We can just queue up the replay for the last of blue. That would be great. So here you go, pulling hard to get into this one. Eyes up this first section and throws it up vertical and goes straight into a foam climb to get enough speed. Drive hard off the bottom with a down carve in the pocket, fully committed. That there is one for the replays. That's one for the highlight reel. 8.17, blue, 8.17. So blue goes to first, red drops to second with a single wave of a 4.0. White and green still have a score, but just minimal scores. They will definitely replace them. All right, we're going to take a quick break in the action. Send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Cole McCaffrey, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
So Cole, yesterday I interviewed your sister for a heat win, and now I'm interviewing you for a heat win. Seems you guys have this wave pretty dialed down.
Yeah, she's surfing really good. I don't know, I'm just trying to feel the flow out there. Yeah, I was having fun. Waves are fun.
And in terms of positioning today, like, were you positioning yourself with a certain place on the beach? It's kind of tough out there.
Yeah, it was really hard. At the beginning of the heat, like 2 guys went super deep, and they kind of got good waves, and I kind of wished I did that, but I was kind of trying to line up like just deeper than the judges' tower. It kind of seems like the best waves come wide.
And competing on this level, like, how do you deal with pressure?
I don't know. I was pretty nervous for that heat. Just try to like surf before my heat to kind of like feel connected to my board.
Is anyone who you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to my parents and maybe my grandparents if they're watching, and yeah, anyone that supports me.
Your sister. All right, well, good luck in the next round, man. All right, keep ripping. Have a good one, man. Pass you guys to the booth.
Okay, back to live action. So while we were on that interview break, in the split screen there, you could see the surfer in blue had another wave. So he's backing up that 817 as we watch green banging it vertical off that north section. Not able to hang on. And the wave did close out. So there wasn't much more scoring potential on that wave. Waiting for this score for blue to drop and also green. Sorry, white, not green, and green. We watch this replay of white. Just trying to stay with it. He is currently just sitting on a 2.5 and a 1.0, so looking to put a score on the board. All right, last of blue, 367. So blue is in the lead, followed by red. Last of white was a 250. So blue first, red second, white is third, requiring a 1.5, and green is fourth, requiring a 3.0. Munoz currently ranked in the 19th position. And red with priority out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cutback, down carve. Throws it up on the north section, comes down with the lip, and he can't hang on. And green on the outside on a foamy, frothy wave. Kepa Mendia not really finding his rhythm with 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. All right, coming up in this next heat, we have Kaloe Andino, Gabe Swarkowski, Gabriel Vargas, and Blaise Rocher. So you servers in the next heat should be checked in, ready to go. You got 15 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Surfer from Costa Rica, Carlos Munoz, comfortably in the lead, sitting on an 8.17. He has that backed up with only a 3.6. So he's looking to increase on his score line, move himself into that round of 32 as white up and riding. Ray Hernandez. Nice floater, but just a little too far behind the peak.
This heat has been a flurry of action. Surfers are really starting to perform here today. Got some really experienced guys out here playing with soup ball, making it look really good.
Green, you are in fourth position. You require a 5.87. 13 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Blue with priority. Munoz, he's the current heat leader. Negotiating that closeout section rather impressively. So last of blue, 3.10. That does not factor in your score line. Okay. Priority change. White goes to fourth. Blue goes to third. Green up and right in. A little wraparound cut back. Looking for some opportunity. Nice little bang off the top as he cuts it back one more time. Waiting for this wave to line up. Stand up on the inside. That was a lovely serve wave. That will definitely go in his score line. He's just sitting on 2 small scores, trying to cut down that requirement. Surfer in red was also up on that wave as we're going to watch this replay of red.
Lovely first roundhouse cut back. Wave was a little bit slopey. He gets another snap there. North Peak presents it, doesn't break. He gets a layback carve into a roundhouse.
Here we go, white up and right and going left. Ray Hernandez from Mexico was in second priority. He's going to shift priority back into surfer in blue on the outside. Carlos Munoz as we wait for that score.
Queuing up to replay the last of white. Going left, gets a first snap and a lovely hit. 2-turn combo. We'll have to see how the judges actually consider going left today.
Okay, so last of green, 3.9. Green, you now require, well, I'm going to hold off on that because it's still waiting for red. So as soon as I get red score, I'll give you what your requirement is. Your last score was a 3.9 for green. I got 1 score coming for white, 1 score coming for red. All right, last of white, 3.6. Last of red, 4.5. So red is second. White, you are third, requiring a 4.9. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 4.5. 7 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. White up and right and big hack on the outside and green on the outside as his first turn. Nice wrapping cut back. Oh, he can't hang on, unfortunate. So both of those servers knew that they only needed a low score, both taking advantage of the third and fourth priority that they were in and pulling the trigger. So the judges are going to score white and green. We look at this replay of white. Comes around the first section, eyes up this north peak. Just that one closeout maneuver, smaller wave. Well served. Closeout turn. but it was only that one maneuver, earning him a 3.23. So white, your last wave was a 3.23, not enough. You still require that 4.9. And green, your last wave comes in at a 2.3, not enough. You still require a 4.5. 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. So blue up and right, and he's current heat leader. Carlos Munoz attacking that first section. Carlos dropping the single highest score of this heat as we roll into the 5-minute mark. 5 minutes, surfers. So surfer in blue dropping an 8.17 on his opener. Couple of 8s and an 8.5, so definitely a well-served wave. Will definitely make the highlight reel for sure.
Actually looking out there right now, Lou, we're actually seeing a little bit almost of a rip there starting. We're looking, White is asking for a situation update.
White, your last wave was a 3.23. It was not enough to move you up. You require a 4.9. White going left again. Big blowtail, spins the reverse. Little foam climb. All right, last of White, 3.8. You now require a 4.7, White. So green under priority, up and right in. Kepa Mendia floats the first section. He's going to get more opportunity coming up. Eyes this north section, pushes out the fins. Can he hang on? Yes, he can. So we'll see where that's going to send him because he doesn't need much on the requirement side with 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And White's going to pick off this inside as Red, using his priority on the outside. Wraparound cut back, and he goes out the back with 1 minute, 35 seconds. And we're going to follow White on this finish. Ray Hernandez throwing it up. And blue up and right in. Carlos Munoz, wow. This boy is glued to this board. Carlos probably one of the older surfers in this at 32 years old. 55 seconds remaining. Scores dropping in for white and for green, also blue, but blue is in the lead. Last of green, 4:03. Still requires a 4.4. So green, next heat, stay there, guys. Thank you. So red on the outside. Sam Reedy trying to increase that requirement. Coming off the bottom, nice snap off the lip. Stick with this one. Hoping to get some more opportunity to increase his low score and raise that requirement. Counting it in 3, 2, 1. And that ends the heat. So servers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. As the surfers in white and green did not have any waves at the end of that heat, we're only waiting for 2 scores. For the server in red and blue, they will finish in first or second, regardless of how those scores turn out. So we're going to take a quick break. And we will be right back after these messages. Please stay tuned. Four, 3, 2, 1. So we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat, we have in the red jersey, former World Tour surfer making his bid to get back on the Challenger Series, Kaloe Andino. In blue, Jabe Swerkowski. In white, Gabriel Vargas. And in green, Blaise Rocher. Drawing first blood is the surfer in green, Blaise Rocher. Currently ranked 119th. So he is the low. There we go, red, up and right in, and he goes out the back. All right, we're going to take this break in the action to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Carlos Munoz, for the post-heat interview, powered by Eco Lodge and St. Luke's Clothing. Take it away, Andrew.
Carlos, a well-served heat, that 817. Let's talk about it.
Yes, so stoked that I got that first wave. It's the first wave I surfed in the entire day. I was trying to save my energy for be very focused on my hit. And yeah, that wave came, and I just tried to go for it. And I was watching the heat draw, and I listened what the commenter says. The only 7 people qualify for the region, so I mean it's no hold back. You just gotta give everything, and I'm stoked. I didn't fall, and then I make it through.
And you've competed on the world tour as well. So how does this wave compare to those kind of waves you've been surfing?
Well, this wave is very, for my perspective, it has a mix of different waves. Sometimes you feel like you're in Hawaii, some other times you feel you're in the Caribbean. So yeah, it's very hard wave to understand. But yeah, I have 1 week here, so I've been trying to study, and I think it had paid off already. I've been surfing the other side too of the wave, the other wave. I don't know how they call it, but it's
parlor.
Yeah, it's super strange. So yeah, it's a good place for come visit. The people is amazing, the food is good. I like how everything is local. And we've been eating a lot of breadfruit from the trees, and yeah, so I feel like I feel like local already.
That's awesome. We're stoked to have you here. What's your strategy? What was it going into this heat?
No, just go for it. I know there is only 4 people. Every session is been like 1,000 persons in the water. So, yeah, I just was calm down and try to surf every wave the best I can. And, I'm just happy that I make it.
Any family or friends you want to shout out now?
I want to shout out to my wife, my family, my kids, Levi, Leah, Calais. 2 days ago was the birthday of my young boy, and I love you, te amo, y thank you everybody for supporting from Costa Rica y pura vida.
Carlos, you're ripping. Good luck in the next one. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Have a good one, man.
Gracias.
Back to you guys at the booth.
As we're back to live action, you see green here on your screen. While we were at that interview, server in red, Chloe Andino drops to 617. Server in blue, Jabe Swarkowski drops a 417. So currently server in red is in the lead. We go white up and right, and Gabriel Vargas from Peru, big top turn, pushing out the fins. Working his way all the way to the inside. Priority goes to blue, then red. So all 4 servers with at least 1 wave on the board. Just waiting on this last one for white to drop in. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Josh Burke from Barbados, Manuel Selman, Max Beach, and Luke Weiler. So last of white, 5.5. So red, you are first. White, you're second. Blue, you're third with a 417. You require a 134. And green, you're fourth with a 217 and a 1.7. You need a 3.3. 18 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
All right, live action. A little bit of a wild ride there, but he tried to hang on. We don't know if that'll be deemed complete. That's Gabriel Vargas from Peru. Not sure if that will probably factor in the end of this heat.
So last of white, 137. That momentarily puts you in first position. All right, green up and right in. Nice little top turn. Throwing it up on that little north section. Looking for some more opportunity on the inside. He goes out the back, so he will definitely go, that will definitely go into his score line, as he is currently sitting on just two small scores, 2.1 and a 1.7. White up and right in. He is the current heat leader, trying to replace that 1.3, and he goes out the back and on the outside. Server in red, Chloe Andino, nice wrapping cut back, pushes out the fins, wrapping around, waiting for this to line up on the inside. Throwing out the fins, gonna get some more opportunity on the inside. Banging it up vertical. Well-seasoned veteran. And on the outside, blue. On a nice-looking wave. Here we go. Wow. Gabe Swarkowski comes down with the lip. Wrapping cutback.
We're looking at one of the biggest sets of the day behind.
Yeah. And finishing strong. Okay, so we have a heat on our hands. And the outside, is there anybody there? Wow, look at that wave.
Right on cue, the middle of the day. On the higher tide, you're going to get this little incoming pulse.
White gave that a little bit of a look, but decided didn't have enough line on it. So we have a wave to drop for white, red, and blue.
These are going to be scores of consequence. Last of red, Kalohe starts off with a huge first top turn. Redirects, perfect right, roundhouse cut back. Sets up the inside. Banging a roundhouse. Big snap with a little tail release. Another tail release. And he finishes it strong with a vertical stab. That will be a well-rewarded wave, showing his CT experience. That's Kalohe Andino. Last of blue, Wachowski, huge first turn. Has to airdrop down with the section. Comes around just after the north peak, but gets a snap in. A lovely roundhouse cut back. He's waiting for this thing to reform on the inside. He's taking his time with it. He's waiting. He gets one big finishing blast, belting water to the sky. So think those are going to be two very highly rewarded waves.
Yeah, I agree with you. They were the two better serve waves of the heat so far. Server in red is currently sitting on a 617 already. And server in blue, he's sitting on just a 417 single wave. Green, your last wave coming in a 3. I'm still waiting on scores. I have 2 more scores to drop, one for red, one for blue. Last of red, 5.40. Sorry, last of red, 5.40. Now I'm waiting on blue. Last of blue, 6-2-7. So blue goes to second. White, you drop to third. White's going to use priority. Gabriel Vargas. Nice big open down carve, working out onto the north section. Handles that like a seasoned veteran that he is. And he has legs like tree trunks. Big last maneuver, so he likes that. All right, priority goes to green, red, blue. Green, red, blue for priority. No change. So green, you are currently in 4th position. You require a 7.4. So red first, blue second. We are waiting on a wave for white. All right, scores starting to drop for white, 6-2-3. White, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. You now require a 5.3. And green, you are fourth. You require an 8.5. Priority is with blue. Sorry, priority is with green, then red, then blue. 9 minutes remaining. 6 minutes, 45 seconds, red, 6:45. So coming up in the next heat, we got Joshua Burke from Barbados, Manuel Salmon, Max Beach, and Luke Weiler. That's going to be another stacked heat. So surfers in the water, surfer in white sitting on a 6.23 and a 5.5. He is the heat leader. Surfer in red sitting on a 6.17 and a 5.4. In second position, third position is with the surfer in blue sitting on a 6.27 and a 4.17. He requires a 5.3. And surfer in green sitting on a 3.0 and a 2.1. He needs an 8.57 to move into an advancing position. White scratching to get in that one, not able to with 4 minutes, 5 minutes remaining, servers, 5 minutes. No harm, no foul. He was in fourth priority. He is the current heat leader. Red, he is in under priority, up and riding, going up vertical on this north section. Big down carve, layback, slash, hack, whatever you want to call that. It was sick. That is server in red. 4 minutes remaining. All right, red, 7.83 goes to first. White, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. You require a 5.46. And green up and riding. And he goes out the back. So if we can cue up that last of red replay one more time, we can kind of break that one down. Here we go. This is Kalohi Andino coming hard off the bottom, going vertical up in the lip, and then he just eyes up this north section. Little layback hack. Just a two-turn combination. That earned him in 7.83. And he liked it. That wave offered him everything, and he took it. So well-surfed wave by the surfer in red. That's probably one for the highlight reel as well. Blue, you're in third. You require a 5.4. 2 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. You also have priority. So blue is in control of his own destiny, sitting with 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. knowing what he needs with priority over the surfer in white, who is in second priority. So there's a little bit of strategy that's going to take place here because white is going to try and get blue to go. Blue is going to try and keep white off of his wave to better his score. So if we get a two-wave set, you can almost guarantee that both of them are going to be on it. 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining. So the surfer in blue currently in 20th position on the ranking, so he really needs this result. This is the last event of the year. Qualified here a couple years ago. 59 seconds remaining. All right, servers in the next heat. Just hold your positions there, guys. Servers in the next heat. All right, 10 seconds. Counting this one in 3, 2, 1. All right, that wave was not in time, so that wave will not count. The heat will end with the surfer in red, Chloe Andino, taking the win, followed by the surfer in white from Peru, Gabriel Vargas. Those two surfers will be advancing into the next round. We're going to take this opportunity, send it to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with heat number 4 of this round in 64 in the Barbados QS 5000. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, we are back to live action coming up in this heat, round of 64. Heat number 4 in red jersey, Josh Burke. In blue, Manuel Salmon. In white, Max Beach. And in green, Luke Weiler. So Barbados' very own Joshua Burke in this heat in the red jersey, way up inside. Give that one a little look. He's going to leave it for green. Luke Weiler up and right in on a good-looking wave. Nice big first turn up in the lip. Second turn floats the section. Coming around the third section, banging it. And red is up and right on the outside as blue continues. Sorry, green continues on the inside. So, server from Barbados, Joshua Burke, taking off behind on the second wave. We see it here, Joshua Burke up and riding. Let's see what he did. Nice little down carve, eyes up this section, blows out the fins, and just can't hang on to the finishing maneuver. So he'll go out there and regroup, catch his breath. He will be in third priority when he does reach the lineup. Josh currently ranked 25th. Right here from Barbados. And the surfer in blue, Manuel Salmon, ranked 28th. And the surfer in green ranked 35th. So the highly contestable heat right here is blue up and right, and Manuel Salmon throwing it vertical in that north section. Wave not offering much more potential. So he goes out the back. So White left on the outside, Max Beach all by himself. Comes around the first section, nice little down carve up in the pocket. So when the surfer in red does reach the outside, he will be in priority. His first wave coming in at a 2.0, first of green coming in at a 4.67. First of blue, 4.0. First of white, 2.83. So early going, green first, blue second, white third, red fourth. So priority goes red, green, white. Green, white was the order of waves reached. So priority goes to red, green, white. Green, your first wave was a 4.67. You are currently in first position. Here we go, Joshua Burke giving this one a look, sitting with priority, up and right in. Coming around the first section, nice wrapping down carves, gonna set up this inside. Stepping on the tail, waiting for this wave to wall up for him. Nice wrapping cut back on the rail. Now he's gonna get busy, first turn up in the lip. He's gonna look to finish it strong, pushes out the fins. Joshua Burke from Barbados. As we watch this replay of red, priority green, white, blue. So this is lovely rail work by Josh Burke on this replay. This is where he gets busy, pushes out the fins. It's a little wobble, but regains his composure quite quickly. And then another finishing maneuver as we shift to live action on the outside, surfer in white. Max Beach. Couple of lovely turns on the outside. We saw the surfer in green up while we were away on that replay break. All right, while we wait for these scores to drop, we're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Chloe Andino, for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lodge and St. Luke's Clothing. Take it away, Andrew. All right.
Andino, how was that last wave of the heat, Chloe, that put you from second to first?
Yeah, I was stoked. I could have chased Jabe up the point, but kind of liked where I was sitting, and I was only better than a 5.5, so I was just trying to stick to my guns, and then it worked out, and I was stoked to get that wave, yeah.
Growing up here in Barbados, you used to watch your surf edits. How are you liking it here so far?
Yeah, it's my first time here. I'm like, day 5 or 6, and really enjoying it. All the people are super friendly, and the wave's super fun, even though it's kind of like choppy. It's been really fun to surf out here a bunch, and really enjoying my trip with everyone that I'm staying with too. It's been a lot of fun.
I see you surf a lot of trestles. How's that compared to here?
It's pretty much the complete opposite. A lot longer intervals. It's almost like more powerful but slopier, and this is like steeper but weaker. So it's kind of interesting to try to surf it, but traveled around the world, so I know how to prepare myself.
Is anyone at home you want to say hi to right now?
Definitely my wife, Madison, and my daughter, Grogi, and my son. We call him the Sir. Yeah, so yeah, hi.
Well, you're ripping Kolohe, so good luck in the next round, all right?
Yeah,
Pass you guys to the booth.
All right, welcome back to the broadcast. While we were away on that interview break, Joshua Burke scored coming in at a 6.83, sending him into the lead. Also coming in was the surfer for white, Max Beach at a 3.7, and green at a 3.0. Last of blue was a 1.8. So situation in water, red first, green is second. White is third, requiring a 3.9, and red is fourth, requiring a 3.6. Josh, your last wave, previous wave was a 6.83. 16 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Yeah, Berkey, welcome to the beach. So previous of red was a 2.27. That does go in the score line. He is currently in first position. Coming up in the next heat, Taro Watanabe, Eli Tampiri, Tommy Layson from Barbados, and Darshan Antikira. Another stacked heat. These surfers are vying for an opportunity to qualify for the Covenant Challenger Series in their bid to reach the World Tour. As we watch blue up and riding, Manuel Salmon, he goes up and out the back, and on the outside, Joshua Burke up and riding. This wave's going to split in two, and he goes out the back, offering no outside maneuver. So he will go to third priority. Priority sitting with the surfer in green, Luke Weiler.
Situation is only 40 minutes.
Here we go, Josh Burke looking at this one on the outside. And Luke Weiler is going to pull into this one. Eyeing up that north section, big slashing down carve coming unstuck. All right, red pulling the trigger. He's up and riding. Joshua Burke, lovely big turn in the pocket, sliding out the tail. He's going to finish this one. He's going to stick with it. Here we go. Josh Burke on his way to the inside. Another slashing turn, maximizing every ounce of scoring potential on this wave, giving him more opportunity And he finishes strong, so that first turn was pretty incredible.
All right, break it down to replay last of Josh. Big outside turn. He throws the fins, gets totally backwards on that. Wave softens up on the shoulder, but he just decides to stick with it. Josh knows he's got the major outside maneuver completed, and he's just waiting for the inside. Gets one big snap. Another hit. He's eyeing way down in the rip now, and finally gets a finishing hit. That's a well-served wave from Joshua Burke of Barbados. Okay, we are waiting for scores to come in.
All right, so they're just waiting for that last of red to drop in, and also green. So green giving this one a look. Green up and riding. Throwing up the first turn. The wave's not going to offer much. He's going to kick out. Last of red, 7.33 for red, 7.33 red. You go into first. Well, you are in first. You just concrete your lead in first now. So Surfer in second is green. And we're watching white. So still waiting on a score for white and for green. (10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
Okay, breaking down the last of white. Picks up kind of a mid-sizer. Was able to get a lovely first hit down. Gets by north speed, does a big float, comes down smoothly, does another little check snap. Eyeing down the line. Another little snap. Gets a hit. On another little check snap there. Sticking with it. Be able to get one more little hit in the rip. Well utilized wave, but last of green. This wind kind of ran out to sea. He was able to get one big first hit. And a roundhouse cut back. Kind of got hung up there and elects to get out.
All right, last of green, 3.4. Last of green, 3.4. Last of white, 3.7. So white, you are in third, requiring a 4.38. And blue, up and riding. As we watch blue, all right, check your score, white. White, your last score was a 4.2. Your previous was a 3.7. So max, you require a 3.8. We're going to watch this wave of blue. If it changes the situation, I'll get back to you quickly.
Last of blue. Manuel gets a lovely first arcing carve. Another little snap. He sets at the north beat. He's able to get a hit and come down cleanly. Redirects the white water. Eyeing the inside connection. Gets a lovely little vertical hit there. That's a well-ridden wave. See what the judges deem that.
All right, scores trickling in for blue. So blue, you drop a 5.17. Blue goes to second. Green, you drop to third. You now require a 4.51. And White, you dropped to third. You require a 4.9. So Red up and right on the inside, just picking off this little nugget. He goes out the back. So White, Max Beach, way up inside. He's going to just get that one maneuver. He can't hang on. So here we go with Green. Up and riding. Wave kind of split in two. Reforms for him. Takes the high road. Luke Weiler currently in third position, and Blue just dismantled that north section on the outside. Wow, we can cue up that replay of Blue, please. The only one we want to see.
That's the Blue. He says go vertical and get a little slide at the top of that wave. Comes down cleanly. He gets another little hit and slides the tail on that. Takes a second to recover. That's two very critical maneuvers.
Yeah, so this is a big exchange here between Blue and Green. We're waiting for these two scores to drop. One surfer in second, one surfer in third with 6 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. All right, last of Green, 4.7. Now working on Blue.
This could be an important score. All the work was done on the latter half of the wave. We'll have to see how the judges consider that.
All right, last of Blue, 6.93, 6.93 for Blue. So Green, you are in third. You now require a 7.4. And White, you are in fourth. You require a 7.9. So situation in water, Red first, Blue second. 5 minutes remaining. Surfers, you are free to paddle out. Please stay in the channel. Thank you. So Red first, Blue second, Green is third, requiring that 7.4, and White is fourth, requiring that 7.9.
Yeah, Lou, that last score of Selman was a 6.93 for those two critical maneuvers. One was on the north section, the other was on the inside, so the judges still threw quite a healthy score for that.
Yeah, that first maneuver was right in the critical spot of the wave and under full control, and just came out of that and went right into another maneuver and finished the wave strong. So, you know, that big first outside maneuver is what the judges want to see. All right, coming up on the 3-minute mark, surfers. So coming up, we're going to see Tara Watanabe ranked number 3 in this qualification series. Once again, folks, just a quick reminder, Zander t-shirts, hats, paraphernalia, everything is for sale under the big tent, right next to the food and beverage stall. All proceeds raised from the sale of the Zander t-shirts and hats will go directly into aiding and assisting underprivileged and disabled children throughout Barbados. So far, we have actually rebuilt a school. We've donated don't even know how many computers over the years. We've helped children travel for surgeries. It goes to a great cause. Completely 100% nonprofit. Every cent earned goes right back into the community. I want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors, the BTMI, Tourism Development Corporation, CIBC, Blue Waters, Mount Gay Community Development Centers. Servers in the next seat, hold your positions. You're at the mark, thank you. Also want to thank Heineken Carib Infra Rentals and Green up and right, and Luke Weiler requiring a pretty big score with 17 seconds remaining. All right, counting this one down, 5 seconds. In 3, 2, 1, that ends the heat. So surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. We are going to take this opportunity to send it down to a commercial break. And then we will be right back with the heat, start of heat number 5 in the Barbados QS 5000. We will be right back. Congratulations, well done. Coming up in this heat, we are back to live action. Coming up in this heat, Tara Watanabe in red, Eli Tampiri in blue and white from Barbados, Tommy Layson, and in green from Costa Rica, Darshan Antikira. The only wave ridden in this heat so far was by the surfer in green, earning him just a 0.5. Watching green up and riding once again, Darshan throwing it up vertical, coming out onto the open face. All right, watching red on the outside, Taro Watanabe. He's been coming to Barbados for quite a long time, throwing it vertical. He is currently ranked number 3 on the North America rankings. All right, first up, red, 2.83, 293, 2.93 for red.
Sure. Yeah. Green up and riding, getting the first snap and another little check snap, throwing some water. Ooh, that one looks a little bit better. This particular wave was a bit of a wider wave, but it gave him a little corner and he kept teeing off on it. I think the size of that wave will, and the not quite the steep sections, might keep the score down, but we'll see what the judges think.
Watching that replay of Darshan, really going upside down on that second maneuver. Here we go, red, looking at this insider. Nice wrapping cut back for Taro. Working it out onto the open face. First of green, 483. Sorry, last of green, 483. So green, you're currently in first position. All right, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, Barbados' very own Joshua Burke, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
Josh Burke, one of the highest heat totals of the day. Josh, what do you have to say for yourself?
I mean, I feel good. It's good to be home and surfing an event like this with good waves, you know. And yeah, I'm happy to be surfing for all my friends and family.
So obviously you go around the world and you surf multiple different waves. How does this one feel compared to those ones?
I'd say way better because I'm at home and I prefer the waves here, especially in the North American region. There's way more power at Soup Bowl, and yeah, it's just good to be here.
And how do you pump yourself up before a heat?
Listen to music. Well, I mean, here is a little bit different than the rest of the world because the rest of the world I'm normally by myself. So here with my all my friends and just listen to music, maybe do a slight meditation before and get in the groove, get focused, and yeah, be happy.
I see your dad here right now. Anyone you want to shout out right now?
Yeah, my friends and family, Bathsheba community, enough love, enough respect, and yeah, all my sponsors, especially Channel Island Surfboards. I honestly have so many good boards. I was like kind of confused on what board to ride, and it's a good problem to have for sure. And yeah, so this is the third time I've ridden this board, and last minute I was like, I want to surf this board in my heat because I remember there's a couple waves that I had before the contest. I was kind of light today, and yeah, I picked up this board and it worked out. So yeah, happy.
Well, Josh, you're ripping. Good luck in the next one, all right? Let you guys to the booth. Yeah, Josh.
All right, back to live action. We break down this interview. Sorry, the replay.
Last of blue gets a lovely first carve-in turn, throwing some water, a big follow-up foam climb. A little down carve, setting back up. The inside section, carving it back to the pocket. Now he's just doing some filling work. He's watching the end section. And he knows he wants to finish with a nice stab. And another connection where he gets the board actually vertical. That's a well-surfed wave.
All right, last up blue, 6.5 blue. So that puts you in third position with just a single wave ridden. You just need 8.26. Surfer in white yet to open his account. With almost 9 minutes gone in this heat. He is holding priority. All right, here we go. White using priority, up and riding, out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cutback. Eyeing up this north section, coming at him out. Nice big down carve right up in the pocket. Showing some flair. Banging it off the white water. Working out onto the open face. Looking for another opportunity. Throws it up vertical on the closeout. Well done, Tommy Layson from Barbados.
Oh, I really want to cue up that replay. And here we go, Tommy Layson on the replay. Lovely first sweeping, carving turn. He sets at the north peak, a layback jam there. Just sets it back up, taking his cool time. Big roundhouse. Gets a snap, sees the end section, ditches the fins on that, shows the judges he was in full control.
All right, first of white, 5.83. 5.83 for white. So Surfer and Green currently in the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.3. Red, you are in second position with a 3.83 and a 2.9. Blue is in third position with a single wave of a 6.5. You require a 0.26. And white, you are in fourth position with a single wave of a 5.83. You require a 0.93. Here we go. Blue gives way to red. Tara Watanabe currently ranked number 3 on the North America Tour rankings. He has come so close for so many years to that Challenger Series. Such a refined surfer. Find he surfs a lot like Brad Gerdak, don't you?
Taro is
That's his coach.
Style master.
Was his coach.
Absolute polished style.
And here we go, Tommy Layson under priority, picking off a gem, working out onto the north section, throwing it up in the lip, out onto the open face. Still working all the way to the inside, flicking out the fins and just losing it. A lot of work done on the outside though. So we'll wait for this score for red to drop and then see where the judges go with white. Could have implications on this heat. All right, last of white, 4-3-3. Last of red, 5-2-3. Green up and riding. Darshan throwing it vertical. Out onto the open face. Looking for some more opportunity on the inside. Throwing buckets of water. And throwing it up vertical once again. Surfer from Costa Rica. He turned some heads last year. And Blue looking at this one. Eli up and riding, nice wrapping cutback. Not really have a north section to it. Setting up this inside. And he goes out the back. So we're gonna see where all of these scores come in. I'll give you a full rundown.
Playing last of Blue. Picks a mid-sized wave, gets a lovely carving top turn, redirect to the white water, and he gets a second hit. Wave flattens out, so he's forced to do another roundhouse cut back. And he elects to get out of there, knowing that the wall wasn't really offering too much potential down the line. That will keep that score down a little bit.
So just waiting for one more for Eli Tempiri, surfer in blue. Last of green, 4.6. Last of blue, 4.5. So blue first, you have a 6.5. Your last wave was a 4.5. White, you are second. You have a 5.8 and a 4.3. Green, you're third. You have a 4.8 and a 4.6. You require a 5.3. Red, you are fourth. You have a 5.2 and a 3.8. You require a 4.9. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So priority is on the outside with the surfer in red, followed by white, blue, and then green. Here we go, red up and riding. Tara Watanabe coming off the bottom, eyeing up this north section, floats across. Waiting for this inside. Wild up, here we go. Nice big vertical turn, pushes out the fins. Finishes strong, and he likes it. I like it, everybody likes it.
Breaking down the replay last of red, he gets a lovely north peak hit there. Taro is doing some little check turns. Another little snap drift in the tail. All the way in the rip.
You know, he's so much like Parkinson.
Taro is going to be the smoothest operator, making hard technical surfing look so easy, so seamless. I've been watching Taro for a few years, and I'm surprised he hasn't done better at this event. He's a very impressive surfer. Surfers are sniffing around. I have to guard my words up here. The priority judge is looking. Same way the surfers are considering every wave, they have to take a look at it. We have to consider the priority.
All right, last of red, 6.9. Red, you go to first. Blues, priority has been suspended. When you reach the lineup, you will retain your second priority. Red, you are in first. Blue, you are in second. White, you're in third. You require a 5.2. And green, you are in fourth, requiring a 6.25.
I got it. Priority is white, blue, then red. Watching the replay again, we've queued up a second time the Taro's replay here. Doing some seamless, beautiful surfing. Surfing from California.
Blue, you're currently in second. Your last wave was a 4.57. White is in third, requiring a 5.25.
Surfers giving everything a strong look at. One surfer separated himself from the pack, is actually drifting up to in middles right now. Actually looking at high rock. See if he can connect something from way at the top of the beach. Blue situation. You're in second with 11.07 heat total.
Blue, you're in second position. White is in third. White requires a 5.2. Green requires a 6.25. 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Surfer in blue getting a lovely down carve at the North Peak. Connecting the inside section here. Another little slap. And a foam plane, which he actually gets vertical. We'll have to see what the judges think of that. No real major outside maneuver. Started teeing off around the north section. Getting some lovely curves done. Okay, watch the replay of blue. Gets a nice first hit here. And a down curve. He's right at north peak at this
2 minutes, 20 seconds, Red. 2:20. You're in first position.
Come on, Tommy. Rider up. Up and out.
So green, your last wave coming in at a 5.3. White, you now require a 5.9. And green, you now require a 6.9. So blue, your last wave went in your score line, increasing the requirement for white and for green. Next seat, stay there, guys. Thank you very much.
Situation is 54 seconds remaining. Heat leader Taro there trying to throw the fins and slide. Just counting it down. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my God.
All right, that ends seat number 5. Taking the win in red, Tara Watanabe. And advancing, and in second position in blue, Eli Temperi also advancing. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back after these messages. Stay tuned. All right, we're back to live action coming up in this heat. Number 6, round of 64 in red, Lucas Austin. In blue, Rylan Rubens. In white from Barbados, Caleb Rapson. And in green from Costa Rica, Jairo Perez. This is heat number 6 in the round of 64. You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. I am Zander Venezia, joined here in the booth with Simon Coles. Welcome everybody to the broadcast. We are on the quest to qualify 7 men from the rankings and 1 wild card. And also we will qualify 4 women and 1 wild card. And here we go, White looking at this one. Caleb Rapson up and riding from Barbados. He's lethal on his backhand. And that wave not offering much. He looked at it for a long time. Not really sure what it was going to do, but let me tell you, if that had any kind of a north section to it, he was in the right spot at the right time. So he kicks out, and he will regain 4th priority. The other 3 surfers will battle in conventional priority. There we go, Red scratching to get into this one. Lucas Ostin floats the first section out onto the open face, little wrapping cutback. Has a little bit of a rib to deal with. And he goes out the back as Blue. Wheeler Hasberg. Oh, sorry, Eli. Rylan Rubens. I'm looking.
He's still going.
Rylan working it all the way to the beach.
Well surf wave. Picked that wave up so deep. I was able to capitalize on the outside, and he finished strong. Don't know much about that surfer, but that was some good ocean knowledge.
As we watch the replay,
Yeah, surfer picked this up from way deep and was able to connect it all the way through. Teeing off backside here, just hitting it to the end, finishing way down in the rip. We're still awaiting scores.
so first of Red, 3.5. First of White, 2.3. So waiting for the score from Green. First of Blue, 6.5. Blue, 6.5. All right, we're going to watch Green. Jairo Perez working it out onto the open face. Surfer from Costa Rica banging it vertical on the north section. Very disciplined surfer from Costa Rica. Another surfer a day away from my birthday. 34 years old, Jairo Perez. Been doing this a long time.
Taking out the replay, surfer from Costa Rica in green.
All right, we're going to take this opportunity while the judges deliberate on the score to send it down with Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Taro Watanabe, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with the last heat winner, Taro, building some momentum here.
Yeah, stoked. The first heat's always a little nerve-wracking, but I'm happy I got the 1.69 and felt good and excited for the next run.
And how do you deal with those nerves in the heat?
Just breathe, and I mean, not much you can do other than surf, so I just wanted to catch as many waves as I can, and yeah, it worked out. The kid Tommy's a really good surfer. He's so little, but surfs so good, so I knew it was going to be a tricky heat, and yeah, I'm just happy to be here in the beautiful place and with my dad having a good time.
Is your first time here?
No, I've been here, I can't even count on my fingers, probably, but yeah, it's always amazing every time I come.
Well, let me recommend you to the macaroni pie. It's really good food, all right?
Yeah, I've had it. I've had it a few times. Yeah.
You want to say hi to anyone back at home?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom. I know maybe my girlfriend's watching, Adrian, Crook, and Laura. Thanks to my sponsors for getting me here, and John Pizell for making the best boards. I'm stoked.
You're ripping, Taro. Good luck in the next round, all right? I'll you guys the booth. Good stuff, man.
You watch this replay of White, Caleb Rapson going upside down on that first turn. Then he floats the section. So we're still waiting on scores to drop as we're back to live action. All right, Sebastian Williams. Sebastian Williams, can you please come to the judges' tent? This is a page for Sebastian Williams. Come to the judges' tent, please. All right, last of red, 483. Last of white, 373. First of green, 417. So situation in water, red first with a 483 and a 3.5. Blue, you're second with a single wave of a 6.5. Red, your last wave was a 4.83. You also have a 3.5. Blue is in second with a single wave of a 6.5. White is in third with a 3.7 and a 2.3. White requires a 2.7. White, you require a 2.7. And green is in fourth with a 4.17, requiring a 2.3. White up and riding. Caleb Rapson floats the first section as we stick with red. Working it all the way to the inside. Still going strong. So he had a couple of belts on the outside, so that wave will definitely end up in his score line. Green, your first wave was a 4.17. You're in fourth. You require a 2.3.
Watching the replay of red, he did some lovely outside work. Wave went a bit fat on him. Was forced to do some around house cutbacks. And he found the low road. Lovely slashing carve there. He sticks with it. He's well in the rip now. Gets a lovely end hit. Sees one more opportunity at the end and tries to stab it vertical. That's a well-served wave. That is Lucas Austin from the USA. Some classy surfing.
Back to live action. Here we go. And blue, Rylan Rubens bangs it vertical, pushes out the fins. Standing up, waiting for this north section. Here it is. Another vertical snap. Banging it up again one more time. This is another kid I've known since he was about 10 years old.
Does a lot of work on the inside of that wave. For a small wave, he went up and down about 3-4 times.
Yeah, very low to his board, very compact. Like a cat, just tagging it off the lip. We're going to break down this replay.
This replay here, he sets up, hits it, blows the fin straight out the back. Does a little carve back, redirected to the right water, waiting for it. Gets a lovely snap. And the inside keeps offering, so he belts another hit in it. And another form climb. And he gets one more hit in. That's a lot of work done. Judges have their work cut out. Those last two rides are quite similar.
All right, last of blue, 5, 6, 7. Blue, you go to first. Last of red, 5.4. So blue first, red second. White, you are third. You now require a 6.5. Green, you are fourth. You now require a 6.0. 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So priority change, green, red, blue. Then white goes to fourth. All right, coming up on the 12-minute mark. Situation in water is blue first with a 6.5 and a 5.6. Red second with a 5.4 and a 4.8. White is third with a 3.3 and a 2.3. White needs a 6.5. And green is in fourth with a single wave of a 4.17. Green needs a 6.06. 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. So coming up in the next heat, Lucas Cassidy, Wheeler Hasbrook, Parker Cohn, and Teo Granny. You guys should be checked in, ready to go. So far in this QS 5000, we have gone through 32 heats. And the judges have judged over 560 waves. 7 in the excellent range. Most waves in the fair range, average range. Priority change. So priority green, red, white, blue. .46 waves been scored over 6 points in this QS 5000. I got a new little toy in front of me, got some stats going on. Highest single wave was a 9.5 by Sebastian Williams. He also has the highest two-wave total for a heat. That took place in heat 13. So we turn our attention to the water, where we have the surfer from Costa Rica, Jairo Perez, holding priority, but White's going to hold this one from way up inside. Caleb Rapson throwing it up vertical, making a couple of priority mistakes. Just needs to regain composure. just going for broke on that wave, as you can see on that replay. And you just need to settle back down. Made a little bit of a priority mistake. That's done and dusted. All right, 8 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Just want to thank our sponsors once again. The BTMI, they're our main sponsors. Without them, this event absolutely positively will not happen, could not happen. Also, Shelley Williams, chairperson of the BTMI. She's a fantastic individual, does a lot of work behind the scenes for this event. As we watch green up and right, and Jairo Perez, nice big wrapping cutback, waited a long time for this wave. He's currently sitting on a 417. If he can better that wave, he will cut down his requirement. Working it all the way to the inside. Eyeing up this last section, pushes it up, flicks out the fins. Completes the maneuver. Probably the oldest competitor in this division. 34 years young. Other sponsors I want to thank: Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, Community Development Department, Heineken Beer, Carrot Beer, and for rentals. Also St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge for bringing us the post-heat interviews. Also want to thank Andrew Rose for doing those interviews. Seems like he's having a great time. All right, red with priority, Lucas Austin, currently in second position. Nice wrapping cutback. Eyeing up this next section, throws out the fins. Working it to the inside. And he goes out the back. He's currently sitting on a 5.4 and a 4.83. You can see there on his screen. As we watch the replay, this comes around this first section. A little rail work on the down car, but he's really setting up this next section. Just wants to throw it up there. The wave really didn't push him as hard as he wanted to, and kind of wobbled and lost some momentum. He realized that he wasn't going to be able to better one of his scores, so he's just going to kick out. So we'll see where the judges go with that. All right. Last of red, 4.9. So it just does slightly better that 4.83. So he slightly ups the requirement. Last of green, 5.20. Last of white, just a 0.93. 4 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Servers, you are free to paddle out. Green, you require a 5.1. You're currently in third position. And white, you require a 5.6. Sorry, a 6.5. As we look at the heat leader, Rylan Rubens up and riding. Going vertical, upside down. A little late to the north section, but hangs on to it. He is currently sitting on 2 mid-range scores. 4 minutes remaining. Just breaking down this replay of last of blue. Waiting for this score to trickle in. Definitely going to go into a score line. Green, your last wave was a 5-2-0. You now require a 5-1-1. Last of blue, 6-1-7. That will go in your score line, so it does help your cause. Currently in first position. So here we go, white. Caleb Rapson up and riding. Going up in the lip. Coming out onto the open face, floats the section. With 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. He's just sitting on 2 small scores. Red, 2 minutes remaining, red, 2 minutes. Priority change. Green, red. One minute, 15 seconds. Here we go, white up and right in Caleb Rapson. He just can't catch a break right now. Coming up on 50 seconds. All right, servers in the next seat. You guys are good right there. Thank you. Green's going to use his priority, scratching to get in. Jairo Perez barely gets in, gets around the section, floats the first one. And on the outside, Lucas Ostin on a big wave. Big floater re-entry, but he goes down as we follow with Green on his way. In 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're gonna wait for that last of Green to see if that goes into the score line. We can pull up that replay. Servers in the next seat, please hold your positions. We're on a short hold. We're gonna watch Green here. He tries his best to get around it. Just a little foam climb to start. Then he gets a little busy, nice little wrapping cut back. Eyeing up this inside section, kind of steps on the tail a little bit. And he goes down on the last, but so we're going to wait to see where that comes in for Green. Last of Green, 3.7, so that's not enough. So the heat will end with Wright and Rubens in blue taking the win, followed by Lucas Ostin in second position. Those two servers will advance into the next round coming up a little later on in the week. So we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more action from the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. 10 seconds. In 3, 2, 1. All right, back to live action. While we were on that break, no waves were ridden. Introducing the servers in the next heat. Round of 64, heat number 7. In red, Lucas Cassidy. In blue, Wheeler Hasberg. In white, Parker Cone. And in green, Teo Granny. So blue, Wheeler, he's up and riding. Suffered a bit of an injury earlier in the year. Currently sitting in 15th position on the rankings, so he's right there within striking distance if he can advance through a couple more heats and have some bad luck from some other surfers. A few years ago, 2 years ago, we saw some surfers come all the way from 19th all the way to qualify. That surfer was Alan Cleland, who's now on the World Tour as we look at this replay. Wheeler, nice wrapping cutback. Just kind of a setup turn. Working it to the inside, waiting for the wave to stand up. And then just can't hang on to that finishing maneuver and goes down. First of blue, 4.0. First of blue, 4.0.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Bodie Rapson here to join Lou for the call, relieving Simon Cole. Great job this morning, Simon. Lots of good insight. And we are coming to you from sunny, breezy Barbados. Soup Bowl, Bathsheba on the East Coast.
All right, red up and right in. This is Lucas Cassidy throwing it up vertical, working it onto the open face. Wave not offering much more than that. So while we're waiting for these scores to drop, we are going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Rylan Rubens, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
Here with my last heat winner, Ryland. How do you feel about that performance?
I feel pretty good. Yeah, it was nice to get the feet in the wax, and yeah, it's beautiful over here. So I got here like pretty early, so it's nice to finally like get those, first heat jitters out of the way and stuff. So yeah, it feels good.
Is it your first time here?
No, I've been here. I've been doing this contest since the junior pro days, so it's a good handful of times now. So yeah, I love it.
And what's your favorite thing about this island?
Probably like, I don't know. It's cool that like this side of the island's different than over by Brandon's and stuff. You get that kind of like different scenery, different waves, and yeah, everyone's been super cool. So it's nice to just like drive around, try not to die, and just kind of see what's out there.
You mind describing the conditions for us today?
Yeah, it's tricky. Yeah, it's really tricky. It seems like it's maybe a little bumpier than yesterday, but there's still some corners. But it's definitely got to sort through a lot of bad ones in between. That's the tricky part.
And who you want to say hi to?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks to my pops is over here with me, and then just say hi to my family back home watching, all my friends and family back in San Diego. And yeah, love you guys. Thanks for the support.
Well, Rylan, welcome to Barbados and keep on ripping. Good luck in the next round, all right? Bye to you guys at the booth. Good job, man. No problem, man.
Right? Yeah.
Have a good one, all right?
Of action. While we were on that short hold, surfer in green, Teo Granny. Scores trickling in. Let's see if we can cue up that replay. Bring it to you folks at home. Also Lucas Cassidy. So Cassidy in red dropping a 4.03. And surfer in green dropping a 4.17. So early going, green first, red second as we watch this replay.
Yeah, so we have Teo Grani coming from quite deep and just doing a couple of wiggles, little check turns, waiting for that wave to set up. Now he sees that vertical section. That's the aim for all these surfers, to find those big vertical sections where they can put all their effort. A couple more wiggles, comes inside, finds another little tag. He's just sticking with that, knowing that he got a good hit on the outside, looking for a strong opening wave, drop a decent score, and then go out and reset.
Red up and right and way up inside. So Lucas Cassidy with a two-turn combination, major maneuvers, giving you an idea how far up inside he was. He is just on the peak of Soup Bowl now after he surfed that whole wave.
Yeah, he literally surfed into the bowl from where we would call middles or high rock.
So White up and right in. This is opening his account, Parker Cone. Currently ranked 39th. He was very close to qualifying last year, as he works it all the way to the inside. And on the outside, Blue, Wheeler putting himself in position. He floats the first section, and he somehow gets around it, steps on the tail, banging it vertical. This wave just hit the inside bowl and lined up for him. So two major maneuvers, and then he fell on the end. So this score for red trickling in.
As you look at this replay from Wheeler, gets up, immediately tags that white water, tries to make himself around that section, waiting for it to stand up. Here's the section he's looking for. Bam! Make sure he throws the tail a little bit. Then he turns on the gas. Little white water climb to get back out, looking for one or two more tags. That final one just runs out of wave.
All right, last of red, 6.5. So red, you go to first, paired up with a 4.03. Still waiting for another wave for red and also for blue. That was your previous red.
We just see this replay of Parker Cone. First hit, caught up, a little mistimed in the white water. A couple of wraps. He decides to stick with it. Sees a little bit more scoring potential down the line. He's going to want to get out and reset.
$16 50 seconds red, 16:50. Just waiting for a couple more scores. Last of red, 273. Last of blue, 4.4. First of white, 3.4. Red first. Red sitting on a 6.5 and a 4.03. Blue, you're second with a 4.4 and a 4.0. Green, you are third with a single wave of a 4.17. You require a 4.24. And white, you are fourth with a single wave of a 3.4. You require a 5.0. 15 minutes, 45 seconds.
So as we go into day 3, still plenty of swell in the water. Barbados and the Soup Bowl offering up very competitive conditions for these guys. Challenging, but competitive. Remember, it's an even playing field. All the surfers out there are dealing with the same challenges. Shifting conditions, a mix of swell in the water, sometimes getting those north peaks, which allow for higher scoring potential. change in wind direction.
So coming up next heat, heat number 8, Jet Schilling, Louis St. John from Barbados, Kai Granny, and Johnny Herwin. As we watch Blue with a big top turn, sliding the fins, working his way to this north section, floats it. He's going to try and get around it. Don't think the wave's going to give him too much more opportunity, not much more scoring potential. Looking for maybe just one more closing maneuver. And Green on the outside. Teo Granny. Working it all the way to the inside, series of wrapping cutbacks, and Red getting in the mix. So plenty scoring potential out there. And Red just can't hang on to that north section, and he goes down. So Jet Schilling coming up in this next heat, currently ranked number 1 on the North America rankings, placing first last year in the Pismo Beach, putting down a 3rd.
Looking at this replay of Red, Lucas Cassidy coming from quite deep, making his way around that section. Just a wrapping turn in the lip. No maneuvers of significance at the moment, but nice flow, and that's where he bangs it. That's where the points were going to be, but unfortunately gets smashed in that convergence zone. Here's the wave from Green, coming from deep, recognizing that there's less of the north wall on show today, so deciding to try a little bit higher up, closer to where we would call high rock, and making his way down through the bowl. A couple of wrapping turns. So we are seeing some of the surfers reposition and trying to go a little bit deeper than normal towards the high rock middles area. Trying to get as deep a takeoff as possible, as the swell is a little more out of the east. So the deeper they can take off, they can try to find those steep sections to attack.
So last of Blue, 5.5. White up and riding, nice big wrapping cutback. Goes straight up on the north section and comes unglued. So last of Blue was a 5.5. Green, your last was a 4.03. You now require a 5.7. White, you are 4th. You require a 6.5. Red, you have a 6.5 and a 4.0. Your last wave was a 2.73.
Yeah, the surfer from USA, Parker Cone, was on his way to a nice score just now, but
Green, red, and blue battle for that wave. 2nd and 3rd priority with a big down carve in the north section, gets gobbled up by the whitewater. So he goes down.
Another victim of the north wall. Here we see surfer in blue taking advantage of better positioning and attacking that oncoming north wall, throwing everything into that turn, completely redirecting, but the nose of the board just catches as he comes around. Doesn't manage to ride out. And I'm sure you can appreciate when the surfers that do manage to make that connection and they do manage to ride out, why they get the big scores when you see so often.
Green, your last wave was a 4.03. You're in 3rd position. You require a 5.7.
Yeah, when you see how often surfers try to attack that section and don't make it out, then you can understand why they are rewarded heavily when they are.
Red, I have no idea what you want, buddy. I just told you. You have a 6.5 and a 4.0. 10 minutes, 30 seconds remaining.
So we're just coming up to 10 minutes. Priority sitting with the surfer in green, followed by red, white, and blue. For those of you at home, there is a priority board, so the surfers are always made aware of that. And they are duty-bound to check that board and make sure that they are aware of what their priority is. Yesterday, we did have a priority interference call. And when that happens, surfers quite get, they get upset. But there's a board there, and it's for their information. We do try to give them little reminders, but the priority board.
All right, here we go. White up and right in. Big down carve. Trying to hang on. Oh, he just gets knocked off. He would get props if he did hang on. So last of blue, not even going to factor in. So blue, and he goes out the back. So there's some sets rolling through on the mid part of the wave. So surfers in the next heat, you should be checked in, ready to go. Jet Schilling, Louis St. John, Kaya Grani, and Johnny Herwin. As a lovely wave just rolls across the bowl with no takers. Saw Josh Burke earlier pick off a few of them. That's complete local knowledge. Knew exactly what they were going to do. Once the tide starts filling in a little more, high tide is probably in about another hour and a half. More and more waves will roll in. Smaller waves will roll in under, but hit the inside reef the right way. And here we go, blue up and right and floats the first section out onto the open face. Nice wrapping cut back. Wheeler Hasberg currently sitting on a 4.4 and a 5.5. And red on the outside. He is the heat leader, Lucas Cassidy. Big turn. Looking at this section, another big turn. Wrapping cut back, waiting for this wave to wall up, wants to finish strong. He has two big outside maneuvers. Coming all the way onto the inside, checks the sec turn, looking at the closeout coming at him, and finishing the wave strong. He is the current heat leader, definitely going to replace one or maybe both of those scores.
Well, here we're looking at red. Excellent surfing. Straight up into that whitewater section. Comes around. Goes straight back into another critical turn. And then one more big wrapping turn. Waiting for this wave to set up again on the inside. Another big wrap. Putting a little spray on his competitor. Waiting for it to stand up one more time on the inside as he eyes it up down the line, looking to just put an exclamation mark on this wave, knowing that he had two excellent maneuvers on the outside. Good surfing by the heat leader. He'll be pleased.
All right, we're going to wait for these scores to drop. 6 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. So we got a wave for blue and for red coming in. This could potentially increase the requirement for green and white, currently in third and fourth respectively. So far in the heat, we've had 13 waves ridden.
Well, I think our heat leader is going to definitely extend on that one. That's possibly the best ridden wave of this heat.
All right, last of blue, 4.0. So that does not go in your score line. So green, you still require that 5.7. White, you still require a 6.3. 5 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Last of red, 7.5. So that betters both of your scores. That is the highest score in your score line. You are currently in first position. 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. So in about 20 seconds, surfers, you can paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel.
So once again, Lou, we see that tried and true formula coming through. Two big outside maneuvers in the big steep critical section. Lots of power and flow between. being rewarded by the judges.
All right, 5 minutes, surfers, 5 minutes. So coming up in this next heat, Louis St. John, local boy from Barbados. He is no stranger to competition. We look at this replay of red once again. 2 big turns.
Yeah, just coming from deep, making a deep sweeping bottom turn, getting lots of compression, staying low, keeping his eye up on that peak where he wanted to attack, throwing the board as vertical as he can, and then getting nice and low, lots of compression as he snaps around, trying to throw as much spray as he can. All of those are exclamation marks that suggest to the judge that you've timed the connection properly, you've committed yourself, you've thrown all the power, all the energy you can into that turn. And the judges will always try to reward that commitment.
All right, here we go, blue. Sniffing out that one. So third and fourth change, blue up and riding. Here we go, red. Cassidy, the current heat leader, going left. As we're looking at green now, tail granny, trying to manufacture a score, going up vertical, up in the lip. Sticking with this one. There we go. Looking at red, Lucas Cassidy up and right in. Nice top turn out onto the open face, and he goes out the back. He's got two good scores in a good range, one in a very good range. So he's working his way onto a victory with 2 more minutes remaining. So he's going to pull on this red inside one. Nice vertical top turn. Another, oh, flicks out the fins, showing a little flare.
Yeah, Lucas comfortably in the lead of this heat right now, so he's just going to stick around the inside and get some time in the wax as he steps up on this one. Eyes a little inside nugget, throws it nice and vertical tag.
Blue, you are in second position. Green is in third. Last wave of green was a 3.6. Green requires a 5.7, and white requires a 6.3.
I want to say hello to everybody, our audience from all over the world, wherever you're tuning in from, especially everyone back home in Barbados. If you're tuning in, come on over. Plenty of food and drink on sale. Great weather, great vibes, lots of action in the water. We have a massive viewing area that's open to anyone. Food and drink on sale, local fish, chicken platters, there's burgers available. There's a fully stocked bar. We got happy hour every afternoon from 5 to 6 p.m. just as the event finishes. So you can kick back and watch all the kids paddle out and do some free surfing. So.
Next heat, hold your positions. Green up and right in. We're going to count this one in 10 seconds. And 3, 2, 1. So that ends heat number 7 in this round of 64. Surfers in the next heat. Please stand by. We are in a short hold. This heat is going to end with the surfer in red from Mexico, Lucas Cassidy, taking the win, followed by the surfer in blue, Wheeler Hausberg. Those two surfers will be advancing into the next round. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back with the Barbados BTMI Barbados QS 5000. Stay tuned. All right, back to live action. Coming up in this heat number 8, round of 64, you're going to see the number 1 seed in the event and the current ratings leader, Jet Schilling in red. Coming up with Louis St. John in blue, Kai Granny in white, and Johnny Herwin in green. You just saw Johnny take off. That was the first wave ridden of the heat. There were no waves ridden while we were on that short commercial break. So we're going to start with a fresh slate. This is just going to be a minimal score for Herwin. However, we got Louis St. John on the outside from Barbados, no stranger to competition.
Yeah, local boy Louis St. John, always a standout at Soup Bowl, especially when Soup Bowl gets into that 6 to 8, 8 to 10 foot range. Louis is one of the main guys charging. I'm usually on the beach cheering him on. And young Jet Schilling, always a strong performer here at the Bowl, putting on some massive performances last year.
There we go, white up and right in. Kai Granny is going to maybe stick with this one. Yes. Like the way that looked, and he gets out. So on the outside, red, Jet Schilling up and right and coming around the first section, going big up in the lip, out onto the open face. Another cracker on the north section. That's how you do it. And finishing strong, Jet Schilling.
Wow, what a way to open your count, Lou. As I said, Jet always a strong performer here. Local boy Louis was eyeing that wave up, and instead he had to watch from behind as Jet Schilling went to town. Look at this replay. Here he goes, scratching in a priority position. Gets up just a little whitewater tag, but he comes around. There's that section. Nice whitewater projection out, and then vertical, throwing it straight up. Loads of commitment. One flowing movement, one flowing maneuver into the other. Gets a little hung up on the inside, but then still manages to come around and throw in a couple of nice tags to put an exclamation mark. That is a strong way to open your account.
All right, first of white, 2-3-3. First of green, 1.1.
Jet's flow and down the line speed.
So first of red, 8.67. Red, 8.67. So you can mark that for the highlight reel. I'm sure we'll see that wave again as white goes up and down.
Yep, we called it there. That was a perfectly executed wave. Lots of flow as we see green having a look, but deciding not much on tap there. While things are a little bit slow, if we could get another look at that ride from red, going up into the excellent range for excellent surfing. Here we go, taking that wave, coming in from deep, straight into that white water, projecting forward, then goes up in. Huh? Yeah, I think we got a replay mixed up here. All right, so once again, come on down. Enjoy. Oh, here we go. There's the replay of Jet's first wave. Gets up, has a little tag of the white water, comes around that section. Big projection off of that big lip, and then throws it up vertical. This is where he comes around the wave, just kind of slows down a little bit, but a couple of pumps and makes his way down line, looking again for one more vertical tag. That was such great surfing. A little hung up in between maneuvers, but two flowing outside maneuvers, two great inside maneuvers. Big score. And you can watch all this action from our big viewing deck. All under shade, fully stocked bar, food available. Happy hour every night after the surfing finishes, after the competition shuts down. All the surfers paddle out, and some of the free surfing is absolutely spectacular. There's a big deck to view it from. Happy hour from 5 to 6 p.m. every day. Lots of Mount Gay rum. Tonight we're going to have a movie night under the stars from 6 p.m. Tomorrow night there's going to be a karaoke from 6 p.m. So the show doesn't stop when the surfing stops, guys. We keep the vibes going. This is Barbados. Got to make sure that all our visitors are here having a great time and maximizing their stay. Get home, they're going to just can't wait to come back. Friday night, we're going to have a DJ. There's going to be all kinds of old school hits throwing down. DJ Saga Boy, Crazy Pineapple, and Crazy Tiger, Ice Crew. They'll all be down here making sure we get a good start to the weekend as Red Jet Ceiling pulls into another one.
Just working around this section. Out onto the open face. And he kicks out the back. All right. We got a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Andrew for the winner of the last heat, Lucas Cassidy, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. White, your last wave was a 167. You are currently in second position. Last of red, 3.0. So in the water, red first. With
How was that last heat?
It was a little slow at the start. I didn't really get like a very decent wave that I want like off of like my first wave. Like it didn't go very high in the scoring, so I knew I had some work to do for the rest of the heat. But once I got my 6.5, I knew I was in good position to get a backup, and I ended up getting a 7.5. So yeah, psyched.
Yeah, I saw your second wave there. It was pretty cool. That solidified your position. And how are the conditions today?
It's a little smaller, but a little easier to read. I think there was less wind today, so yeah, that made it a little easier.
Anything to improve on going into the next round?
Just work on my surfing in the practice sessions, and yeah, just gotta get 2 good waves, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Anyone we want to shout out at home, maybe?
Ya, saludos a mi papá, a mi hermana que me están viendo ahí en mi casa. Muchas gracias a mis patrocinadores que siempre me están apoyando. Y un saludo a Todos Santos y a Cerritos, que de allá soy yo.
Lucas, you're ripping. Good luck in the next round, all right? Thank you. So to have you here. Back to the booth.
back to live action. This is Johnny Herwin, surfer in green.
White, you're in second place. You're sitting on a 5.83 and a 2.33. Green, you're in third place. You're sitting on a 3.67 and a 1.17. You need a 4.5 to get into an advancing position. Blue, you're sitting on a one wave of a 2.77. You require a 5.4 to get into an advancing position. Priority sitting with the surfer in red, our heat leader.
So White using his priority, currently in second position. So red with priority holds off blue, comes around the section, goes up in the lip. Jet is current heat leader. He's also the ranking leader, taking out 2 wins this year, winning at Pismo Beach and also at Pacifico. So he has 2 wins and a third. So with 12 minutes, 24 seconds remaining, servers in the next heat, you should be checked in, ready to go. Luca Messinas, Jacob Burke from Barbados, Grayson Grant, Cole Saffel. You all should be checked in, ready to go. 12 minutes remaining, still plenty of time. Last of White, 3.33. Let's break it down here, Brody.
All right, so we're seeing Jet come from deep in one. This is a wave that he took priority, forcing Blue to back off. Just a couple of small maneuvers. He was mostly playing defense on this one, but he did get the one outside vertical turn. Having a strong first score of an 8.67. He knows he doesn't need a whole lot to back that up and manages to tag it one more time on the inside. So that was mostly defensive tactics from surfer in red, leaving our surfer in blue with priority.
11 minutes, 10 seconds. So last of red coming in at 3.93. So coming up in the next heat, Luca Messinas, he's a 2-time champion of this event, former World Tour competitor. He is currently 4th on the ratings list. He also has a win at the Jacks Pro and a 5th and a 9th. So only has 3 events. He's did well here last year. He winning last year. And Blue's going to use priority. Louis St. John, he's up and riding. He's a multiple national champion, multiple event champion. Local boy Louis St. John. Wave not really offering too much of scoring potential, so he kicks out the back with 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, unfortunately, local boy who knows this break like the back of his hand, not finding any rhythm yet, not getting in sync with the rhythm of the ocean. We know what he's capable of. All of these surfers are capable of really exciting the crowd. But that's the thing about competitive surfing. It all comes down to who gets that canvas, who can find that wave that allows them to express themselves and show off their abilities. It's all about impressing our 5 judges.
All right, Jet Schilling, current heat leader, up and riding. Going vertical up in the lip with 9 minutes remaining. This is a lovely looking wave. Green's gonna pull into it. Teo Granny comes around the section, goes back up vertical. It's a little hung up, but not too bad. And Louis St. John on the outside as we're gonna stick with Green. So back to live action, or I should say back to the Blue. Blue had a massive turn on the outside, right on that north section, and finishes strong. He likes it. Louis St. John with 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. That will be his best, sitting on just a 2.7 and a 1.8.
Here we see Blue coming in from deep and going straight up into an aggressive vertical snap right in the pocket. Absolutely perfect timing. That wave does slow down a little bit, but Blue sees that little bit of scoring potential on the inside. He makes sure he comes in and gets a little more of a tag, and then one more vertical snap. He feels it. He knows that will put him back in contention with 8 minutes to go. Also, as we see a little replay of Johnny Herwin from the USA, yeah, as he comes in from deep, making that nice whitewater climb, projecting across, looking for more on the inside and a nice big tab. So that's a nice exchange, and as we see red.
So Jet Schilling, as the wind starts to maybe turn a little bit, coming around a little bit to the left. It's actually blowing into our tent now. So waiting for that last of Blue and last of red. Seven minutes, 5 seconds remaining. White, I'm still waiting for a score for Blue. You are currently in second position. Last of Green was a 4.6. Green, you require a 4.5. So still working on one for Blue. Just take this opportunity to thank sponsors once again, BTMI, Tourism Development Corporation, CIBC Commercial Bank. Thank you very much for your support. As we wait for this next exchange to drop, working on this score for Blue. I also want to thank Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, Community Development Department, Caribbeer, Info Rentals, Nation News, Sunbum, Last Resort, Surf, and last but by no means least, bringing you the post-heat interviews, St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Last of blue, 5.9. So blue, you go to third. You now require a 3.26, blue. And green, you require a 4.57. The red's going to look at this inside. He's on a little bit of a nugget, and he kicks out the back. Too much foam on the too much white water on the face. So this is going to be 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 8 seconds remaining. So
we should have an entertaining 5 minutes left here, Lou.
Yeah. So
Surfer currently in second position, holding priority. Surfer in third, looking for a 3.25 in second priority. The next exchange is going to be absolutely crucial.
Blue's going to pull the trigger. Here we go, Louis St. John from Barbados. Little down carve. Might not be the best choice. So he's going to opt to kick out and go back on the outside. So 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. Surfer in blue. White, you're in second position. Surfer in blue is in third position, requiring a 3.26. Surfer in green is in fourth position, requiring a 4.5. So red rolling in this one, jet shilling. This could potentially hit the reef on the inside. Looking at north section, just flicking it out. So 3 minutes remaining. Servers in the next seat, please just stay down in the channel. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Surfer in red and heat leader jet shilling sitting on a pretty solid score there of a combined total of 13.74. So he knows in order to increase that, he's going to have to really throw some fireworks at the judges. So,
all right, coming up on 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Surfer in blue still requiring just that 3.27, 3.26, and Surfer in green a 4.57. So white's going to have to go on this one, keeping off green and blue. Here we go on the outside now. Blue up and right, and we're going to stick with white, and we'll change to blue here. So Louis St. John throws it up vertical. He's going to get some more opportunity. Wave rolling off into the rip. Is he going to be able to get another maneuver? No, he's not. And he goes down.
all right, let the crowd hear it for local boy Louis St. John.
So a score still to come for white and for green. And for blue. Now green is going to get in the mix. Johnny Herwin, he's got a little grower on the inside, throws it up on the north section and comes down. With 1 minute, 8 seconds remaining.
So as we see, Surfer in blue coming in under priority, making a nice big carve up in the lip line. Another second lip line carve, throwing plenty of spray, and then he attacks that lip. Resets himself, and then just Takes his time, waits for that wave. No, he got 3 good maneuvers on the outside. Comes on in. Throws one more big turn. Waiting for that last little tag. I think that will see the end of that 2.7.
So still waiting for waves to drop for red. Sorry, with 24 seconds remaining for blue, white, and green. Red, so with 10 seconds remaining. In 3, 2, 1. Next heat, we're on a short hold. Next heat, we're on a short hold. So server's on, we're still on hold, so stand by, hold your positions. We got 3 scores to drop. We're still waiting for those scores to drop, so please stand by. Scores starting to trickle in. All right, so last of white, 447. Last of blue, 467. Blue goes to second and advancing. So taking the win, Surfer in red, and holding down the second position, Surfer in blue, Louis St. John. That was a close one. Just for reference, Surfer in white would have needed a 4.75, and he ended up with a 4.45. So Surfer's in the next heat. Please stand by. We are going to count this one in, and we're going to count it in. 10 seconds. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. So that is the start of heat number 8 in this round of 64. As we just saw our local boy, Louis St. John, giving himself a chance, advancing into the round of 32. He was the event wild card along with Jacob Burke in this heat. So here we go, coming up. So Surfer in red, Luca Messina's 2-time champion right here at the bowl. He goes up and under the wave. So that last heat ended with a flurry, and our local boy Louis St. John just coming out with a nod, putting himself into an advancing position.
Yeah, Excellent performance from Lewis there, making a little mistake with priority, but managing to recover and use that local knowledge to find those little nuggets. And then he let his surfing do the talking. So congrats to Lewis. Well done. Another local boy making it to the next round. As we turn our attention to this heat number 9, with us, as Luke said, a former champion in Luca Macinas, absolutely one of the fastest surfers out here, loves the bowl. And then we got young hotshot Jacob Burke, younger brother of Josh Burke, and absolute ripper at Soup Bowl, especially when it gets into that 8 to 10 foot range. Jacob is outstanding.
There he comes, Louis St. John. Let him hear it, folks. Putting himself into an advancing position as we watch White trying to roll into this one. Grayson Grant not going to be able to get around that section. So that's going to leave Jacob and Cole Sappho on the outside battling for the last priority position. So surfer in red will end up in either 3rd or 4th priority with the surfer in white. Here we go, surfer putting themselves in position. They're gonna split the peak. Jacob Burke, local boy, up in the lip. Going vertical, out onto the open face, wrapping cutback. He's got a little bit of a rib to work with. It goes over it. He's got a nice looking wave on the inside. Jacob Burke pushes out the fins. As we go now with surfer in red, Luca Macinas working his way onto the inside, going vertical. Gaining speed as he came out of that maneuver. So we got a heat on our hands. Jacob Burke, local boy, knew where that peak was going. And he knew that he could not get in the way of Green, as Green was too far behind the peak. So Jacob picking off that little outside section while we're waiting for these scores to drop. We're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Jet Schilling, for the post-heat interview. Powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with current number 1 in the rankings, Jet. Any pressure going in that heat?
Like a little bit, yeah. Definitely I was nervous. Kind of shaking before I paddled out. Don't want to lose that number 1 spot, so yeah, I was stoked.
And compared to home, Jet, how are these waves?
Fun. Super fun. Super fun waves. Everyone's super cool here. Been surfing on the other side of the island. It's been fun. So yeah, just stoked to be here.
You mind telling us a bit about the other wave you surfed on the island?
Yeah, it's a sick little left barrel with an air section. So probably not the best practice for Soup Bowl, but I was stoked to actually get some waves because out there in the free surfs, everyone's pretty egoed out. So it's pretty hard to get waves, but yeah, it's fun.
So what's your strategy going into this heat?
Honestly, just to start off good. And I did, but I struggled to get it back up. I kind of hit the panic button, so it's all G.
Anyone at home you want to say hi to?
Everyone. Shout out everyone. Appreciate it.
Well, Jet, good luck in the next round and keep on ripping, all right?
Thank you.
I'll see the booth.
Appreciate that.
No problem, man.
All right, first of blue, 5.5. So first of green, 1.0. Waiting on the last of red and the last of white.
So here we're seeing a replay of Lucas Macinas almost losing it on the takeoff, but managing to come around and get a nice wrap right in the pocket. Wave flattens out a little bit, so he's just going to wait around, a little rebound off the white water, lets it set up, and then a nice vertical tab, making sure he blows that tail out down the line on one last aggressive finishing maneuver. So not a bad attack on an inside wave.
All right, last of red, 6.0. Working on white, and I'll run down everything. As we watch blue, Jacob Burke up and riding, a smaller little inside wave. It's going to grow on him a little bit. Bangs it vertical, pushes out the fins. He's going to get another opportunity, another full vertical re-entry, working it down to the inside. Finishing maneuver, slides the tail and completes the maneuver. So that was a smaller inside wave that he recognized. They just hit the reef a certain way and they just get bigger as they roll onto the inside reef. So that was a wise choice by Jacob.
Local knowledge on full display, and the Burks have arrived. Local boy hammering that little inside wave. As Lou said, seeing that potential for that wave to grow and getting multiple maneuvers down the line. Here we go, little inside lip. Nice little wrap, just waiting for that wave to stand up. Here he is watching it, eyeing up that lip. Here it stands up for him, boom, blows out the tail. Complete redirection, and again, deep bottom turn, another tail blow. As he comes around, puts on the afterburners down the line, and he's just gonna finish with full tail extension again.
So that wave started out waist high and ended up head high. And Jacob just put down 3 major maneuvers. 6.67, Jacob. 6.67. So that puts you in first. The last of white was a 4.23. So surfer in blue, first position. Surfer in red, you are in second. Surfer in white, you are in third with a 4.8 and a 0.5. You need a 2.28. Surfer in green, you are in fourth. You have a 1.0. You require a 5.5.
Lou, the other 3 surfers in the lineup must be wondering what just happened. The ocean was almost flat, and Jacob just saw that little nugget and made something out of nothing.
Yeah, those are the ones you pick up when you're a grom. So you know where they are and how to get them. As that little underlying north swell. That was a well-read lineup by Jacob. 3 major maneuvers on the inside. Here we go, green. Cole Safel. A little wrapping cut back out onto the open face, throws the fins. Can't quite negotiate the whitewater, and he goes down.
Yeah, nice aggressive attack on that wave. Here we see green rolling in, coming in from deep, making his way around that section. Just a bit of a little check turn as he sets up and attacks the whitewater, making sure he throws the fins out, but then he finds himself a little bit too deep, being redirected by that north section away from the open face, and that's all she wrote. So that will keep his score down.
All right, blue up and riding. Once again, Jacob Burke. Nice. He's out there just having fun now. This is how Jacob surfs when he's relaxed. And on the outside, red, but we're going to stick with blue. Throwing the fins once again. Nice wrapping cutback. And he's going to look to finish this strong. Jacob Burke throwing it out. Well, he's putting on a clinic out there. This is how you surf Soup Bowl. So while we were following that surfer in blue, red also had a wave.
What a great heat so far, Lou. So much quality on display. Jacob Burke doing the Burke name proud, surfing these waves. His dad, his brother. Here we go. Oh, we're looking at white first. Grayson Grant just coming around. Nice check turn there. Up in the lip. Attacks that lip, but just comes a little unstuck. We see red, Luca Macinas. Nice wrapping turn. A little bit of a whitewater foamy face. Nice, another wrap in the lip. Lip doesn't really quite stand up for him, but he's throwing. Look how he opens up his shoulders and his hips and makes that board completely redirect towards the whitewater. Still.
Right. Last of blue, 613. So we're still waiting on red and white.
Love to see another replay of Jacob Burke's wave. Dropping a 613, a solid backup to his 667.
You could just cue up that replay for blue. That would be great.
Yeah, once again, local boy Jacob Burke just showing that local knowledge, getting a little roll in under priority. And dropping a solid score.
Last of red, 5.2. Last of white, 2.57. So with 13 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, blue, you are in front with a 6.6 and a 6.1. Red, you're in second with a 6.0 and a 5.2. White, you are in third with a 4.2 and a 2.5. You require a 6.9. And green, you are in fourth position with a 3.7, a 1.0. You require a 7.4.
Yeah, just looking at that replay from young Jacob Bird again, starting that wave with a little bit of a fade, but then going straight up into an aggressive attack on the lip, blowing out the tail, coming out fins first, showing all kinds of control, then to throw it into a 360 right out. Continuing with his flow, speed down the line, couple more tags. He's surfing full of confidence, and he knows this break as good as anyone else. Generations of competitive surfing, champion surfers.
All right, coming up in the next heat, Blair Barton. He is the reigning Live Like Zander Pro Junior champion. He's going to be paired with Luke Guinaldo, William Heddleson, and Chase Neiman. You boys, folks, you guys should be checked in, ready to go. I hope you're taking note of what's going on out in the lineup. A couple of goofy footers against a couple of front-siders. "12 minutes remaining, surfers." So priority sits on the outside with the surfer in green, followed by white, red, and blue. That is the exact opposite order of the leaderboard. Blue first, red second, white third, and green fourth. The tide starts to make its way in. Waves starting to slow down a little bit.
So at the end of last year, we had a little local event that we put together just amongst the local surfers called the King of the Bowl. And it was during a solid north swell. We were looking at 8 to 10 foot faces here at the bowl. And young Jacob Burke absolutely dominated that event. For those of you that have probably seen it, he had one of the most incredible barrel rides, switch stance. Got a better barrel than I've ever had in my life. Switch stance, Lou. It was simply amazing. This kid's confidence when the waves out here are throaty and dangerous is unbelievable.
10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right. Blue in fourth priority. He's just out there catching waves. Nothing to lose being in fourth priority. Currently, he's sitting on a 6.6 and a 6.1. He's looking for a specific kind of wave to better one of those two scores. Nine minutes, 30 seconds remaining. So coming up in these next couple of heats, We're going to see the likes of Blair Barton and Dimitri Paulus, Hayden Rogers, Michael Dunphy. He's also a former champion out here. Kei Kobayashi, John Mel, Taj Lindblad, Jake Davis, been a standout all week. Also Owen Moss, Kai Kushner, also standouts all week. They're coming up in the next couple of heats. We are in heat number 9. In this round of 64, you are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International and brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados Limited. This is 13 years we've been doing these events. We started with a junior event. A couple years later, we added a 1,000, turned that into a 3,000. We turned that 3,000 now into a 5,000. Next year, it will be a 6,000 as the WSL has changed their format. Rather than being a 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, it's going to be 2,000, 4,000, 6,000. Hopefully one day we'll be able to bring a Challenger Series event or even a World Tour event to Barbados.
That would be incredible. And as you said, the lineup of surfers yet to come. Some huge names, guys that really know this break well. Looking at that last heat of the day, Owen Moss, Kai Kushner, those guys have been outstanding all week in the free surf. Reed Platinas, he's in there, another big, strong, powerful surfer.
Scratching for this one, blue. Jacob Burke up and running on 4th priority. This is a nugget, big, smashing turn all the way to the inside, and red, Luca Messinas behind him, but Jacob's going to stick with this one, and we're going to stick with Jacob as he looks to close this one out, throws it up in the air, tries to spin it round, doesn't quite make it, but Luca Messinas, a well-served wave, so he's looking to increase that requirement for 3rd and 4th as we watch green now. Cole Sappho, first turn up in the lip. He's going to make it around this section, and he goes out the back. That's going to leave Grayson Grant. So we're going to pick down these 2 scores from blue and from red.
Yeah, rhythm is so important when you're competing in red and blue. The surfers in red and blue seem to have all the rhythm of the ocean now. Luca Messinas coming again on a nice wave. Big rapid lip line turn. Throws it up into the lip, vertical again, extending his back leg, throwing out the tail. Again, the same kind of vertical attack. 3 big maneuvers on the outside. Makes his way to the inside and looks for that finishing exclamation mark. Doesn't quite get the ending as that wave tapers out, but he did the work on the outside. So that's our surfer in 2nd position. And then we had a wave to drop from our heat leader, Jacob Burke. He also got himself another nugget. We have a replay queued up for that.
Live action, White up and riding. Going up vertical, pushing out the fins. And he goes out the back. So a couple of scores starting to trickle in.
Here we see Jacob Burke once again showing that local knowledge. 4th priority, coming from deep and throwing it all into that oncoming section. Completely laid back, completely compressed. Just throwing the tail, the fins, the rail, everything at that board. A little wrap around on the inside as he waits for that reform. Now he puts on the afterburners, decides, let's just throw it up in the air. Why not? Having fun. So under 5 minutes, and we're waiting for some scores to drop. As we see the surfer in white, Grayson Grant, just getting a little bit of an up and down, then a bit of a wrap back. That wave doesn't offer him anything more, so unfortunately he goes from 1st to 4th priority. but that won't be the score that he was hoping to get.
So split peak, we're going to stick with white on the left. He goes up and out the back, so does blue. So score starting to trickle in. Last of blue, 6.1. Last of red, 6.3. So situation in the water remains the same. Blue first, red second. White, you are third. You now require an 8.07. And green, you're fourth, requiring an 8.53. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
This has been a solid heat from local boy Jacob Burke. I'm not sure if at any point in time he held priority. I think almost all of his scores have come under priority today, just using that local knowledge, Lou.
Yeah, maybe. You might be right. He'll know, though, when you ask him. He'll definitely know. So we're looking at green up and right, and big layback slash right up in the pocket, but he needs a tall order. One of the best, he'll need one of the best waves of the heat or the whole event. There have been quite a bit of those 8s ridden. 8 excellent scores in the event. Both of these surfers in white and green both need excellent scores. Luca Macinas has himself in position. Is he going to turn and burn? Yes, he is. He's not going to let this go. So Luca Macinas up and riding. Look at this section, blowing out the fins, and he gets gobbled up by that north section with 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. So I would leaving Jacob on the outside with priority. As I was saying, there have been 8 excellent waves ridden in this round, not even this round, this event thus far in this 5,000. Highest 2-wave heat total is over 15 points. That was put down by Sebastian Williams yesterday. Single highest wave of a 9.5. And that was absolutely incredible to witness that wave. He surfed that wave seamlessly from start to finish.
From high rock to the rip.
Yep. 50 seconds remaining. Oh, look at this wave lining up in front of them. They're all in too close. There is one behind it that they are pulling for. Who's going to get there? Blue is going to get there. Jacob Burke up and riding. Next heat, just stay there, please. Jacob could have just been out 10 more feet. That wave would have been amazing. He would have had an opportunity to smash that inside section. But this one's going to close out. We got Macinas on the inside paddling for it. 3, 2, 1, and he's up and riding. So this wave will count for Macinas. As he works his way to the inside, that wave is not going to do it to put him back into first. So this heat is going to end with Jacob Burke from Barbados taking the win, surfing as the wild card. He'll be advancing into the round of 32, as will Luca Macinas, a 2-time event champion, World Tour competitor. So we'll be seeing them coming up a little later on in the week. Surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We are on a short hold. We are going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we will be right back after these messages. Okay, we are back to live action. Surfer in white, drawing first blood. That is Will Dean. And on the outside, in white, William Heddleson. As he's working it all the way to the inside, so getting off to a quick start. Introducing the surfers in this heat. As we watch green before I do that. This is Chase Neiman. Working it to the inside. This wave's going to grow on him a little bit, give him some opportunity. Bangs it vertical. So finishing strong. So 3 out of the 4 surfers surfing a wave, which will leave the surfer in red. Blair Barton on the outside with priority as we watch this interview of blue. Comes around the first section, just tags it there, throws it up in the lip, gets a little hung up, working it out onto the open face. He's going to wait for this to wall up for him. This is the young surfer from the USA, Luke Guinaldo. He also has been a standout all week. All right. Score starting to trickle in as we watch red, Blair Barton up and riding, working it to the inside. Blair is the reigning Little Lake Zander Pro Junior champion. Him and Zander were great friends. It was such an honor and pleasure to present him that trophy last year. Big shout out to his mom and dad, Courtney and James. Welcome to the broadcast. I know you're watching. First of white, 3.5.
Yeah, that was an amazing presentation, very emotional. Blair said some really nice words about Zander. Had everyone a little teared up, but then we got the run back out and started celebrating again.
Yeah. First of green, 507. First of blue, 483. So one more score for red, and we will have all the surfers accounted for. So surfer in red, Blair Barton is currently sitting 13th on the rankings. Surfer in blue currently sitting 17th. And white sitting at 38th, so this is a pretty stacked heat, rankings-wise. So first of red, 353. So early going, green first, blue second, red third, white fourth. As we look at this replay of red, just a couple of little down carves. Eyeing up that inside section, sees it's not going to reform for him, and he kicks out and goes out the back.
Yeah, Blair just warming up his knees, getting his feet in the wax, doing a few little wiggles. He knows he can score way higher than that, and he will need to score way higher than that against these competitors. For those of you watching on, I know a lot of you guys follow the WSL, follow all the events. You're well aware of the formats. For those of you not quite as certain, oh, we have Blue.
We're going to watch Blue up and right in. Currently in second position, already going, throws it up in the lip. Working it to the inside section as the wave kind of gets a little funny with him. Not sure if it was going to reform or if it was going to just die out. Surfer in priority and Green putting himself in position, followed closely by White. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see a former gold medal winner in the ISA, Dimitri Polis. He's going to be taking on Tyler Gunter, Will Dean, and Enzo Ackerman. So buckets of talent right here in Barbados.
That could be a final, Lou.
They could all be finals.
So just while things are a little slow in the water, we can just break down a little bit of the WSL format and how things work. For those of you that aren't that familiar, this is the final stop on the North American Region Tour. And this is a QS 5000, meaning that the winner will receive 5,000 points, the highest amount of points available, meaning that you can have massive jumps in the standings. And the top 10 placed surfers in the men's division are going to go on to what is known as the Challenger Series, where you have the top 10 placed surfers from every region around the world. So
basically, we were going to crown top 7 and 1 wild card from the North American region and top 4 women with 1 wild card. And as you were saying, Bodie, that surfers can flip-flop. This event has been dubbed Heartbreak and Happiness.
Yep.
Over that reason, last year we saw a surfer from Mexico, Alan Cleland, go from almost 20th position to qualifying.
Correct.
But right now we're going to take this opportunity to send it down to Jacob, to Andrew, for the post-heat interview, powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with Jacob Burt. Jacob, before even piling out in that heat, you told me you were going to win. And you went out there and you beat the defending champion. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was my plan to win anyway, but when I saw my seeding, I matched up with Luca. I smiled, I liked it, you know. Could as well go all out, you know, defending champion, and he won it. Well, he won it twice, but he's the defending champion this year. So could as well compete against the defending champion in the first heat, so it tells you you got the rest covered.
You might want to keep the strategy a secret, but what was it?
Just have fun, you know. the usual strategy, man. The secret have fun strategy. Yeah.
And you're representing Barbados here on home turf. How does it feel?
Feels good. Yeah, it feels nice. I know a lot of people here, and I want to represent the island. You know, I love Barbados. I love the people of Barbados. So I want to make them proud. You know, want to prove myself in front of my people.
Anyone you want to take the time to shout out right now?
Yeah, I have to shout out my girlfriend first. She's mad at me because I've never shouted her out before. So she told me if I win, I better shout her out. So, ikaw fa niya. And then I want to shout out also Shirley, passed away recently. Super sad. Love the guy. Had best sea moss on the island by far. So yeah, rest in peace, Shirley. We love you, and we hope you're in a good spot.
Well, Jacob, you absolutely tear that heat apart, man. You put on a clinic. Good luck in the next one. Keep ripping, buddy. Pass you guys to the booth.
All right, we're back to live action. I just listened to Jacob's interview. It was a great interview. Big shout out to you. Congratulations. Continue. He says he wants to make the people of Barbados proud, and he made me proud, I can tell you that. So we're back at live action. While we were on that short break, there was only one wave ridden. Well, actually, there were 2 waves ridden, one for green and one for red. So last of green coming in at a 5.5. So green, you go to first, And last of red coming in at a 2.83. So early going, green first, blue second. Red, you're third. Red, you now require a 4.6. And white, you are fourth, sitting with priority. You require a 4.67. White, he's going to pull the trigger with priority on a decent looking wave. He's going to work his way to the inside, see what this does on the inside. It's probably going to give him something to work with. A nice little vertical turn to end the wave. So White, he's going to pull the...
Looking at a replay of Blair Barton, going on the left, looking for that air section, launching on the flats and spinning out. So Air Barton takes over. Let's see what the judges do with that on the short left. Again, this is one of the things we love about Soup Bowl, the opportunities to score in multiple ways. It's always dangerous for surfers sitting with priority because there are multiple ways for surfers under priority to get waves and produce scores. We got the left that usually offers up the opportunity for an air section. You have those little inside wedges. We got those waves that come from way over on the southern side of the break from High Rock. They got those north peaks that will miss the entire reef and push on down towards the rip. So the surfers in priority always have to be on their toes here at the bowl. So with 13 minutes to go, surfer in green is in first place, sitting with a 10.57 total. Surfer in red, your last wave came in at a 7. You're sitting in second place. You need a 3.57 to take over the lead. Surfer in blue, you are sitting in third place. You require a 5.71 to advance. Surfer in white, you have the fourth place and you require a 6.24 to advance. Priority sitting with the surfer in blue, followed by green and red. So red, you are in second place. You're sitting on a 7 and a 3.53. You need a 3.57 if you want to take over the lead. Surfer in blue, you're looking for a 5.71 to get into an advance in place. Surfer in white, you're looking for a 6.24 to get into an advance in place. Just under 12 minutes to go. Coming to you from sunny Soup Bowl, Barbados. This round of 64 in the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Men's QS 5,000. 5,000 points on tap for the winner, which could see some major movements in the overall table. The final year standing. This is the final event on the North American Tour. All the big players are here. The top guys trying to defend their position. The guys within striking range, knowing that if they could pull out a win here, they could jump into those positions to get on the Challenger Series. Once they make it to the Challenger Series, it's a series of, I believe, 6 events held at various spots around the world. As we see red, Blair Barton coming in, deep bottom turn, snap it into the lip vertical. Another deep bottom turn comes around with a wrap. Just setting up now on the inside, waiting for that lip to stand up one more time to snap it once, twice, 3 times. And he's out. So last year's junior pro champion, Live Like Zander junior pro champion. And he's got the high score in the heat so far, so. All right. Surfer in red, your last score drops at a 7.83. 7.83, that is the highest scoring wave of the heat. You are now sitting in the lead on a total of 14.83. Surfer in green, you are dropped to second. You require a 9.33 to take over the lead. Surfer in blue, you still require a 5.74 to get into qualifying position. And surfer in white, you require a 6.27 to get into the qualifying position. Under 10 minutes to go. So Blair Barden putting down a marker with a strong heat total here. Starting to move away from high tide. The water's going to start draining a little bit out on the reef. We should start to see some steeper faces. Hoping to see more of those north pulses come in, offering up those steep vertical walls where the maximum sporing potential. Those are the walls that the judges want to see the surfers attacking. Fully committed. And there's plenty of swell all over Barbados today. The south coast is absolutely going off. So for all the surfers that aren't here competing, I know a lot of them drove over to the south coast to check out spots like South Point and Brandon's. Have a little chill. One of the awesome things about coming to Barbados as a surfer is that the island's small. As we see Blair going on the left, looking for another air section. Wee. So they said one of the nice things about being a surfer in Barbados is the island is small. It's 21 miles at its length, 14 at its widest point. So it doesn't matter where the waves are breaking. You get the call, you can be there in about half an hour, 45 minutes. Giving us 360 degrees of surf all year round. Friendly faces, sandy beaches. The bears are always cold. As we welcome Lou back into the booth.
Thank you, Bodie. Looking at this scoreboard, I'm seeing red with a 7 and a 7.83. It looks like he's picking up right where he left off last year.
Yeah, Air Blair just went to town on a couple of waves. You absolutely missed out, but while there's not much going on, we might be able to queue up another replay of Red's last wave, dropping a 7.83, the high score of the heat. Here we go. Lou missed this one, but as we see Red coming in, deep bottom turn, vertical snap. Comes around, absolutely no downtime into another wraparound carve as he waits for it to set up on the inside. Staying with that power source, tags it vertically again. And then he runs off, gets another snap, boom. One more, boom. Excellent surfing there, very good surfing there from youngster from the States.
He's actually from North Carolina. Right, surfer from Virginia Beach, Virginia. Big shout out to Courtney and James. We know you're tuned in and watching.
Yeah, shout out all the surfers over on the East Coast, all the families on the East and West Coast of the States, cheering on your friends, your family. I know you guys in the West are a couple hours behind us. East Coast, you guys should be on the same time. So good afternoon to everybody. Those of you watching in Europe, all around England and all over Europe, getting messages from all over the world. Good evening to you guys. Hope it's not too cold and dark over where you are. If it is, close the windows and focus on your live stream of beautiful, sunny Barbados.
All right, surfers in the next heat coming up. Dimitri Paulus, Tyler Gunter, Will Dean, and Enzo Ackerman. You guys should be checked in and ready to go. Dimitri Paulus is sitting number 2 on the rankings.
Under 5 minutes.
All right, servers, you're free to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel for me, please. Thank you very much. You know, taking a win was Dimitri Paulus, 5th place, a 3rd place. As we watch Blue up and right and going for a big reverse, not quite hanging on to it. And White, William Hedison, he's going to pull into this one, 2nd priority. The only one in position. He's going to come around this first section, go vertical, and he can't hang on.
Oh, nose pick.
So it's 4 minutes, 12 seconds remaining. This is the time where you got to hit that reset button. That was a big turn. Just happened to pearl the board. You got that little imaginary button on the front of your board. Just hit that button, reset everything, and start over. He's going to turn and burn on this inside. William Hedison floats the first section, working it onto the open face. He's going to need to get something vertical going. That's what the judges are wanting to see.
Yeah, it's a small wave on the inside. That's not going to be enough.
Well,
right now, our heat leader, Blair Barton, and 2nd place, Chase Neiman, both sitting with first, well, Chase with 1st, and then Blair with 2nd priority, both in a very strong position in this heat.
Watching Blue with 3rd priority, a little behind the peak. You see a little something funky going on here. I see this rip starting to pull pretty hard. And some of these waves taking a little bit different angle. Not that I think anything is going on. It's probably just tidal, but it's just, everything seems to be just moving around a little differently right now.
Yeah, a lot of water running through the reef. It seems like a bit of current at the moment. Surfers are piling a little bit away from the bowl, going over towards middles. Trying to see if they can find one of those little nuggets that will roll through and allow them to stand up and attack the section in the bowl that they would normally be taking off from.
All right, coming up on 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Servers in the next seat, just hold your positions there. We are in heat 10 of this round of 64. You are tuned into the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000, presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions. I'm Zander Venezia, paired up with Bodie Rapson, bringing you the play-by-plays. We'll be here all week. We're only on day 3. We have 4 more days to go. This is a long event, doing a lot of good for the surfing community all throughout North America and Barbados. Oh, here we go, Blue with 3rd priority. They're going to let him go. He's going to go left, and he opts out. So he'll probably get back out before the surfer and White. So White with just 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining.
It's been 3 days of action-packed adventure, 4 more days to go. Great weather, great vibes. Unbelievable talent on the water. Hoping to see the crowds build towards the weekend. Plenty of space to view, lots of shade, plenty of refreshments available, lots of activities. Come on down and support the local boys. A lot of the local boys have made it through to the later rounds. So the more support on the beach, the more cheers, the more hyped up they're going to get, the more they're going to perform for their home crowd. So
35 seconds remaining. Servers, don't move, guys. Servers, stay right there, please. Servers in the next heat. I'll give you plenty of time to get in the lineup. All right. Counting this one in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that ends heat number 10 in this round of 64. Servers in the next heat. Please stand by. We're on a short hold. This heat is going to end with Blair Barton taking the win, followed by the surfer in green, Chase Neiman. So those two surfers will be moving on into the round of 32 and advancing. We're going to take this opportunity to send it down to the booth. A short commercial break. We'll be right back after these messages. Stay tuned. We are back to live action. Coming up in this heat in the red jersey, Dimitri Paulus. In blue, Tyler Gunter. In white, Will Dean. And in green, Enzo Ackerman. This is going to be a barn burner. I can guarantee it. All four of these surfers extremely talented. Dimitri Paulus currently ranked number 2 on the North America rankings. Tyler Gunter is in that 26th position. He's been coming to Barbados for a long time, so he knows this way well. He's probably been here for the very first pro junior we ever put on here. The whole California posse used to come. They still do. But we're talking about some of them are on the world tour. Griffin, Cade Matson. And who's going to draw first blood? This is going to be Tyler. He's way up inside. On his backhand is Lethal. Float in the first section, coming out onto the open face. That North Peak not really cooperating with him. Still manages a decent turn as we look at Ackerman on the outside. This is his second turn of the same sort of quality as that first turn. You look at the replay of that first maneuver by Green. Nice down carve in the pocket. Another one, but not really offering too much after that. And that score is not going to get too high up. So far for the day, a lot of the Bajan surfers are still in this event. Louis St. John with a buzzer beater. Jacob Burke taking a win. Josh Burke taking a win. I think the only one we lost so far is the youngster Tommy Layson and Caleb Rapson. So first of blue, 417. First of green, 3.3. All right, coming up in the next heat, Hayden Rogers, Dylan Horde, Laird Lavick, and Sage Katz. You have about 20 minutes before that heat will start, so just call to check in. Just get in the heat in your head. I know that you're not going to miss it. All right, so local time is about 2:13. We're about an hour away from the high tide as the tide starts to pull out. Slow the wave down a little bit. Still plenty of scoring potential out there. Giving these surfers 25 minutes to showcase their skills is plenty of time. You'll get at least 4 opportunities. We're looking at Gunter scratching to get into that one. He is currently in 4th priority. That was a nice little nugget on the inside as it just rolls off along the reef. This is heat number 11 in this round of 64. BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. As we're watching Blue up and right in Tyler Gunter. Still working on this wave. From Newport Beach, California. All right, we have a little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Blair Barton, for the post-heat interview powered by Eco Lifestyle and Lodge and St. Luke's Clothing. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with Blair Barton. Blair, you won the Live Like Zander Junior Pro last year. How do you like this wave?
This might be my favorite wave out of anywhere. So.
And you obviously travel the world a lot and stuff. How does this wave compare to other waves that you might surf around the world?
I don't know. I feel like this wave kind of like just offers everything you need. You know, it's got an air section, it's got a right, it's got a barrel. You know, not many other waves just do all of that and so perfectly.
And what's your favorite thing about Barbados?
The community, the people. Yeah.
And what board are you riding out there today?
I'm riding my WRV surfboard shaped by Bob Yinger.
Well, Blair, you're ripping out there, and I hope to see you in the next round. All right, cool. Awesome. Back to the booth.
From the Outer Banks, North Carolina. So we're back to live action. All right, last of Blue 5.0. So still waiting on white and red. So while we were on that short interview break, surfer in red had a wave, and as well as the surfer in white. So surfer in blue, Tyler Gunter, staying busy. And he's going to go out the back. He's sitting just down below everybody. So first of red, 5.83. First of white, 4.30. "15 minutes, 30 seconds remaining." And red up and riding, trying to back up that 5.83. He is a former ISA gold medal winner. The last of red, 3.53. So red goes to first. Blue, you drop to second. And white, you are currently in third position, sitting on a 4.30. You require a 4.88. Green, you are in fourth. No takers. Green on the outside. He's going to roll into this one. Enzo Ackerman, nice big wrapping down carve, working out onto the north section, cutting it back, sticking with it. He's got some more potential, scoring potential on this wave. Plenty of opportunity. Currently in fourth position, but he is only sitting on a 3.3, and I believe that's going to be better. And here we go, white up and riding. Big turn, lip line, gets around it, sticking with it. He's going to get some more opportunity. This wave has a more scoring potential on it. That last maneuver was a lot better than the first two. Little just flicky turns.
Nice little exchange there between the surfer in green and surfer in white. Both searching for scores, trying to get into the advancing position. Smaller waves, a lot of work done. We're going to check out those replays as we look at green. Enzo Ackerman coming from deep, coming around that section, coming into a nice wrapping top turn. Throws it up into the lip. A little bit of a tail drift. Not a lot of energy put into that second turn. A little bit of a cut back as he waits for the wave to set up, and he sees a little bit more potential on the way down. That was just a slightly checked turn, a little bit mistimed, but then throws it vertically to end. And as we look at white coming in from pretty deep, Will Dean throwing it straight up into that big convergence section. Tries to make his way around because he realizes that this wave is going to give up a little bit of a north section. He just needs to wait for it to stand up. So a couple of check turns, throws it into that little peak. Again, trying to throw out the tail and give a bit of board redirection and a nice little hit to end. So a couple of decent scores should be dropping for these guys on smaller waves.
All right, coming up on 11 minutes, 35 seconds. As the scores start to trickle in. Six more heats to go for the day. 5 more after this one. Blue, I'm just waiting on a couple of scores, Tyler. Got a score coming for green. So last of green, 5-3. Green, you're in third now. You require a 3.9. So waiting on one more for white. So last of white is a 4.80. So white, you are now in third. You require a 4.38. So red first, blue second, white is third, requiring a 4.38. And green is fourth, requiring a 3.94. Well, nice lip line floater for Will. And on the outside, green. Got a nice little walled up wave. Kind of went vertical, but there was really no bottom turn with it. He just kind of threw it up. Wrapping cut back. Sticking with it, and he's going to go out the back. So Enzo Ackerman. That score is going to probably come in the mid-range. All right, coming up on 8 minutes, 10 seconds. Situation remains the same. Red first, blue second. Green is third, requiring a 3.9. Your last wave was a 3 point, sorry. You now require a 3.94 as red up and riding.
So yeah, we're looking at that replay of red, Dimitropoulos, heat leader at the moment. So as I continue to get messages from all over the world, want to shout out to our viewers from everywhere, getting messages from the UK, getting messages from all over the States, Canada. Shout out all the Central American crew, all the Costa Rican crew, Panama, that crew in Venezuela. Shout out the Tobago crew.
All right, red up and riding. And out the back. Green up and riding. Nice wrapping down carve. It's got a north section. A little slash in the pocket, and he can't hang on to the finishing maneuver. He goes down. So this is white, vertical, re-entry, right into another major maneuver. Out onto the open face, working his way out, finishing maneuvers, finishes strong. And he likes it with 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, surfer in white, Will Dean, sitting in 4th place, but getting some work done. I'm going to cue up that replay. He was feeling it at the end. So here we go. Will finding a nice little head high nugget, throws it up vertical into the first lip, steps on the tail and makes sure that he doesn't pick the nose on the way down. Nice wrapping turn up in the lip. And here he steps on the afterburners, going down the line, looking for that vertical tag to finish. And he's feeling it.
It was just the tail end of the red while we were off on that interview break. So last of green, 3.4. So green, you still require that 3.94. And white, waiting on your score. So stand by, surfer in blue. This could flop around things. So 5 minutes remaining. Servers in the next heat, you're free to paddle out. Just stay down on the channel.
Oh, look at the replay of Dimitri's last wave. Gets up and throws it straight up into that oncoming lip. Big roundhouse wrap turn, 2 big roundhouse wraps. Waiting for that wave to set up a little bit more on the inside. Now he steps on the gas, aiming down the line, looking for that little tag where he throws everything at that tiny little section.
All right, last of white, 6.33. White, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third. Blue, you require a 4.37. And green, you are fourth. You require a 4.14. 4 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. All right, last of red, 5.27. Blue. So last of red, 5.27. Blue needs a score of a 6.10 now. Here we go. Up and riding, Tyler Gunter. This one's going to give him something to work with on the inside. Going to try and finish strong, throwing it up vertical. He's going to hang on. That's 2 major maneuvers.
All right, Tyler Gunter with the answer back. He's looking for a 6.1. So which is a good score. As we're looking at the replay, he's coming in just a little bit of a wrapping carve, waiting for the wave to stand up. But here he goes into that little more vertical section, extending his legs, getting some of that spray off the board. Another nice wrapping turn, and then he goes straight in for a 2-for-1 vertical hit. Picks the nose, but stomps on the tail, digs the nose out of the water, and rides out. So Tyler is feeling good, but we got 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Waiting for some scores to drop. Let's see if there's any movements.
All right, scores starting to trickle in for blue. 1 minute, 40 seconds remaining. Last of blue, 5.4. You now require a 5.6. Your last score was a 5.4. You now require a 5.6. 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining.
For the surf in blue, knowing that he's going to be in 4th priority when he makes it back out, he's going to have to swing and hope that something goes past the reef, misses the main peak, and swings wide, that he can maybe get a final opportunity to get the score he requires. As we saw earlier with young Jacob Burke picking off big scores under priority.
Coming up on the 30-second mark. Servers in the next heat, please just hold your positions. Taito's going to turn and burn on this inside. He saw what Jacob did. He's going to get a little bit of an opportunity here. A little down carve, not hitting the reef the right way with 6 seconds as we're going to count this one in 3, 2, 1. All right, servers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are on a short hold. So in this heat, 11 in the round of 64, taking the win is going to be surfer in white, Will Dean, followed closely by the surfer in red, Dimitri Paulis. Those two servers will be advancing on into the next round. We're going to take this opportunity to send it down to the booth for a commercial. We will be right back with more action from the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Stand by. We're going to count this in 3, 2, 1.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Tuak. I'm a professional surfer from Barbados, competing in the Barbados Surf Pro, and I wanted to show you my favorite places on the island. Tucked away right next to Soup Bowl is Joes River Bridge. This stunning and historic walkway was once a train line and now serves as a popular hiking route and the main attraction for the 5-kilometer race during Run Barbados Marathon weekend every December.
All right, we're back to live action. Here we go in this heat. In red, Hayden Rogers. He is currently ranked 7th on the North America rankings. He's paired up against Dylan Horde, Laird Labick, and Sage Katz. So this is going to be another interesting heat. So at the minute, Hayden Rogers is in that qualification position. He just needs to keep ahead of everybody behind him as we look at Sage Katz going upside down. Dropping some big scores early in the round. First of red, 3.3. First of blue, previous of blue is a 1.6. This time that last lip and he goes down.
Yeah, Dylan Horde of the USA was on his way to a decent little score there, but completely mistimed that last lip.
So surfers coming up in the next heat, Michael Dunphy, Cannon Carr, Sebastian Williams, and Ocean Giddens, another boy from Barbados.
The more of the local lads that make it to the later rounds, the bigger the crowds are going to be on the beach to cheer them on.
All right, last of blue, 3.5. Last of green, 3.83. So early going, blue first, green second, red you are third, and white you're fourth. So I've just been told that Sage Cat is Brian Toth's nephew. I remember him when he was a little kid, when we used to go to New Smyrna. Wow. Well, I'm sure Brian is tuned in. Welcome to the broadcast.
Oh, wow. Yeah, big up to everybody tuned in from Puerto Rico.
All right, look what's just popped up in front of me, Mommy. Who's going to take it? Surfer in white, Laird Lavick. He was in priority, up and riding. Big turn. Can he hang on? And he gets taken out by that north section once again.
Oh,
that was a CT turn.
That would have been a massive score if he'd rode out of that. He attacked that lip. The timing was almost perfect. Drifted the fins. He must have drifted about 6 or 7 feet laterally on that wave.
So green with higher priority, blue gives way. Sage Cat's up and riding. Banging it upside down. He can drop those excellent scores. He did it earlier in the round, dropping at 8.33 for maneuvers like that. 2-turn maneuver on the outside.
And 2 on the inside. I think that's going to be a pretty decent score. Cue up that replay first of white, Laird Lavick coming in on a massive turn. Oh, just came out of the view. But the still shot of that's going to look amazing. No one has to know you didn't make it, except the judges. Waiting on a replay of green, who just went to town.
Last of green, 5.83. So green, you go to first. Blue, you drop to second. Red, you now require just a 1.85. You're sitting on a 3.33. All right, well, we got a short break in the action. We're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Will Dean, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
We're here with Will Dean, another heat win, Will. Do you feel like building some momentum here?
Yeah, it feels good. I've never really done good here in the past 2 years, so to get 2 heat wins against pretty gnarly people, it feels really good.
How are the day 3 conditions compared to day 2?
It's pretty similar, like same thing. You just gotta do big surfing and you get good scores.
And what board are you riding today? Anything change in equipment?
Same board as yesterday, 5.9.5, lost surfboards, driver 3, magical.
Well, Will, it seems to be working for you. Anyone at home you want to shout out again?
Just all family and friends watching back home. Thank you for watching and see you soon.
Well, good luck in the next one, Will. Keep on ripping.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
All right, we're back to live action. So while we were on a break, we're going to look at this replay from green.
Yeah, we saw Sage Cat using his priority, taking off, making Dylan Horde give way, and going into 2 outside vertical maneuvers. That wave kind of tapered off after that. But the judges rewarding the outside commitment.
So white with third priority floats the first section out onto the open face. He's got a nice north peak ahead of him. Coming off the bottom, throws it up in the lip. He's going to get around the section with this little foam climb. Working it to the inside is Laird Lavick, 17 years old. Currently sitting in 4th position. But I think he's going to move up into that rankings with this.
So yeah, we got Lear Lavick coming in from pretty deep, seeing that lip crashing down. So he just throws the board up in there, manages to ride out, comes around and finds a bit of an open section, throws it up in the lip, a bit of a check turn, kind of nursed a little bit, doesn't quite redirect the board the way he would have wanted to, but then finds a little bit more on the inside, races on down the track, just a couple little tags, and then a nice tail blow to finish. So a mixed bag on that wave there from Lear Lavick, but overall well served.
All right, last of white, 4.83, puts you to second. Blue, you dropped to third. You now require a 3.04. Right. Blue and green simultaneously hitting the lip as Dylan Horde working it all the way to the inside. Well-served wave. Just a series of major maneuvers on his way to the inside. And he goes out the back.
All right, so we saw a situation there where two surfers took off on the same wave, but at completely different peaks. The surfer that continued on, Dylan Horde, he had priority, but there was no effect on the surfer in third priority in green, so he just went up and made one big tag. But then the surfer in blue, Dylan Horde, he managed to get the better position on that wave, goes it straight up into the lip, races around that section, a little bit of a whitewater climb, projects out onto the open face and finds that little pocket to snap it right in the lip. Waits for that wave to reform a little bit, thinking there may be another point or so on the inside if he can just race down the line and get that little peak, but unfortunately the wave peters out.
All right, back to live action. So we're waiting for this score for blue to drop. I know, watch that replay, pretty good. It's going to be very close, if not the highest score of the heat, and that will put him back up into the lead. All right, last of blue, 6.5 blue, 6.5. You remain in second position. Third position is the surfer in white. You now require a 5.18. And surfer in fourth requires a 6.6. Surfer in red just sitting on a single wave of a 3.3. He does have priority. Currently ranked 7th in the North America rankings. Hayden Rogers, 19 years old, from California. Really come on strong in the last couple of years. I remember him as a little blonde-haired Grom surfing Huntington.
So yeah, we saw both surfers share that wave and both drop reasonable scores. Sage Cats dropping a reasonable 4.6 for that one aggressive turn. And Dylan Horde managing to get a few more turns. Green looking for a situation.
Green, your last wave was a 4.6. You're currently in first. If blue would have just been 10 more feet to the left, that wave had plenty of scoring potential on it. That was like one of the ones Jacob caught earlier. With 11 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, servers in the next heat. You should be checked in and ready to go. Michael Dunphy, Cannon Carr, Sebastian Williams, and Ocean Giddens. This is heat number 12. We are going all the way to heat number 16. We'll probably finish sometime around 4:30 or 5 o'clock. So blue up and right, and he's looking to back up that 6.5. And he goes out the back, recognizing that he doesn't have any outside maneuvers.
Yeah, Dylan Horde just sitting in fourth priority, deciding to stay busy. His backup score is only a 3.5, so he's looking for a little inside nugget that he can maybe drop a 4 or 5 and increase the requirement for the surfers in 3rd and 4th position, as we see him just make a couple of little wraps on a smaller inside wave, hoping that it was going to stand up and maybe let him race down and get a good vertical turn on the inside, but that peters out into nothing, and Dylan will just paddle back out and try to reset and hope that one of those waves swings wide, misses the reef where the priority surfers are, and he can steal a little nugget on the inside, as we saw Jacob do so successfully earlier on.
Green's gonna roll, Red's gonna roll into this. He was sitting with priority for quite a while, Hayden Rogers. It's not quality, it's the quality of the wave. Nice snap in the pocket there as he works his way on to the inside. So currently sitting in 4th position, just sitting on a single wave of a 3.3.
Well, as we see this replay of young Hayden Rogers, currently 7th in the overall standings, just gets up, does a little wrap in the pocket, stands it up vertical, attacks that whitewater, oncoming whitewater section, once again out onto the open face, looking for that wave to stand up a little bit vertical again, but in the meantime, he keeps wiggling, he keeps the board moving. That was an aggressive snap. Looking for a little more on the inside, and as he sees that vertical turn, another aggressive snap, and that will put him firmly back in the mix.
9 minutes, 15 seconds. Last of Red coming in at a 4.73. Red, you go to 3rd. You now require a 5.2. White, you drop to 4th. You now require a 5.1. 9 minutes remaining.
So as we sit around that kind of mid-tide mark, Lou, see how the conditions continue to change and hopefully improve throughout the afternoon as water drains off the reef a little bit. Winds seem a bit lighter. All we need is more of those northern pulses to come through. And the athletes are ready to perform.
Green with the higher priority. He's going to hold off and go up vertical into this lip. Currently in 1st position. He's going to get a nice little inside going up vertical. I don't know how he held on to that. He was so upside down.
Yeah, young Sage Cat really likes to attack on the backhand. Here he goes, going up into it. Nice extension of the legs, throwing that board out. Another wrapping cutback, rebound off the whitewater, and he just resets and wait for that wave to stand up. Here he goes, completely upside down. Perfect example of not having to see your board for it to do magical things.
All right, last of Green, 4.4. So that does not go in your scoreline. Situation remains the same. Green 1st, Blue 2nd, Red 3rd. Red requiring a 5.2 and White requiring a 5.1.
6 minutes, 45 seconds to go in this Heat 12 of the round of 64 in the Barbados BTMI Barbados Surf Pro Men's QS 5000. Coming to you from Soup Bowl, Bathsheba, here on the east coast of Barbados. Beautiful conditions. Welcome to everyone. So as we coming up to 5 minutes and 30 seconds, just looking at the forecast for the rest of the week, and looks like very contestable, competitive conditions, quite similar to what we've been seeing so far. Sunny, breezy, lots of swell in the water, good vibes on the beach, plenty of food and drink, plenty of shade, lots of areas to view from, music pumping, good vibes all around. Welcome to the Barbados, folks.
All right. Coming up on the 5-minute mark. Surfers are free to paddle out. So please stay down in the channel. Surfer with priority is the surfer in white. Second priority is blue. All right, white putting himself in position. He's going to pull the trigger. Laird Lavitt currently in fourth position, requiring a score. Two wrapping down carves on the outside. Blue is going to roll into this one with priority. As we're going to stick with blue. As white goes out, big. 2-2. All right, I thought my mic was dead. He hit that so hard, it shook my microphone. 4 minutes remaining, so we'll wait for that score for blue to come in, as well as white.
All right, so as we see white, Laird Lavitt coming around, big wrap as you see him open up the shoulders, open up those hips, get the board on rail, throw as much spray as he can, because that wave doesn't offer a lot in terms of the north section, although we see it just trying to reform. So Laird knew he needed to do the work on the outside. As we're seeing blue, Dylan Horde come in, pumping his way in, looking for that section to stand up. That's the attack that he wants. Those nice vertical steep walls. A little bit of a wrap back towards the power source, waiting for it to stand up again, but he gets hung up. Lots of turbulence out there.
We're just waiting for the score. Last of blue, 3.27, does not go in your score. Red, you still require a 5.2. White, you still require a 5.1. 3 minutes remaining.
So as we see surfer in red, Hayden Rogers sitting with priority. Always dangerous, only requiring average scores at the moment.
So red's going to go over this first one. Looking back, getting his lineup. Sees the second one. He's going to leave this one as well.
Yeah, you can see those swells coming in very much out of the south. Not offering those walls, those are scoring opportunities. Those are what we refer to as cutback waves.
One minute, 50 seconds remaining. So blue's gonna hold this one and go left. Coming up on 1 minute, servers in the next heat. You guys are just a little too far up, but just stay right there, please. We got 55 seconds remaining.
So the surfers are all paddling out. They see something. 45 seconds. Surfer in red sitting with priority. He gets to take whatever wave he wants.
All right, red's going to pull the trigger. Green's going to go. He's going to. And then red is up and riding. 29 seconds remaining. Floats the second section. And out the back is blue as Rogers is waiting for this one to wall up. Blue's going to try and do everything he can. And I think that's all she's going to write. We're going to count this one in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. All right. So surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. We're waiting for some scores to drop, as there were 4 waves ridden. But we're only concerned really about 1. Blue did have a wave, so he will possibly better his low score, which will increase the requirement. Nonetheless, it doesn't look like red is going to get the score anyhow. Red's last wave coming in at a 4.27, not enough. So surfer and blue remains in second position. And all the scores are in, and the situation remains the same. Green first, blue second. You both will be advancing on into the next round. We're going to take a short commercial break. We'll be right back with more surfing. Stay tuned. Here we go, Colin. All right, we are back to live action. Coming up in this round, Michael Dunphy in the red jersey, Cannon Carr in blue, Sebastian Williams in white, and Ocean Giddens from Barbados in green. So 2 from the U.S., 1 from the East, 1 from the West. Sebastian Williams from Mexico, and Ocean Giddens from right here in Bathsheba, Barbados. While we were on that short commercial break, no waves were ridden. So there is nothing to catch up on. So Michael Dunphy in this heat is a past champion of the QS 5000. As we're going to watch white, Sebastian Williams dropping the single highest score in the event so far is a 9.5. Caught his first wave way, way, way up inside, similar to where he just caught that one. But absolutely went to town, as he is right now going to town on this inside runner. Pushes out the tail. So that will get him on the board.
All right, surfer in white, Sebastian Williams from Mexico, showing how much he loves this wave. As Lou said, dropping the highest individual score so far, and once again getting off to a strong start as he comes from way deep in middles and goes straight into a vertical lip attack, blowing out the tail into a nice roundhouse carve, but rebound off the white water. Compresses and gets right back up into that lip. A little bit of a check turn as he goes, throws it into that oncoming section with a bit of a tail drift. One big wrap, throwing the tail around, showing lots of control. And he'll be super happy with that as an opening wave. So once again, a stacked heat. Sebastian Williams showing he is in tune with the bowl. Local boy Ocean Giddens, always dangerous, putting together a really solid heat yesterday. Michael Dunphy, always dangerous in the bowl.
All right, last of white, 7.0. White on the inside, trying to back up that 7 or reposition himself, one of the two. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Kei Kobayashi, John Mel, Titus Santucci, and Timothy Simmers. 21 minutes remaining, just called to check in. Kei Kobayashi, John Mel, Titus Santucci, and Timothy Simmers. All right, little break in the action. We're going to send it down to Andrew with the winner of the last heat, Sage Katz, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge.
Sage Katz, another heat win. How was the performance?
I'm just stoked to pass. It was a solid heat. They all surf really well, so I'm just happy to perform.
In terms of food in Barbados, how are you liking the food here?
Oh, it's amazing. It's like island food just like back home. I love it. Been eating a bunch. Yeah.
And the waves, are the waves fun here?
Yeah, I think today's the best day I've seen so far. Dropped down a little, but there's really good sections for sure.
Have you had a chance to go anywhere else on the island yet?
Yeah, I've explored all over the island. I'm here with my mom, so she's been wanting to explore a bunch.
Cool. And is there anyone at home you want to shout out again before we go?
Yeah, to my family and the whole team behind me supporting me. Gracias a todo.
Well, Sage, listen, you're ripping, and it's good to see you again here. I hope you get through the next round, man.
so
All right,
much.
have a good one, man. I'll see you at the booth.
Break. There were no waves ridden. As we're looking at Sebastian Williams way up inside, similar to where he caught that big wave last week. And Green up and right, and Ocean Giddens going up in that north section, floating it, and the wave offering nothing more. There we go, Michael Dunphy from Virginia Beach. Big down carve. Going up in the lip, working it to the inside. He's been coming to Barbados for quite some time. And he comes unstuck and goes down. Now look at this replay here from Green. Just a little quick turn up and down. And the replay from Dunphy, nice down carve. Throws it up in the lip. And he goes down, so let's see where the judges go with this. Still waiting for these scores to trickle in for red and for white. And blue up and right in. Cannon Carr working it out onto the open face. Oh, big lip line floater, but can't hang on, and he goes down. 16 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. This is heat number 13 in the round of 64. As we watch the replay of Blue, nice little down carve. And just can't hang on to that finishing maneuver. As we're back at live action, we're going to pick up the tail end of Green. Not really doing much on the outside. So early going surfer in white in first position, sitting on a 7 and a 5. Followed closely by surfer in red, Michael Dunphy. Ocean Giddens currently in third position. Your last wave coming in at a 2.30. And Blue is just a 2.91. Red, your first wave was a 5.5. You're currently in second position. Michael Dunphy currently sitting in the 29th position. He had a second place here last year. Blue, big lip line floater carrying plenty of speed out onto this open face. This is Cannon Carr. Throwing out the fins, and on the outside red, we're going to stick with Blue. And we're going to cut to red, but white is up on the outside as well. They'll finish off this wave, but red, big finishing maneuver. And white continuing on down the line. Working it all the way to the inside. All right, so we got 3 scores to drop, leaving surfer in green, Ocean Giddens, sitting on the outside by himself. So Michael Dunphy was a runner-up last year, losing out to, as we pick up on this replay of red. Very foamy wave, but goes up into that lip on the north section. Staying with it, currently sitting on a 5.5. Who wants to just maximize this score, but get a backup for the 5.5. Then he's going to paddle back out and just kind of get selective. So, and this is the replay of the Blue wave. Big, fast floater re-entry. Carried a lot of speed onto the inside, but the wave not really offering too much. Then he gets busy. Nice finishing move. Pushes out the fins. Actually got a couple more maneuvers after that last one. So that score. So last of Blue, 5.5. Still waiting for white and waiting for red. The red's starting to trickle in. So last of red, 597. So red is currently in second. Last of white, 703. So white first, sitting on a 7.3, 703, and a 7.0. Red, you're second with a 5.97 and a 5.5. Blue, you are third with a 5.5 and a 2.6. You require a 5.9. And green, you are third with a 2.67 and a 2.3. You need an 8.8 to advance. So blue is second priority, and he's not going to take that. Yeah. So priority green, red, white. Priority order green, red, white. So white up and riding, and he goes out the back. Current heat leader. He's sitting on a 7.03 and a 7. So server and green holding priority. Red's going to pull the trigger on this one. Nice wrapping cut back. Looking at this north section. Throwing it up. Tagging the lip. Working his way down to the inside. Still going all the way down into the rip. Michael Dunphy from Virginia Beach, Virginia. And now green's going to use his priority. He's up and riding. Big vertical re-entry coming out onto the open face. Drop the hand, down carve. Ocean Giddens from Barbados pulling off yesterday, advancing into this round of 64. He's trying to get out of this round. He goes out the back. So with 8 minutes, 24 seconds remaining, waiting on scores for white and red to come in. Servers in the next heat. You got about 2 minutes before you can paddle out, 3 minutes before you can paddle out. You should be checked in and ready to go. As we watch this replay of white, Sebastian Williams throwing it for nothing. He is the current heat leader. This was the one that green gave to red. Nice wrapping cutback. As he works it out onto the inside, throwing it up. White, 7 minutes 45, 7:45. All right, still waiting on this wave for red and for green. So last of red, 5.8. Working on green now. As the wind seems to be taking a little bit of a turn to the left, coming on shore a little bit more. Not so much side shore. So last of green, 4.23. So situation, white first, red second, blue, you're third. You now require a 6.27. And green, you are fourth, requiring a 7.5. 6 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. We're going to look at this replay from green. A well-surfed wave, just didn't offer too much. More scoring potential than other than those two maneuvers. So Sebastian Williams only doing 2 events this year. Currently sitting in 54th position, placing a 3rd in the Pacifico. A decent result. Also Pacifico and Puerto Escondido. He placed 13th. All right, just coming up on the 5-minute mark. So surfers, you are permitted to paddle out. Please stay down in the channel. Here we go, blue up and right in cannon car. Nice crack off the top, out onto the open face. Another nice crack on that north section. He's gonna keep it going. Working it all the way to the inside, and nice finishing maneuver. And we're going to break this one down. It's kind of a little bit of a check turn there, but eyes up this north section, throws out the fins, sticks with it, setting up this inside. You can see him looking down the line. He knows exactly what he wants to do. He's waiting for it to reform. First tag, pushes out the fins, and he was pumped with that one. So 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So green currently sitting on a 5.5 and a 2.6. So judges still giving this one a good look. We're watching the replays, comparing like waves for like waves. Two minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Current situation in the water is red, blue, white first, red second. So waiting on this last of blue. Servers in the next seat. Come up a little further and then hold your positions, please. All right, last of blue, 6-5-7. Blue, you go to second. Red, you drop to third. Red, you now require a 6.1. Green, you now require a 7.8. So blue was looking for that 6.24, dropped a 6.57 and moves up into that advancing position. With 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining, surfer in red currently in third position, holding second priority. Just remember, folks, all are welcome under the hospitality tent. You get your food and beverage needs. All you require. Immediately following, we are going to have 3 more heats, so we have another hour of surfing. Immediately following, we are going to keep the music going. You all are welcome to stick around. Tonight at 6 p.m., we're going to have a movie night under the stars. We got entertainment throughout the week with a combination of the prize giving on Sunday. And we're counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So this is no ride. Surfers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are going to be on a short hold. So taking out the win in this heat number 13 is the surfer in white, Sebastian Williams, followed closely by the surfer in blue. Coming in second, Cannon Carr. So those 2 surfers will be advancing. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We will be right back after these messages. Please stay tuned. Okay, we're back to live action. Up and riding, Timothy Simmers. First turn, pushes out the fins. Another nice top turn, working his way onto the inside. He's going to wait for this wave to reform. Another wraparound cutback. Floats the last section just to show a little bit of variety, and he goes down. So we are in heat number 14 in this round of 64. 2 more heats to go after this one. Just going to have this replay, break this one down for you. Nice little down carve, pushes out the fins. Another one, kind of gets hung up a little bit, but composes himself well. Wraps it around, another wraparound cutback. I end up this inside section. Just throws it up, a little floater section just to show some variety, but can't hang on to that finishing maneuver. First of green, 517. So here we go, red, Kei Kobayashi. He's also been coming here since this event's inception as a junior. He is currently ranked 8th on the North America rankings. And blue up and right, and John Mell, again, another competitor who's been here since its inception. So Kobayashi currently ranked 8th. on the rankings. We saw our number 7 surfer in Hayden Rogers go down earlier in the round. So Kobayashi can advance out of this. He could possibly move up. As we watch this replay, he's going to come around this first section. Nice little down carve and throws it up, but pearls the board and he goes down. Very controlled surfer. And Kobayashi. Also in this heat, John Mel and Titus Santucci. We see that replay of John Mel, just a quick up and out, and we're watching white. This is Titus Santucci going vertical, wrapping around cutback. All right, first of red, 3.5. First of blue, 3.0. Waiting on the first of white. It's coming up on the 20-minute mark, 20 minutes, 45 seconds. Surfers in the next heat. You're called to check in. Taj Lindblad, Jake Davis, Rafael Pereira, and Kos Stoyanov. You still have plenty of time. Just calling you to check in. As the surfers all gather in a bunch, we are looking at a surfer in red with priority, followed by green, then blue. Ocean starting to take a little breather. Tide is starting to drop down. However, there is plenty of scoring potential still in the water. Everybody leaves it for the surfer in red with priority, Kobayashi. Nice big wrapping down carve, working it out onto the open face. He's going to let this one line up for him. Coming down the line, bangs it vertical, pushes out the fins. He's still going, working it all the way to the inside, loses his footing, and he goes down, but there was plenty of work done on the outside. Also, surfer in green was up behind him. I didn't catch what he did. Well, maybe we can get that on the replay. So we're going to work on red and then green. Green is the current heat leader, sitting on a 5.17. So here's the replay of green. So he comes around the first section, just a little check turn, setting up this north peak. Oh, nice wrapping down carve, and just gets gobbled up by the white water. So just that one little minor maneuver, and then he goes down. As we watch the replay of red, quite a pretty crazy drop. He actually dropped in sideways. A couple little cutbacks, but then it rolls up on the inside for him. Throws it up in the lip. Little foam climb, not done yet. He's still looking for more scoring potential, but there's where his footing loses his footing. So that earned him a 4.83. So last of red, 4.83. Green, we're waiting for one more wave for you. Right, so red first with a 4.83 and a 3.5. Green second with a 5.1 and a 2. Blue, you are in third with priority. You need a 4.18, and he is up and riding. Going vertical up in the lip, out onto the open face. Throwing it up once again, coming around the section, another vertical snap. Climbs the foam. Currently ranked 21. So with some luck on his part and some bad luck on others, he could possibly get into that qualifying position. I knew there was a surfer that came from way down in the rankings, 19th last year, to reach that qualifying. I have been corrected that it was our local boy Josh Burke, as we watch this replay from John Mel. Nice turn on that first one. So last of blue, 6.5. Last of blue, 6.5. Blue, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. Green, you are third. You require a 3.16. And white, your fourth holding priority. You require a 5.63. All right, as the servers put themselves back into position, we're going to send it down to Andrew for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
I'm here with Sebastian. Pretty stacked heat. 2 good rides. You came out on top. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very happy. It was a stacked heat, and I was a little nervous. So I'm very happy to have made it through that heat, and more so to have come away with the win.
And compared to yesterday's conditions, how was it?
Maybe even a little bit better than yesterday. Even though it looks a little windier, the sky's gray today, but I think the waves are walling up a little better than they were yesterday.
And under pressure, Sebastian, like obviously it's a stacked heat. How do you deal with it?
You just work with the nerves, and I guess I formulated a strategy before I went into the water, and I just work with the nerves and focus on my strategy, and yeah, it played off.
Do you want to share the strategy?
Just kind of the same as yesterday. Wanted to start off the heat, not the first wave of the heat, but just my first wave. I wanted it to count. I wanted it to be a significant score, my first wave. And yeah, after that, it kind of sets you up for your second wave to be just as good, if not better. You know, that's how the flow of the heat normally is. You normally build the house or find a little backup, and then it puts you in an even better position on your third wave to go really big. So starting off with my first wave as a significant score was my strategy.
It worked out well for you, and it got you to the next round, Sebastian. Keep on surfing good and keep ripping, man. Back to the booth.
Watching red, up and riding, Kei Kobayashi. Out onto the open face, throwing it up in the lip. Free fall in the drop. Very critical. Another fin drift as he works his way to the inside, and he goes out the back. So he doesn't need a big score to go back into first position. So we'll see where that one comes in at. So waiting on this score for red to come in. Let's see if it's enough for him. While we're waiting, we're going to watch this replay, break it down as we see him eyeing up this section and comes down with the lip. So that was pretty technical. Checks the turn and throws out the fins. So last of red, 5-4-7. Red, you go to first. Blue drops to second. Green, you now require a 4.34, and white, you now require a 5.78. We break down this last of blue. Nice little foam climb up in the lip. A little slap off the lip for that north section, but then a little bit more controlled maneuver there. Currently sitting on a 6.5 and a 3.0. right, last of blue, 5.40. So that sends you back to first. Red, you drop to second. Blue, you are in third, requiring a 5.1. And white, you are in fourth, requiring a 6.5. All right, 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. Little flip-flop battle between Kobayashi and John Mel. We're in heat number 14 of this round of 64. You're tuned into the Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. Coming to you from right here in Bathsheba, Barbados. Welcome to all of you joining the broadcast. This event is paired up with the Live Like Zander Junior Pro Junior. 11 minutes remaining, so surfers in the next heat, you should be checked in and ready to go by now. So blue, giving that a look, decides he doesn't want it. He is the current heat leader, sitting on a 6.5 and a 5.4. Take this opportunity once again, shout out our sponsors. Without you all, this event could not happen. So BTMI, they are our main sponsor. I've been sponsoring this event since its inception. Also the Tourism Development Corporation, CIBC Caribbean Bank, Blue Waters, Mount Gay Rum, Community Development Department, Heineken Beer, Carib Beer. You all can get those right underneath the hospitality tent. All are welcome under there. Also, Infra Rentals. They're responsible for a lot of our infrastructure. Thank you very much. Nation News, Sunbum, Last Resort Surf. And last, by no means least, for the post-heat interviews, St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. As we watch red up and riding, Kei Kobayashi looking to put himself back up into that first position. Just garnering that one major off the lip, and then he kicks out the back, not really offering too much more. Coming up on 9 minutes, 35 seconds. That wave probably not going to go into his score line. Nope. Two, last of red, 303. It's a smaller inside wave. Not really much scoring potential on offer. So server in red, Kobayashi taking out 40% of his heat wins, and his average heat score is 12.36. And he is currently with a 10.30 two-wave heat total. And John Mel's average is 41%. His two-wave heat total is 12.23. So very similar in their approach to heat. And also their average heat scores. So blue giving this one a look. John Mel floats the first section, comes out onto the open face, throws it up vertical as the wind starts to go even more around to the left. creating a little bit more bumpy conditions. As we watch this replay, we see surfers putting themselves in position on the outside. All right, green. Timothy's going to pull the trigger here, sitting with priority on a nice looking wave, and it peters out. A wave lined up and it petered out, and he kicked out. So that wave did have a little bit of a north section on it, and it rolls off onto the inside. So he needs a 5.14, and surfing like the way he surfs, he certainly could have gotten that score on that wave. I don't know why he would have kicked out, but that's why they're in the water and I'm up here. 6 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, so still plenty of time. A little bit of a priority blender there, but it is what it is. The surfers in the next heat, you got about a minute and a half before you could paddle out. So Green opting to take this one. He's going to get around this section, pushes out the fins, wrapping cut back out onto the open face, throwing it up, completes the maneuver, hangs on for the finishing. So Timothy Simmers, 17 years old. He is the younger brother of the reigning world champion. Katie was here 3 or 4 years ago, taking out the junior title. Last of green, 4.27. 4.27. You still require that 5.14 green. White, you are fourth. You require a 6.5. 5 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Yeah. 4 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Surfers, you are free to paddle out. Just please stay down in the channel for me. Thank you very much. Good. All right, White up and right in. Nice lip line floater coming down, free falling. And we're watching blue. John Mel, current heat leader, going up vertical, and he goes out the back. So that shifts priority. Surfer in red. Red's gonna let green go. Timothy Simmers. Nice top turn out onto the open face. Big wrapping cutback. He's got some more opportunity. Another wrapping cutback. It was almost like he caused that wave to break with that cutback. So waiting on a score for White. 3.13 White, so that does help your requirement ever so slightly. You now require a 6.5. And now we're working on green. We're going to look at this replay. Surfer in red gave him this wave. That was a nice first turn. Nice wrapping cutback, pushes out the fins. And then he throws that, but it almost looks like he caused the wave to break there. If he may have just taken his time and hit the closeout, he could have got a little bit more of a major maneuver on that last turn. Well, let's see what the judges think. 1 minute, 55 seconds remaining. Still waiting for that wave of green. Not chasing a big score. So, next heat, please hold your positions, guys. Thank you. So, blue up and riding. Surfer in red still sitting on the outside, holding that priority. Green, you guys are too close. Go back, please. Green and white. Let's go back about 10 feet. Please. White, stop paddling. Go back 10 feet. Exactly. You're literally almost in the lineup. 30 seconds remaining. Still working on this score for green and blue. So white's up and right, and he's just going to go up and out the back. So red's going to pull into this one. Well, we can't get in. With 10 seconds remaining, white. So counting this one in 3, 2, 1. So green was up after the horn. No ride for green, but we're still waiting on a score for green. All right, here we go. Last of green requires a 5.14. You drop a 5.23. You move up into second position. Surfers in the next heat, please hold your positions. We are on a short hole. So advancing out of this heat number 14 will be the surfer in blue, John Mell, and the surfer in green, Timothy Simmers. So holding down that third position will be the surfer in red, followed by white. So we're going to take this opportunity to go into a short commercial break. We will be right back. Here we go, counting this one in. 5, 3, Okay, we're back to live action. Coming up in this heat in red, Taj Limbad. In blue, Jake Davis. In white, Rafael Pereira. And in green, Kos Stoyanov. While we were on that short break, no waves were ridden. So there is nothing to update. This is heat number 15. We have one more heat coming up after this. There is a reason why this event is called Heartbreak and Happiness. They said it time and time again. There's going to be a lot of kids that are extremely happy and a lot of kids that are extremely heartbroken. We've seen 2 surfers in the top 10 bowing out from the competition already. First one, Hayden Rogers, and now Kei Kobayashi. They were sitting in 6th and 7th and 8th position, respectively. Both are out of the event. So 2 doors get closed and 2 doors get open. Here we go, white up and right in. Rafael Pereira, a nice big vertical turn. Coming out onto the open face. And he's out the back with just that one major maneuver on a smaller wave. First of white, 317, as we watch blue up and right in. Jake Davis out onto the open face. Banging off that north section. Been a total standout all week long. As we look at this replay from Davis, watching this first maneuver, kind of gets hung up a little bit and then smashes that oncoming section. Welcome back to the booth, Bodie Rapson.
Yeah, watching Jake Davis get off to a reasonably strong start there. That wave just kind of ran off down the reef. But he got his feet in the wax. He'll use that as a little warm-up, get back out, reset.
Score starting to trickle in for Jake Davis. As we watch red at live action. Score coming in at a 5.83 for blue. As we watch red, lip line float, Taj Lindblad. Currently sitting in 12th position. Well surfed wave. Taj Lindblad from San Clemente, California. Brother of
There we see Taj coming in from pretty deep and finding that first vertical section where he just bangs it off the whitewater, comes around, lots of flow, just a bit of a whitewater float, big rapid roundhouse, rebound off the whitewater, sets up for another rapid roundhouse, rebound off the whitewater again, looking for that little inside rebuild, puts on the jets, tags it one more time, little extension of the back foot for emphasis, and that's a strong start for Taj. Shout out to West Coast USA supporting their boy.
First of blue, 5.83, Jake. First of blue, 5.83. Last of red, 5.83 as well. So 5.83 for red and blue. Watching green. Coming up on his backhand, hitting that first turn. Going vertical, showing some flair, getting some work done. So while we're waiting for this score to come in, we're going to cut to the glass with the winner of the last heat, John Mell, for the post-heat interview powered by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. Take it away, Andrew.
While we wait to go to the glass, there's a little replay of Ko Stoyanov showing some nice movement on that wave, keeping that board active, extending the legs, throwing out the rail, getting lots of spray off of that last turn.
Feeling good. It's not an easy bowl right now, but stoked I found a couple waves and got it done, yeah.
And compared to Tropicana, I see you surfed there the other day. How was that out there?
It's polar opposites. That's like a wave pool. You're getting barreled. You're going front side. It's offshore. Out here is all windy and chunky, but so you gotta make sure you're picking the right ones. But luckily, I've been coming here for a long time, so I felt confident, knew the wave that I wanted, and got to, and yeah, got it done.
When it comes to stacked heat like this, how do you deal with pressure?
I was just not even really thinking about who's in my heat. I was just kind of thinking about myself, trying to stay calm. This year I've definitely been feeling a lot of nerves before a lot of my heats, so I was just kind of taking a more cruisy approach this whole entire trip, just enjoying my time. I've surfed on every side of the island this trip, which I've never done, which was really cool. So yeah, I'm stoked just to be having a good time. I'm just going to keep that kind of rhythm going.
Do you have a favorite side of the island now?
Oh, the East Coast for sure, yeah. This is where I've spent most of my time. I know a bunch of, everywhere I walk around, I see people I know, so that feels super good. So yeah, I love it on this side.
Awesome. Do you want to shout out anyone at home?
Yeah, shout out to my family at home, all my sponsors. Thanks for supporting me. Love you guys.
Cool, man, John. Keep on ripping and good luck in the next round. Have a good one. Glad you're at the booth.
See Rafael Pereira from Venezuela dropping deep, nice wrapping turn up in the lip line, stalls it, waits for that lip to come over, attacks the whitewater, another deep bottom turn, blasts into the oncoming north section, blowing out the tail, a little bit of a reset, and we lose him there, but there was a little bit more work done on the inside, and he will post a solid score.
So Red sitting on the outside with priority. He's going to let this one go. As these scores starting to trickle in for White. He's going to shake things up a little bit. All right, last of White, 6.43. So White goes to first. Blue, you're second. Red, you are third, holding priority. And Green, you're fourth.
Quick replay of Blue earlier. Jake Davis throwing it vertically up into the whitewater, blasting the tail out, but digging the nose on the way back down. He knew there was not much on offer on that wave, so he went through everything at that first turn.
All right, with 15 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, servers in the next heat. You should be checking in Owen Moss in red, Kai Kushner in blue, Reed Platinius in white, and Romeo Stone in green.
Wow, that is a stacked heat, Lou.
Yeah, Owen Moss currently ranked 5th on the North America Tour.
I have to say that when I got here last week, when we had that little north swell coming through and some of the early competitors got here, Owen and Kai were two standout surfers all week long. Really impressing. And we all know what Reed can throw down. And what we've seen of Romeo so far this contest, he seems to like it here at the bowl. So that last heat is going to be fireworks. But we turn our attention back to this penultimate heat, heat 15.
Yeah, with 14 minutes, 40 seconds remaining, surfer in red, sitting on the outside with priority. He followed by the surfer in green. So let's see how this is going to play out. The last heat, we saw the surfer with priority let the wave go, and the surfer under priority actually end up getting the score. So red up and riding, Taj working his way to the inside, and green on the outside got a nice looking wave, but we're going to stick with red. So green bangs it off the lip, right up in the critical section of the wave. So he now is joining a paddle battle with red.
Well, that was a great exchange. Here we see Green coming from deep, drawing it off the top, just waiting for that lip to stand up, and here he goes now. Bam! Right up in the lip, loads of spray. The judges love to see that going up vertical. One more little tag off the whitewater, then he spots his competitor paddling out and sees the opportunity to get back out ahead of him. So he's pushing on, and now we have an ongoing paddle battle, which Green seems to be just about taking at the moment. We all know that these West Coasters, look at Taj paddling. We know these West Coasters, you don't want to get in a paddle battle with these guys. Once these guys take off the wetsuits, they get about 20% extra paddle power, and Taj is pushed ahead.
All right, priority goes to, well, third priority goes to red. Fourth priority will go with green. So priority order is sitting with the surfer in blue on the outside, followed by white, then red, then green.
Yeah, that was a pretty epic little paddle battle. Thanks, guys. Lou, these guys would be glad for a little break in the waves while they could just sit and catch their breath after that paddle battle. While your surfer in priority, Jake Davis, he'll be hoping for another nice set to roll through. Second priority sitting with your surfer in white, Rafael Pereira. Third priority, as we said, went to a heat leader, Taj Lindball. And fourth priority sits with Cole Stoyanov.
All right, Blues looking to pull the trigger. He's going to use priority. Jake Davis up and riding. Coming out onto the open face. Big wrapping cutback, pushes out the fins. Another nice wrapping cutback right in the power source. Jake Davis working it all the way to the inside, throwing it up for the finishing maneuver. So we'll watch and see where that score comes in. Currently sitting on a 5.83. Green, your last wave comes in at a 5.20. We just got to wait for the last of blue because it's going to flip-flop everything, and then I will give you a requirement.
Yeah, Jake Davis out of USA. Once we get that replay queued up, we'll have another look. But Jake went to town using his priority on a nice wave. Lined up well, giving him multiple hits. Here we go. Jake Davis coming down, nice wrapping turn, and the first just pushes the tail. Here we go, here's where we go, blowing out the tail, sliding down the face of the wave, showing lots of control, coming into another big top turn rack. Here's where the wave slows down a little bit, so Jake's just gonna have a little bit of a wrapping turn, take it back and close to the power source, and this is where wave stands up again, and he gets one more tag. Well surfed wave from Jake Davis.
All right, that last of blue coming in at a 7.83. Blue, you go to first. Red, you drop to second. However, we have a wave coming for white. Green, you are currently in fourth position. Red, you are currently in second position, but I have a wave coming for white.
So here we're seeing white, Rafael Pereira takes a little bit of a high line, waiting for that wave to develop. Here he drops to the bottom now, goes up vertically and attacks just under the lip line, blowing out the lip. And a second time, two outside maneuvers, loads of flow. A little bit of a check turn, waiting for it to come up in the inside. But he knows the work was done outside, and that's going to be a strong score as well.
So we're still working on white. As soon as I get it, I'll give it to you. He doesn't need a big requirement. All right, 8 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Score's starting to trickle in for White. That's okay. All right, last of White, 5-7-7. So White, you go to second. Red, you drop to third. You now require a 6.3. And green, you are fourth. You require a 7.0. 8 minutes remaining.
So as our surfers,
Blue, you are currently in first position. Your last wave was a 7.83. 7:20 remaining. Priority sits with the surfer in red on the outside, followed by green, blue, and white.
so our surfers with the two highest priority will be chasing scores in the good range. So they'll want to sit and make sure they get a really nice wave when the next exchange comes.
Yeah, surfer in red just sitting on a pair of high fives. So if he can better one of those scores, he's going to cut down that requirement and make it a little easier for him to attain that. But by no means is that score out of his reach. That's 638. He's an explosive surfer.
Definitely. We've seen scores in the 5 range, wins lots of heats. But as we go deeper into this competition, we're going to be seeing higher and higher scores drop in. As the quality of these surfers and the level steps up, these guys are always pushing each other. And if we break down the, oh, we see something happening. Surfers are looking interested, Lou.
Yeah, they're moving around. As we got White way up inside in fourth priority, he's going to pull the trigger on this one. If he can get around this first section, he might get something to work with. Floats it, blows the tail, spins the reverse, and he goes down. So a little bit of a risk taker there. He's in second position, but he was in fourth priority, so that may just have been as much of a repositioning wave as anything, because look at how much gain, look how much ground he's gained just by taking that wave. So that could be smart thinking from him. So servers in the next heat, you still got about 25 seconds remaining before you are actually permitted to paddle out. It's fine if you paddle out, just stay where you are red, that's fine.
So we see the surfers positioned at various spots in the break, Lou. It's really going to be a luck of the draw now. Are we going to see something come in with a little bit more of the north, or something going to come in through High Rock and allow the surfers deepest to take off and get one of those waves with multiple lips?
All right, 5 minutes remaining. So your surfers are free to move your way up into the lineup. I will let you know where to stop. Thank you. So far, everybody has obliged and listened to Uncle Lou. So thank you very much. Surfers are well spread out for this heat. 4 minutes, 30 seconds remaining, and it is a barn burner. We have lost 2 of our top-seeded surfers already in this draw. Unfortunately, bowing out of competition was Kei Kobayashi and also Hayden Rogers. Coming up on that 4-minute mark. It's getting down to the point where it's going to come down to probably a single wave.
So while things are just a little bit quiet, we just want to break down the scoring system for you guys at home. Waves that are judged have been surfed poorly. Oh, we have a little movement.
All right, we see some movement. White Scratching hard to get into that one. Again, just looks like it could possibly be a repositioning wave. It's going to paddle straight back out. Something's going to look like it might pop up right in front of him. Is he in position? He's going to have to go under it. Currently in second position. So he's hunting. He's going to turn. He's going to burn. Here we go. White. He's going to stick with it. Yes, he is. He's currently sitting on a 6.43 and a 5.77. And he's going to hang on. He can't hang on to that, but that was a big maneuver with 3 minutes remaining. So Surfer in red, Taj Lindblad, still with priority, sitting on the outside.
Watching this replay of White under priority, just keeping busy, trying to see if he can drop one of his scores. That's a huge slap right under the lip. Another nice wrapping carve, but then he gets a little hung up. That white water gives him a bit of turbulence as those legs straighten out. That's it.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Yeah, he would have been able to put a lot of pressure on this Surfer in red if he could have completed that little check turn and got down to the inside and lit it up, because he did have quite a nice outside maneuver. Looking to better that 5.77.
Yeah, that first slap on the outside was well timed. Board on rail, fins exposed, complete redirection, spray everywhere.
All right, last of White, 4.6. So that does not go in your score line. So the requirement for red remains the same, 6.38. And for green, a 7.0. 1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. All right, coming up on that 1 minute mark, surfers. 1 minute. Thirty seconds. White up and riding with 20 seconds remaining. Red is going to use his priority. Here we go, red up and riding. Throwing it up in the lip. Going for broke. And he's going to go down in 3, 2, 1. So no ride for Surfer in blue, but it's not going to make a difference because he is comfortably in the lead. So it looks like we're going to lose another one of our seated surfers in Taj Lindblad, holding that third position. So surfers in the next heat, please stand by. We're on a short hold. This heat number 15 is going to end with Jake Davis taking the win, followed by Rafael Pereira in the white jersey. So those two surfers will be advancing into the round of 32. We're going to take this opportunity to send it down to a short commercial break. We will be right back with more action. Please stay tuned. All right, here we go. 10 seconds. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome back. We are back to live action. We are in heat number 16 of this round of 64. Coming up in this heat, Owen Moss in red, Kai Kushner in blue, in white, Reed Platanius, and in green, Romeo Stoke. So far in this round, we have lost 3 of our top-seeded surfers. We've lost Hayden Rogers at number 7, Kei Kobayashi at number 8, and now Taj Lindblad at number 12. So that's 3 doors that have been open for the surfers still left in the draw to get that covenant top 7 men on the rankings. Heartbreak and happiness is in full effect as we watched green way up inside, leaving it, red leaving it. Owen Moss has made multiple finals here, never being able to crack that victory podium.
As you read that list of names off, Lou, we're all potential finalists here.
Absolutely, these surfers all can reach the finals. Owen Moss currently ranked 5th on the rankings. The youngster Kai Kushner, he's ranked 32. And Reed is up at 44. So this is another stacked heat.
So as we bring you the final heat of the day, day 3 of the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000 from here in Bathsheba, Soup Bowl, Barbados. We are in heat 16 in the round of 64 of the men's round. And here we're watching Owen Moss take off. Little whitewater climb. He's seeing something down the line, so he's going to step on the gas. Oncoming section, blast it off the section, redirection, rides out. As we see blue behind, Kai Kushner blow it up into the tail, into the whitewater section, makes it around, another snap off the whitewater. Another nice wrapping turn. As Kai just sets up and he's coming on the inside, waiting for that little section to turn on the afterburners. As he snaps it again, and one last time, he's going to throw it up vertical. And that is a strong start for the surfer in blue. Here we see Romeo Stone coming around deep, throwing it into the lip. Once again, nice wrapping carve. Throws it up into the lip again. Lay back turn from green, and he sees more, and he's out. So we're looking forward to the replays of that exchange. First, we had Owen Moss up and right, and then we had Kai Kushner coming from deep, absolutely destroying it. Here we go. Here we see the surfer in blue, Kai, coming from deep. Little whitewater climb, comes around the section. Here we go as it stands up deep. Boom! Vertical. Throws it up again. Another turn right up in the lip. Another nice wrapping turn. Buckets of spray. Wraps it back towards the whitewater. He pumps because he knows that he's got loads of points on score. And here it stands up again. Snap. Snap. One last time. Pop. Strong surfing from the surfer from USA, Kai Kushner. As we see Owen Moss with a little bit of a whitewater climb there, just setting up because he sees something down the line. Turns on the afterburners and attacks that oncoming section. Vertically redirects. Rides out. And that's all there was for there. So strong start for the surfer in blue and red.
Yeah, red dropping a 4.83, and blue score still yet to come in as the judges are deliberating, but it's going way up there into the excellent range for sure. All right, blue coming in. Oh, one more score to rate. 9.27 for blue. 9.27 for blue. So mark that one for the highlight reel, guaranteed.
That is what officially we call excellent surfing.
Second highest score of the event so far. First one was a 9.5 coming in from Sebastian Williams. As we look to the horizon, surfers.
Yeah, as soon as we get a break in the action rule.
Yeah. All right, well, let's hear what Jake Davis has to say. He's standing by with Andrew. Take it away, Andrew.
Here with Jake Davis. What was the strategy to win last heat?
Get pole position, quick start, finish my waves, throw spray, try to be vertical. I mean, it's pretty clear what the judges want, so just try to, do what they want on the waves. And yeah, I'm pretty proud of that performance because I went on a bad wave with priority, and a couple guys got some really good waves, and I kind of just posted up and tried to look for one of those waves that went all the way through, and the thing just came straight to me and just rode it the way I ride it.
Is it your first time on the island?
No, this is, I think, my 5th time. Yeah.
And how do you like it so far?
I love it here. I mean, this place has incredible mana, as the Hawaiians say, and this is an incredible wave, and the people are so amazing, and all my friends are here, all the San Clemente crew, and yeah, I'm so stoked to start the comp this way.
You want to tell us a bit about the board you're riding today?
Oh, this is a 6'1" Proctor surfboards. I actually kind of changed up my dimensions in this last batch. A little narrower, a little thinner, and gives me so much more control. I'm so stoked on my boards. Thanks, Todd.
Seems to be working for you, man. Good luck in the next round.
Appreciate it.
That's you at the booth.
All right, thank you very much. That interview was brought to you by St. Luke's Clothing and Eco Lifestyle and Lodge. As you heard from Jake Davis there, he was the winner of the last heat. So he's moving on into the next round with Rafael Pereira. So catch up with this replay of White.
Yeah, just a quick tag from surfing right, Reed Platanus. But while we have a little break in the waves, we need to queue up another replay of that 9.237 that dropped from Blue earlier. I'm sure everybody wants to take another look at that. The second highest individual score of the entire event so far. 3 days of surfing. Here we go. Kai Kushner coming in from deep, putting on the burners, throws it up into that little white water, sees the section. As he comes around, here is the maneuver. One of the off the lips of the tournament, throws it straight back into a second one. Perfect example of power, flow, speed, commitment, critical section. Rewarded with the second highest score of the entire tournament and putting a lot of pressure on his competitors out there. His dad, Warren, will be on the beach stoked.
All right, here we go. Green up and riding. It's going to keep busy, go out the back. He was just sitting in 4th priority, trying to stay busy, trying to pick off one of those inside gems that roll through under everybody. This is the final heat of the day, heat number 16 in the round of 64. You are tuned in to the BTMI Barbados Surf Pro QS 5000. Presented by Diamonds International, brought to you by Surf Promotions Barbados. This is day number 3 of 7. So we have 4 more action-packed days on store for you. So far in this round, we've already lost 3 of our top seed surfers. Hayden Rogers bowing out, as well as Kei Kobayashi and now Taj Limbad. So that opens the door for some surfers lower down in the rankings, or I should say higher up in the lower down in the rankings, to possibly leapfrog up into that top 7 spot. We'd be offering 7 spots on qualification and 1 spot from a wild card. On the women's side, we offer 4 spots and 1 wild card, and that is simply because the draw is not as big as the men's. 14 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. The ocean seems to have gone a little quiet. With just a single wave, Bodie, surfer in blue is just in a commanding lead so far.
Yep, dropping a score in the excellent range. Looking for a backup now. And for those of you viewers at home that aren't familiar with the scoring range, all waves are scored on a range of 0.1 to 10. And we're scoring on a number of different criteria. We're looking at the commitment and the degree of difficulty of the maneuvers. We're looking for innovative, progressive maneuvers. We're looking for a combination of major maneuvers. We're looking for a variety of maneuvers. And throughout all of that, we want you to have speed, power, and flow. And if you look at the scoring system, waves that have been judged to be ridden poorly are given a score of 0.1 to 1.9. Waves that are scored between 2 and 3.9 are judged to have been ridden fairly. And if you go 4 to 5.9, that's what we consider an average score. Once you start hitting the 6 to 7.9, that's considered a very good score. And then 8 up to 10 is considered excellent. And any surfer that drops a 10 in their career is always going to be super stoked.
All right, coming up to 12 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. This is the final heat of the day. As soon as we're finished with this proceedings, I will give the schedule for tomorrow. And we'll do a last interview with this heat winner, a little highlight reel, and then we'll be signing off for the day. We'll be back here tomorrow morning at 7:30 for the call. So please tune in tomorrow after today's proceedings.
So the surfers are starting to see a little bit of movement after a bit of a quiet period.
All right, surfer in blue under everyone's priority. In third priority, he's going to go trying to back up that 927. And red is going to use his priority on the outside. Owen Moss, big vertical top turn. He spent a whole year surfing the Challenger Series. So he's well-seasoned competitor from North Carolina. Owen Moss working it all the way down to the inside, going to finish it strong. As the wind seems to now want to swing a little bit further around to the right. The cloud working off behind us. Green. You want your situation? I just got to wait for some scores.
Looking at that.
10 minutes, 40 seconds, 10:40.
Yeah, as we see Owen working his way to the inside on this replay. Little snap there. And one last tag to finish off what was a pretty strong ride. Here we're looking at a replay of Kai coming from deep, bangs it up off of the white water again, looking for the most vertical part of the wave. A little bit of a wrapping cutback, just waiting for it to stand up a second time and then throws it up into the lip. But unfortunately, where those waves converge, he loses his balance and goes down.
All right, last of blue, 3.5. So just waiting for one score for red. Last of red, 5.4. So blue first, red second, green is third. Green sitting on a 4 and a .53. You require a 6.2. And white, you are sitting on a single wave of a 2.5. You require a 7.7. White holding priority, followed by green, then blue. 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, our surfer in white, Reed Platinus out of Canada. He knows this break well. He's a big boy with a lot of power in his surfing. So as he sits there with priority, he'll be waiting for something to come through that's big and throaty that he can really try to get himself back in this heat, because there's some pretty good scores already thrown down. We see Owen solidify himself in second place at the moment, and Kai just getting a small backup. Kai was on his way to a good score there. He'll know that if he didn't fall in that convergence zone, he would have had probably maybe the second highest score to go along with the highest, but he took that wave in third priority and he paddles back out into third priority, so he'll know that he's lost nothing.
Blue up and right and going left. And he goes up and out the back. So looking at these average heat scores for red is a 12.67. And he wins. He's won 59% of the heats he surfed in. This youngster, Kai Kushner, his average heat score is 11 point. Average heat total is 11.25. These servers are quite a ways away from those average heat totals. There is still 7.5 minutes remaining. Priority sits with server in white on the outside, followed by green, red, and then blue. So for the second time today, it is the exact opposite from the standings. So who? Blue? Nope, no right. He was in fourth priority. Just giving that a little look.
Yeah, young Kai sitting in fourth priority with a huge score right now with that 9.27. He's just going to keep busy and try to enjoy his surfing. As I said, he's been a standout all week long. Came in early, came in a solid week before the competition started. Made sure he got himself in sync with the bowl. Same with Owen Moss. As I said, two standout surfers. Romeo Stone from Costa Rica has been solid all week long. He's just waiting for the waves to come through so he can display what he's got. As we see some movement, Lou.
Trying to put himself in position, but seemed to have another little rip pulling through the lineup. It's a little bit further on the outside. And he's going to pull the trigger here. So White up and right, and Reed on his backhand, smashing the first turn out onto the open face. So two major maneuvers on the outside, and Red up and right, and Owen Moss. First turn pushes out the fins. He's going to stick with it, and he wants to get back out there before White. Is wise choice, because White, that score is going to definitely go into White's score line. So you're watching Green. He's looking to get in the mix. And he can't hang on. So with 5 minutes, 20 seconds remaining, waiting for a score for Red, Green, and White. All right, 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
You see the replay of Oil Moss getting to work. First vertical hit, blows the tail completely out. And doesn't see anything more, but he decides he wants priority. As we see Reed Platinus taking it up, vertical slap of the lip, comes up again. Once again, completely vertical, 12 o'clock. And he decides to cut out and head back out, knowing that he got a solid two-turn combination on the outside that will put him back in contention.
All right, last of red, 4.2. Last of white, 5.57. So white, you are still in third position. You now require a 4.6. Green, you are in fourth position. You require, all right, hold on. Green, you are in fourth position. Your last wave comes in at a 2.9. You require a 6.2. 3 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. 3 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Free servers, just please stay down there. Hold your positions. Thank you.
So as we come down to this last few minutes, just want to take a moment to show the appreciation for all the hardworking judges, officials.
All right, Green gonna pull the trigger on the inside. He's got a runner ahead of him. It's gonna give him that one turn, big layback slash. Can he hang on? Yes, he does. Just trying to cut down that requirement with 3 minutes remaining. So Surfer sitting on the outside in first position and first priority is Kai Kushner, followed by the Surfer in red in second position and second priority. And third priority will go to the Surfer in white, and then fourth in green.
Yeah, we just saw Surfer in green, Romeo Stone from Costa Rica, picking off a little nugget on the inside, I think.
All right, last of green, 4-2-3. That goes in your score line. You now require a 6-0-3. So cuts down your requirement just that little bit.
Yep, so as we say, there's always ways to score at the bowl. You don't have to be sitting with priority. There's always a little nugget if you happen to be in the right place or if you manage to read it right.
Something's always going to pop up. Just have to have a little bit of luck with it. With 1 minute, 50 seconds remaining. All right, free surfers, just hold your positions there, guys. All right, guys, stop paddling, please. Who's
Last roll of the dice, Lou.
Yep, last 30 seconds. Green up and riding on the inside. White. He's up and riding. Priority change to red with 3, 2, 1. What?
So as we look at the
All right.
replay of Reed Platanas, last roll of the dice, taking it from the outside, making his way to the inside. Bam, fully extended, throwing loads of spray off. Tags it again. Looking down the line for more. Another turn. Surfer from Canada with another vertical tag on the inside. And he gave it all he can give.
All right, here we go. Last of white still hasn't come in. Last of green, 3.4. So we're still waiting on last of white.
We're just on hold as we give our judges time to deliberate, look at the replays, compare, analyze.
All right, score for white starting to trickle in. So white requires a 4.69, drops a 5.10, goes from third to second, dropping red from second to third. So official results, taking the win, Surfer in blue, Kai Kushner coming in second in white, Reed Platinius. So once again, we lose another one of our top seeded surfers, and Owen Moss going down. So that's 4 of the top seeds gone from competition, opening the door for the rest of the field to move up into that qualification spot. So we're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll come back with the post-heat interview with Kai Kushner when we come back.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Tuak. I'm a professional surfer from Barbados, competing in the Barbados Surf Pro, and I wanted to show you my favorite places on the island. Tucked away right next to Soup Bowl is Joe's River Bridge. This stunning and historic walkway was once a train line and now serves as a popular hiking route and the main attraction for the 5-kilometer race during Run Barbados Marathon weekend every December.
I'm here with Kai Kushner, second highest wave of the event. Kai, how do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah, it was super fun out there. It went kind of flat after that wave, but yeah, stoked to not fall on that wave and get the score.
And how are the conditions out there today?
Yeah, it's not bad. There's some fun waves for sure. Not glassy, but still super fun. So yeah, I'm stoked.
And Kai, I've seen you here a bunch of times and you hang out with all the locals here. How do you like the people here?
Yeah, I love the people here. Feels so nice. Always come every year with my family, and yeah, it's super fun. Stoked.
And compared to other waves that you surf around the world, how does this one surf?
Oh, it's really good. It's such a good wave when it's firing. And all the waves around the island. There's a couple secret spots that are fun, and yeah, it's super fun over here.
Is there anyone you want to shout out now?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend. Thanks for watching, and yeah, let's go.
Awesome, Kai. Keep ripping and good luck in the next round. See you guys tomorrow.
Please stick around. We're going to have a highlight reel coming up for you shortly. We're going to conclude our proceedings for the day, and we'll be back tomorrow with an 8:30 call, potential 9 a.m. start.